Chapter 964. Indeed, I'm not interested in the throne. However, I've encountered some trouble recently and need to investigate it. Qin Feiyang said vaguely. Trouble? Pei Yi was stunned. Do you need help? That's not necessary. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Pei Yi nodded and looked at Mo Feng. Tell him about it. Mo Feng pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Feiyang. There are many people in the main pagoda who are close to Wu Shan, but there's only one who is especially close to him. You've met him before, Wu Yang. Wu Yang, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, Are you talking about the person who asked me to go to the second pagoda? Yes, that's him. Mo Feng nodded. What a coincidence. All right, I'll go and meet him now. Qin Feiyang smiled playfully, stood up, and cupped his fists. He then turned and left the first alchemy room. Senior Brother Pei, this person is extraordinarily terrifying. After Mo Feng closed the stone door, he looked at Pei Yi and said with deep fear in his eyes. Yes. In just over a year, he broke through from an 8-star battle grandmaster to a 1-star battle saint. This speed is unprecedented. Pei Yi sighed. I remember when he first entered the main pagoda, I looked down on him and even said that you would always be his backer. Now that I think about it, why was I so childish back then? Mo Feng shook his head and laughed at himself. There are some people in this world that you can't look at with ordinary eyes. And this ancestor Mu is such a person. Pei Yi said. Mo Feng nodded. The second pagoda. Qin Feiyang didn't try to hide anything as he walked in openly. And everyone who met him had a trace of fear in their eyes. Which alchemy room is Wu Yang in? The layout of the second pagoda was the same as that of the first pagoda. Qin Feiyang came to the bottom of the patio and asked a few disciples not far away. The second alchemy room. One of them pointed up and said timidly. Am I that scary? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, leaped into the air, and landed on the top floor like a bolt of lightning. The disciples below also began to discuss in low voices. The topics of discussion were none other than Qin Feiyang's cultivation, the fact that he had become the chief pagoda master's disciple, and the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer. Qin Feiyang naturally caught it, but he turned a deaf ear to it and walked straight to the door of alchemy room number 2. Their relationship is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the number on the stone door, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure about Wu Yang's talent in alchemy, but he knew that his strength wasn't that great. Therefore, the reason why Wu Yang was able to occupy alchemy room number 2 was mostly because of Wu Shan. Dong! Qin Feiyang knocked hard on the stone door. Time slowly passed. More and more people gathered below. All kinds of discussions were intertwined, making the place extremely noisy. Rumble. Finally. The stone door opened. A young man in white stood behind the door. It was Wu Yang. What are you doing here? Because of the previous incident, Wu Yang had always been very prejudiced against Qin Feiyang. Therefore, when he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, his eyes suddenly became gloomy. However, Qin Feiyang didn't seem to hear it. He narrowed his eyes and looked Wu Yang up and down. Soon. He vaguely sensed a familiar bloody aura on Wu Yang's body. He actually took the blood demon pill too. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes and he said with a faint smile, What? Won't you let me in? You're not welcome. Wu Yang shook his head. It's not up to you. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He directly pushed Wu Yang away and strode in. Wu Yang was about to get angry. I advise you to close the stone door immediately. Otherwise, if those people outside know about your evil deeds, I'm afraid you will die on the spot. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. What do you mean? Wu Yang frowned, but in the end, he still closed the stone door. Just as the stone door closed, Qin Feiyang released his holy aura and directly imprisoned Wu Yang. What are you doing? Wu Yang was shocked and furious. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He tore off Wu Yang's clothes and a Qinquan bag suddenly fell to the ground. If I'm not wrong, there should be more blood demon pills in this Qinquan bag. Qin Feiyang laughed and then bent down to pick up the Qinquan bag and began to search. How did he know? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Wu Yang felt as if he was struck by lightning and his face instantly turned pale. Not long after, Qin Feiyang took out a few blood demon pills from the Qinquan bag. Seeing this, Wu Yang was completely desperate. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood demon pills, then looked at Wu Yang and said with a smile, "You've got guts." As he spoke, he also withdrew his holy aura. Plop. Wu Yang immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Junior brother Mu, no, senior brother Mu, please, don't tell anyone. I'll do whatever you want me to do, it's too late. Young Master Hao already knows about this." Qin Feiyang said. What? Even young Master Hao knows? Wu Yang's face was ashen and terrified to the extreme. Yes. But at present, he only knows that Wu Shan is taking blood demon pills to improve his cultivation, but he doesn't know that you are also taking them. Qin Feiyang said. This is a good thing. Wu Yang said instinctively. This is indeed a good thing. Because as long as I don't say it, young Master Hao will never know. Qin Feiyang laughed. Wu Yang looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze and suddenly understood and said, "What do you want me to do to keep this secret?" Very smart. First, I want 3 kinds of 7th grade alchemy fire. Second, find out the location of Mujia's lair as soon as possible. Third, if there is any movement in your Qilan tribe, you must tell me as soon as possible. Qin Feiyang said. This, Wu Yang was dumbfounded. The third point is not difficult, but with the 7th grade alchemy fire and Mujia's lair, it is impossible to do. Whether you can do it or not is your business, I just want the result. Qin Feiyang said. Well, I will try my best. Wu Yang gritted his teeth and nodded. Because he knew that he had no choice but to agree. Then I will wait for your good news. In addition, go and fake a scene of Wu Shan being killed. Qin Feiyang said. Brother Shan is dead? Wu Yang's face suddenly changed. Yes, I killed him. Only blame him for being stupid and overconfident to come and attack me. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and then his hands formed a seal. A seal of slavery appeared in an instant and merged into Wu Yang's head. He did this just in case. After the seal of slavery was completed, he did not continue to stay and immediately opened the portal to leave. Even Brother Shan was killed. Wu Yang took a long time to recover, and sadly said. Brother Shan, why are you so stupid? Of all people to mess with, you had to provoke this evil star. Now, you dragged me down with you. In addition to the sadness, he also began to resent Wu Shan. If it weren't for Wu Shan's repeated instigation, he wouldn't have touched this blood pill. It's you who put me in this situation, I can only let you down. After a while, Wu Yang muttered to himself as he opened a teleportation gate and walked in. Late that night, Wu Yang returned to the main tower with blood all over his body, both of his arms were broken. And, he also brought back a piece of news that shocked countless people. Wu Shan was dead. The specific situation was that he and Wu Shan went to the mountains to hunt in the afternoon, and when they were about to return in the evening, they were suddenly attacked by a saint beast. Wu Shan was killed on the spot. And even his body was swallowed by the saint beast. He himself had only managed to escape with great difficulty. And because of the relationship between Wu Yang and Wu Shan, after hearing this news, whether it was the people of the main tower or the people of the Qilan tribe, they didn't have any doubts. Of course. After all, Wu Shan was the king of the second tower. His death was a great loss to the Qilan tribe and the main tower. They all felt angry and regretful. However, the tragedy had already happened, so they could only accept it. Only Qin Feiyang knew that this was a lie made up by Wu Yang. No. There was another person who knew. This person was young Master Hao. Deep in the main tower, In a certain mountain stream, there was an exquisite courtyard. Young Master House sat alone in the garden, staring at the night sky, his eyes full of confusion. During the day, Qin Feiyang told him that Wu Shan died in the White Tiger Mountain Range, and was killed by Qin Feiyang. Why did it change at night? What was hidden in this? Was Qin Feiyang lying, or was Wu Yang lying? Similarly, in the depths of the main tower, in a secluded place, there was also a courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard, it was brightly lit. In the hall of the attic, an old man in white sat in front of the tea table, staring at the bubbling teapot. His hands were clenched together, and his old face was full of anger. It was Elder Wang. On the left and right sides of the tea table, there was a middle-aged couple sitting. Both of them looked middle-aged. The man was more than 1.8 meters, neither fat nor thin, wearing a purple robe. His 2 thick eyebrows were neatly trimmed, like 2 sharp swords, exuding a fierce aura. The middle-aged woman was also wearing a purple robe, with a gorgeous jade hairpin on her head. Her long hair was tied up high, and she looked graceful and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. The 2 of them were also silent, and their faces were quite ugly. In the hall, except for the sound of boiling tea, there was a dead silence. At the same time, a woman in white was hiding outside the door. It was none other than Wang Yu. She stuck her head out, glancing at Elder Wang and the other 2 from time to time, looking extremely nervous. Bastard. Time passed by slowly. Suddenly, Elder Wang slammed his palm on the coffee table, and the boiling teapot was immediately sent flying. It rolled onto the floor and shattered into pieces with a loud crack. Wang Yu's delicate body trembled, and she immediately retracted her head, her face full of panic. Seeing Elder Wang flip out, the middle-aged couple was also a little nervous and worried. Whoosh! Suddenly, Elder Wang looked at the door with an aggressive gaze and shouted, "How long are you going to stand outside? Get your ass in here. Bastard, it's all your fault." Wang Yu cursed secretly. The person she was cursing was naturally Qin Feiyang. Chapter 965. Look up at me. Wang Su shouted coldly. He usually only doted on Wang Yu and was even afraid that she would melt in his hands. But at this moment, he just couldn't control the anger in his heart. Wang Yu's delicate body trembled as she raised her head and looked at Wang Su pitifully. 2 drops of tears were squeezed out of her eyes. Don't pretend to be pitiful. Wang Su ignored her and said in a deep voice, "Do you know how much this matter has affected us?" "I know," Wang Yu nodded and immediately explained, "But grandfather, I was forced. It's all that bastard Ancestor Mu's fault." Forced? Ancestor Mu is just a 1-star battle saint. How can he force you, a 9-star battle saint, to do such a thing? Do you think I'm stupid? Cough cough. Wang Su became angrier as he spoke and finally coughed violently. "Father, don't be angry. It's not good for your health to be angry." The purple-clothed woman immediately stood up and gently patted Wang Su's back. At the same time, she gave Wang Yu a look. Wang Yu looked at the purple-clothed woman and then lowered her head, saying, "Grandfather, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Wang Su took a deep breath and gestured for the purple-clothed woman to leave. The purple-clothed woman looked at Wang Yu helplessly and returned to her seat, remaining silent. Wang Su looked at Wang Yu for a moment and suddenly pointed to the middle-aged couple. He looked at Wang Yu and said, "Your parents are high-ranking people in the main pagoda. As for your grandfather, although I'm old, I'm still a person of virtue and prestige. Now that you've done such a thing, where are our faces?" "Yes. We've always warned you not to use charm unless it's a last resort. Why didn't you listen?" The purple-clothed man next to him also sighed. "Father, mother, grandfather, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive me." Wang Yu looked at the 3 of them and lowered her head. In fact, she also felt wronged. Not only was she taken advantage of, but she also came back to be scolded. What was going on? Looking at Wang Yu's appearance, the purple-clothed woman couldn't bear it. She turned to Wang Su and said with a smile, "Father, you see, it has already happened. You, also knows her mistake. Please calm down and don't scold her." "Scolding her and your heart ached?" "I'm telling you, I still want to beat her up. And you guys, if it weren't for you guys spoiling her and accommodating her in everything, would she have dared to do such a thing today?" Wang Su vented his anger on the middle-aged couple. "Father, that's not right. Aren't you the one who usually dotes on you the most? Why are you blaming us now?" The purple-clothed woman was displeased. "What is it? Can't I say that you are?" Wang Su was fuming with rage. "Yes, but," the purple-robed woman nodded, but before she could finish her sentence, the purple-robed man beside her transmitted his voice. "Can't you see that the old man is in a fit of anger? Stop talking so much." The purple-clothed woman's lips moved, but she chose to remain silent in the end. Then, the purple-robed man looked at Wang Su and said with a smile, "Father, now that things have come to this, it's useless to say more. It's better to think about how to solve this problem." After a moment of silence, Wang Su pointed to the door and said to Wang Yu, "Stand outside. Go quickly. Don't make your grandfather angry again." The middle-aged couple immediately sent voice transmissions to Wang Yu. Wang Yu turned around and walked out aggrievedly. Wang Su waved his sleeve and the door closed with a bang. Wang Yu put her ear on the door, wanting to hear what the three of them were talking about. But there was no sound from inside. Obviously, Wang Su and the other two in the room were secretly communicating. A moment later, Wang Su finally walked out and glanced at Wang Yu, saying in a deep voice, "I'm going to meet the chief pagoda master, and from now on, without my order, you're not allowed to leave this place." "Yes." Wang Yu lowered her head and replied like an obedient child. "Humph." Wang Su snorted and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the night sky at lightning speed. The middle-aged couple also did the same. "Father, Mother, what's the result of your discussion with Grandpa?" Wang Yu quickly looked at the two of them and asked. "Sigh." The two of them looked at Wang Yu deeply and finally let out a long sigh. Without saying anything, they flew into the sky and left. "How can this be? I'm the victim, shouldn't you ask for my opinion first?" Wang Yu stomped her feet in anger. "Sister, are you sure you're the victim?" Suddenly, a wicked laugh sounded, and outside the courtyard, a young man in white walked out of the darkness. It was young Master Hao. "Brat, what did you say?" Wang Yu looked at young Master Hao and suddenly frowned. Young Master Hao flashed and landed beside Wang Yu, smiling slyly. "Sister, how do you feel?" "How do I feel?" Wang Yu was stunned and asked. Young Master Hao said, "Nonsense, of course it's the feeling of being intimate with Ancestor Mu." "Are you courting death?" Wang Yu stretched out her claws and grabbed young Master Hao's face. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go." For a time, young Master Hao howled miserably. "Humph." Wang Yu snorted and let go of her hand. Staring at the night sky, she said, "This bastard, I will not let him go." Alas. "Brother Mu, you're on your own now." Looking at Wang Yu's fierce look, young Master Hao couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, muttering secretly. "By the way, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to laugh at me." Wang Yu turned to look at young Master Hao, and the threat in her eyes was not concealed at all. "You're my most respected sister. How can I be here to laugh at you?" Young Master Hao said righteously. In fact, he was here to laugh at her. "Then what are you here for?" Wang Yu frowned. Young Master Hao sneakily glanced around and said with a low voice, "I'm here to give you advice." Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and she said, "Tell me." "Ancestor Mu, this bastard, how dare he bully you? We can't let him go easily. So I think it's best to kill him directly." Young Master Hao said indignantly, but there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "How dare you trick me? You're courting death." Wang Yu's veins suddenly bulged, and she showed a fierce look. Seeing that the situation was not good, young Master Hao decisively slipped away and laughed without looking back. Sister, this is called evil people will be dealt with by evil people. Let's see if you dare to tease us in the future. Then he quickly disappeared into the night sky, leaving Wang Yu standing alone at the door, sulking. In the sky. The waning moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight was hazy. Whoosh! Somewhere in the sacred ground, there was a tall ancient tower. From afar, it looked like an ancient fierce beast lurking in the night. This was the sacred tower. Suddenly, with a piercing sound, a purple stream of light rushed out of the sacred tower and broke through the sky like lightning. At the same time, in the alchemy room of the first tower, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged in the cultivation room, closing his eyes and meditating. Without the need to copy the six-word formula, coupled with the talent given to him by the purple gold dragon blood, his cultivation speed was faster than before. So he didn't want to waste a minute or a second. Besides, there were still 2 years before the miracle would open, and he didn't have time to waste. Time passed by. Dong! Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, and there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Who would come to find him in the middle of the night? He got up and walked to the door. When he opened the stone door, a young man in purple suddenly entered his sight. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This person was tall, and his face was like jade. His eyes were like stars, and his thick black hair was like a sharp sword. He exuded an astonishing aura. The most important thing was that this person's aura was very strong, and Qin Feiyang couldn't see through it at all. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to speak, the young man in purple walked into the alchemy room uninvited. You are? Qin Feiyang frowned. Close the door. The young man in purple didn't answer, nor did he look back at Qin Feiyang. Whether it was his tone or his posture, he was incomparably cold and arrogant. This is my alchemy room. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said coldly. As long as this person was a little polite, he would welcome him with a smile, but this person was too rude. As for those who were rude and unreasonable, he had never been kind to them. The young man in purple slowly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang with an aggressive gaze. If there's nothing else, please leave. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, turning a blind eye. You're really as arrogant and overbearing as the rumors say. But I'm not just anyone. You'd better be sensible and close the door immediately. The young man in purple smiled coldly with a commanding tone. Huh, Qin Feiyang laughed and said, who do you think you are, ordering me around here? Then listen carefully. I'm one of the 3 kings of the Holy Tower, the direct disciple of the Holy Tower Master, and the son of the Qilan tribe's leader, Wu Jian. And your alchemy room number 10 is the leftover one. Now tell me, do I have the right to order you around? Wu Jian said proudly. Qin Feiyang was extremely surprised. He didn't expect this person to have so many identities. The key was that each identity was scary enough. The king of the Holy Tower, the disciple of the Holy Tower Master, the son of the Qilan tribe's leader, this person was truly loved and doted on by everyone. Wait a minute. The son of the Qilan tribe? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled and said, who is Wu Xiao to you? Wu Jian said, he's my younger brother. I see. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said, as far as I know, your younger brother was killed by Qin Feiyang. Since you're so strong, why don't you go find Qin Feiyang for revenge? Why come here to intimidate me? Or did Wu Jian already know his true identity? Hearing these words, Wu Jian's eyes flashed with killing intent and said, you don't need to say this. Qin Feiyang, that ant, will die under my sword sooner or later. Then I'll wait and see. Qin Feiyang chuckled. At the same time, he was secretly relieved. Wu Jian's words were enough to show that he didn't know he was Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang closed the stone door and said indifferently, speak, why are you looking for me? Leave the main tower immediately. No, leave the central divine kingdom and never show yourself in front of Wang Yu again. Wu Jian said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So it was because of Wang Yu He looked at Wu Jian's eyes and found that when Wu Jian mentioned Wang Yu there was a trace of admiration in his eyes. He immediately understood. Chapter 966. I'm really a fool. Qin Feiyang sighed. Because of Wang Yuer's nonsense, not only did he have to worry about Wang Su and Wang Yuer's parents, but he also attracted such a powerful love rival. The key was that he couldn't explain it clearly. Because no one would believe him even if he did. What a headache. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, Wu Jian raised his brows slightly and said, as long as you're willing to leave, I can satisfy any of your conditions. Qin Feiyang looked up at Wu Yan and frowned. Who do you think I am? Stop pretending. Didn't you take a fancy to Wang Yu because of her family background? Wu Jian sneered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It seemed that this person was not only arrogant but also self-righteous. I don't want to waste too much time on you. Tell me, what do you want? Wu Jian said. That gaze was as if he was looking at an insignificant and pitiful worm. What do I want? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and said, I want to ask you, Wang Yu is already my woman now. Don't you dislike her? Damn it. You and her have really, Wu Jian was furious. He took a step forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes on his chest. His eyes were as sharp as a blade. Yes. We are already in the Long Feng house. What's done can't be undone. Maybe soon, she will be pregnant with my child. Qin Feiyang didn't resist and nodded with a smile. I'm going to kill you. Wu Jian's face was ferocious and murderous. Do you dare? We are now in the main tower. Moreover, I will soon become the direct disciple of the main tower master. Killing me is destroying your own future. Qin Feiyang sneered. Wu Jian's pupils constricted as he looked coldly at Qin Feiyang, but in the end, he let go and shook his head. As long as I can get her, I don't care about anything. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He had already said so, but this person actually accepted it. Wasn't this person too magnanimous? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he teased, what if you really has my child? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to call her so intimately? Wu Jian roared angrily, his hands tightly clenched together. It was obvious that his patience had been ground to the limit. First of all, I'm Yu's man. Naturally, I can call her that. Secondly, I'm not interested in the things you mentioned. In the end, you really are a hypocrite. Do you really think I'll believe that you like Yu? You're just interested in her family background and want to use her to achieve your ambitions. Thus, to people like you, I only want to say one thing. Scram as far as you can, and don't bother me. The door is right there. I won't be seeing you out. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened the stone door. He looked at Wu Jian with disgust. All right, just you wait. Even if you become the chief pagoda master's disciple, I won't let you have an easy time. Wu Jian looked at him gloomily. In the end, he flicked his sleeves and left after saying some harsh words. Be careful, there are too many stairs. Don't trip. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled brightly. Wu Jian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Bam! Qin Feiyang waved his hand again and the stone door closed. His eyes also turned cold. This person definitely wouldn't let it go. It seemed that he had to find an opportunity to strike first. He pondered for a while. He took out the image crystal. In a short while, Yan Wei's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said, keep an eye on Wu Jian. If there's a chance, get rid of him. Wu Jian? Yan Wei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, you can ask Li He about his detailed information. In short, I don't want to see him again. Okay. Yan Wei nodded. After turning off the image crystal, he immediately took action. What's so great about being a king of the sacred tower? Since you dare to come looking for trouble, you still have to die. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He also put away the image crystal and entered the cultivation room. He took out a battle chi pill and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. The next day, early in the morning, a group of deacon elders were busy in the square of the pill pagoda. Some people were decorating. Some people were placing chairs and tea tables. Gong Sunbei was also there, but he didn't do anything. He was just supervising. Less than half an hour later, the originally simple square became magnificent. There was a layer of red carpet on the ground. In front of the square, there was a high platform with a golden statue. It was incomparably imposing. What are they doing? The disciples passing by couldn't help but stop and look at the deacon elders suspiciously. They should be preparing for the ceremony. Someone whispered. Sigh. This ancestor Mu is really lucky. How long has it been since he entered the pill pagoda? He was actually valued by the pill pagoda master and even captured the heart of Elder Wang's granddaughter. Why don't I have such luck? Someone sighed, his face full of envy. As time passed breath by breath, more and more people gathered. After the deacon elders were properly arranged, they took their places under the command of Gong Sunbei to maintain order. As for Gong Sunbei, he stayed on the high platform. Gradually, the sun rose from the horizon. The sunlight shone on the earth, reviving everything and making them full of vitality. The leader of the Chilan tribe has come with the high priest to congratulate. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud voice, a middle-aged man descended on the square. Beside him was a black-clothed old man. Both of them had a Chilan pattern on their clothes. Gong Sunbei stood on the high platform and looked at the two with a smile. You two are really early. Please sit. How dare we neglect the Pill Pagoda Master's disciple ceremony? Before his voice faded, two more people appeared out of thin air. They were also a middle-aged man and an old man, but the difference was that on their clothes, there was a small golden sword pattern embroidered on their clothes. They are from the Immortal Sword tribe. It seems that this time, the people from the top 10 tribes will come to congratulate. You must be from the countryside. Don't you know that the Scorpion tribe has been exterminated? Hee, I forgot that it is now one of the top 9 tribes. The surrounding disciples discussed in low voices. Whoosh. Soon, 2 more figures appeared. These two were a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. The man was tall and burly, and the woman was still charming. They came hand in hand. And the pattern on their chests was a lifelike divine python. The leader and high priest of the divine python tribe are also here. This ceremony is really grand. Yes, from today onwards, Ancestor Mu will be a well-known figure in the Central Divine Kingdom. Countless people sighed in their hearts. Thinking back, when Ancestor Mu first entered the Pill Pagoda, who would have thought that there would be such a day? Next, the leaders and high priests of the other top tribes also arrived one after another. Everyone's cultivation was unfathomable. And in addition to the top 9 tribes, the pavilion master of the trading pavilion also came. In short, although there were not many people who came this time, they were all existences standing at the top of the pyramid of the Forgotten Continent. I believe that the master of the head pagoda will be very pleased that everyone is able to come as promised. On behalf of the master of the head pagoda, I would also like to sincerely thank everyone who came from afar. Gong Sunbei smiled and then bowed to everyone. Brother Gong Sun is too polite. Although we are not from the head pagoda, we have always been grateful to the head pagoda. Yes. If the Forgotten Continent did not have the protection of the head pagoda, there would not be tribes like us, and we would not be able to live such a comfortable life. The big shot stood up and smiled. However, as long as one was not a fool, one could tell that these were just polite words. Of course, Gong Sunbei also could not break this layer of membrane. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. Come, serve tea to the lords." Soon, More than a dozen deacon elders came out, carrying teapots and teacups, and sent them to the big shots. The big shots also drank tea while chatting in private. Another half an hour passed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of ear-piercing sound broke through the air. Following closely, one figure after another landed on the square. There were men and women, old and young, and their auras were all extremely powerful. Hanging from their waists was a pure gold medallion. That's right. They were all divine envoys, and there were hundreds of them. As soon as these divine envoys arrived, the square immediately fell silent. Because they all knew that the master of the head pagoda was about to arrive. Sure enough. In less than 10 breaths, the master of the head pagoda appeared on the high platform in front of them out of thin air. And behind the master of the head pagoda, there were dozens of people. Young Master Hao, Wang Yu-er, Wang Su, and Wang Yu-er's parents. The rest were the 10 tower masters of the Pill Pagoda, the 10 peak masters of the Warrior Mountain Range, and the law enforcement elders. Greetings, Master of the Head Pagoda. Everyone below all stood up and bowed. The disciples around even knelt down to worship. Tisk, what's there to worship? But in the crowd, there was a person with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It was Fatso. And Chu Xian was also next to him. In fact, Fatso was not interested in this so-called grand ceremony at all. It was because Chu Xian was coming that he followed to take a look. Today is a very special day. Everyone, don't be so polite, please sit down. The master of the head pagoda said with a smile. The disciples around got up one after another. The big shots also returned to their seats one after another. And the people on the high platform also took their seats one by one. The master of the head pagoda sat in the center, under the golden statue. Next was Elder Wang, Wang Yu-er's parents. Next were the peak masters, tower masters, and law enforcement elders. As for young Master Hao and Wang Yu-er, they stood behind the master of the head pagoda and Elder Wang respectively. The master of the head pagoda glanced at the crowd and was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Gongsun Bei and asked, "Where is Ancestor Mu? Why don't I see him?" Today's main character was Qin Feiyang. Without the main character, the ceremony would definitely not be able to proceed. Faced with the master of the head pagoda's question, Gongsun Bei also had a suspicious look on his face. Young Master Hao frowned and asked Gongsun Bei, "Didn't you send someone to inform him? It's such a big matter that the entire city knows about it. There's no need to specially inform him." Gongsun Bei said. "I say, you're muddle-headed. Don't you know what kind of person he is? He's simply a cultivation maniac. I can guarantee that he definitely doesn't know that a grand ceremony is being held here." Young Master Hao said helplessly. Gongsun Bei was stunned and said with a wry smile, "I neglected that. I'll immediately send someone to call him here." "No need, I'll send a message to him directly." Chapter 967. After a while, Qin Feiyang's shadow appeared. He's really cultivating. Looking at Qin Feiyang sitting cross-legged on the futon in the cultivation room, everyone's face twitched. He didn't even know such an important thing. This person was indeed a cultivation maniac. Young Master Hao frowned and said, "Brother, do you know what day it is today? Why are you still in the mood to cultivate?" "Brother?" Everyone was shocked. This title had extraordinary meaning. What day? Qin Feiyang was a little confused. Young Master Hao was extremely depressed and said helplessly, "I say, can you not cultivate all day long? If you have time, come out more often." "What the hell is going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Young Master Hao stood behind the Chief Pagoda Master, so Qin Feiyang could only see the golden statue and couldn't see the Chief Pagoda Master and the others. And that statue was an old man. He was very familiar with it. It was the statue of the first Chief Pagoda Master. "Are you impatient? Do you know that many people are waiting for you now? Come to the Pill Pagoda Square, immediately, right now." Young Master Hao said, and then turned off the image crystal. Chief Pagoda Master, congratulations, you have a good disciple. Yes. We have all heard about the deeds of this child. Originally, we thought that he was just talented, but we didn't expect him to be so hardworking. With his efforts, he will become a great person in the future. The leaders of the major tribes laughed. Hee hee. The Chief Pagoda Master was also full of smiles. Swish. After a few breaths. Outside the crowd, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. What's going on? Looking at the sea of people in front of him and the gorgeous square, Qin Feiyang was stunned. He's here. At the same time, everyone also looked at Qin Feiyang. Boss is indeed the boss. He accidentally became the center of attention again. In the crowd, Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed, his face full of admiration. What are you waiting for? Come here quickly. On the high platform, young Master Hao waved his hand and shouted. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and looked up. His pupils immediately shrank. The Chief Tower Master is also here? Moreover, why were all the big shots of the main tower here? Could it be that these magnates were going to interrogate him in public because of Wang Yuer? He walked towards the high platform with a nervous heart. The crowd in front automatically retreated to the sides and opened up a path. Their eyes were filled with envy. Something's not right. Why are these people looking at me strangely? The more Qin Feiyang looked, the more puzzled he became. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at the man and woman. This man and woman were the chief and high priestess of the divine python tribe. To be exact, Qin Feiyang was looking at the divine python pattern on their chests. In the meantime, seeing Qin Feiyang looking at them, the chief and high priest of the divine python tribe nodded at Qin Feiyang with a smile to show their friendliness. However, the two of them were also quite puzzled. There were so many people present. Why were they looking at the two of them? Ahem. Seeing this, Gongsun Bei on the high platform clenched his fist and coughed dryly. Qin Feiyang quivered and quickly retracted his gaze. He strode to the bottom of the high platform and bowed. Disciple Mu Zhu greets Lord Chief Pagoda Master and seniors. Yes. Everyone nodded. Gongsun Bei smiled and asked, do you know what day it is today? Please tell me. Qin Feiyang said. Today is the day the Chief Tower Master accepts you as his disciple. This ceremony is specially prepared for you. But you hid in the alchemy room to cultivate and made everyone wait for so long. Gongsun Bei said unhappily. Qin Feiyang was startled. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, so that's how it is. This matter is indeed due to this disciple's negligence. I hope that Lord Chief Pagoda Master and seniors can forgive me. It's okay. Don't listen to Gongsun Bei's nonsense. We just arrived. The Chief Tower Master smiled. I say, sir, can you not ruin my plans? Gongsun Bei looked helplessly at the Chief Tower Master and then at Qin Feiyang. Let me introduce you. He pointed at the leaders of the 9 tribes and said, they are the leaders and high priests of the 9 super tribes. They are here to congratulate you. Qin Feiyang looked at those people and said, thank you, seniors. The leaders of the 9 tribes also showed a faint smile on their faces. And this is the Tower Master of the Trading Pavilion. Gongsun Bei pointed at an old man in white. The old man was skinny and had white hair and a white beard. He held a cane and looked very weak, but the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and said, greetings, Tower Master. Today is a big day for my little friend. No need to be so polite. I'm also indebted to the Chief Tower Master for inviting this old man to participate in the ceremony. Thus, this old man has prepared a small gift. I hope you don't mind. The old man chuckled. With that, the old man stood up and waved his hand. A stream of light flew toward Qin Feiyang. What is it? The Tower Master must have some amazing treasure. Everyone stared at the stream of light. There's a gift? Qin Feiyang was quite surprised and couldn't help but look forward to it. Swish. Finally. The stream of light stopped in front of Qin Feiyang and revealed its true appearance. It turned out to be a cauldron. The cauldron was copper in color and glowed. There were 2 fire phoenixes on it, flapping their wings and looking very lifelike. Such a blazing treasure light. It must be at least a grade 6 cauldron. Everyone was moved and their eyes were burning. The old man smiled and said, "This cauldron is called the Fire Phoenix Cauldron. It is a grade 7 cauldron. Please accept it." What? A grade 7 cauldron? The scene was in an uproar. Even the leaders and high priests of the 9 super tribes couldn't help but be moved. The so-called gift was actually a grade 7 cauldron. This old man was really generous. Qin Feiyang was also a little excited. He was worried that he couldn't find a grade 7 cauldron. He didn't expect that someone would give it to him now. "Senior, thank you for your gift. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me." Qin Feiyang bowed and said. The old man chuckled, returned to his seat and fell silent. Qin Feiyang immediately put away the Fire Phoenix Cauldron. At this time, the leader of the Divine Python tribe stood up. With a clang, a cluster of elixir fire appeared. "Little brother, our Divine Python tribe is not as rich as the trading tower. This is a grade 6 cauldron fire. Please don't mind it." As soon as he finished speaking, the leader of the Divine Python tribe waved his hand and the elixir fire flew to Qin Feiyang. "Thank you, senior." Qin Feiyang bowed and thanked him. The grade 6 cauldron fire was indeed of no value to him, but it was better than nothing, right? Moreover, the grade 6 cauldron fire was also a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Even if he didn't need it, he could give it away or exchange it for a large amount of wealth. Next, the leaders of the other super tribes also presented congratulatory gifts. There were precious medicinal herbs. There were superior battle arts. There were weapons that could cut iron like mud. There were grade 5 cauldron fires. Compared to the trading tower and the Divine Python tribe, these gifts were much inferior. But Qin Feiyang still accepted them one by one. After all, this was a token of goodwill from others. If he refused in public, not only would it embarrass others, but it would also show that he didn't know how to behave. After receiving the gifts, Gong Sunbei smiled and said, "Now the apprenticeship ceremony begins. Please keep quiet. Wait." At this moment, a heavenly voice sounded. Following closely, in the distant void, a pale golden figure broke through the air like lightning. Who is she?" Everyone looked at the golden figure suspiciously. "It's her." But there was a trace of excitement in young Master Hao's eyes. Because the person who came was the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix House. Qin Feiyang also recognized her voice, and there was a trace of doubt on his face. Whoosh! After a few breaths, the woman landed on the square and slowly walked towards the high platform. She had an exquisite figure and wore a pale golden floor-length dress. Her entire person looked incomparably luxurious. But on her face, there was also a pale golden veil covering her true face. Only a pair of ethereal eyes could be seen. And those eyes were crystal clear like black gemstones, without the slightest impurity. "Greetings to the Chief Tower Master. I came uninvited. I hope the Chief Tower Master will forgive me." The woman stood beside Qin Feiyang and bowed respectfully to the head pagoda master. The Chief Tower Master looked at the woman suspiciously and smiled. "All visitors are guests. Prepare a seat." A deacon elder immediately stepped forward, took out a seat from his chinquan bag, and placed it next to the pavilion master of the trading tower. "Thank you." The woman smiled and then looked at Qin Feiyang. She took out a jade box from her bosom and handed it to Qin Feiyang. She smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Mu, this is a small gift I prepared. I hope you will accept it." Qin Feiyang took it in his hand suspiciously. He opened the jade box and saw a jade slip inside. Qin Feiyang took out the jade slip and immersed his mind into it. Immediately, his eyes trembled. This was a perfect battle art. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and put away the jade box and jade slip. He cupped his hands and smiled. "Thank you, young master." The woman smiled, turned around and walked to the front of the seat. She nodded to the pavilion master and sat there elegantly and quietly. And young Master Hao's gaze was always on her. The chief tower master frowned and said, "Hao, behave yourself." "Got it." Young Master Hao glanced at him impatiently and then looked at the woman again. The adoration on his face was not concealed at all. Gong Sunbei also looked at the woman and then smiled. Then let the ceremony begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a deacon elder walked out with an exquisite tray with a cup of tea on it. The fragrance of the tea spread as he walked to Qin Feiyang. "Ancestor Mu, there are 3 steps to the apprenticeship ceremony. The first step is to bow. The second step is to serve tea. The third step is to accept the Chief Tower Master's test. After completing these 3 steps, you will officially become the Chief Tower Master's personal disciple." Gong Sunbei smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and bowed 3 times to the Chief Tower Master. Then, he walked to the high platform with the teacup. "I won't let you do as you wish." At the same time, somewhere in the crowd stood a young man in purple. He looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of killing intent. It was Wu Jian. Then. Chapter 968. In an instant, everyone looked at Wu Jian. Qin Feiyang also raised his eyebrows, stopped, and turned to look at Wu Jian, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. It was not easy to get to this point. If he failed because of this person, he would never let this person go. "Wu Jian, what are you doing?" On the high platform, a purple-clothed woman frowned. She was Wang Yu's mother, the Holy Tower Master, and Wu Jian's master. Wu Jian bowed and said, "Master, disciple has something to say." The purple-clothed woman said angrily, "Can't you wait until the ceremony is over?" As an existence second only to the Chief Tower Master, she naturally knew Qin Feiyang's situation very well. Not only was he highly valued by her father, Wang Su, but he also had a very good relationship with young Master Hao. The most important thing was that the Chief Tower Master also liked this child very much. So Wu Jian suddenly jumped out to stop them, which would definitely cause these people to be dissatisfied. Sure enough, whether it was Wang Su or young Master Hao, they all frowned. Wu Jian said, "Master, it's too late to say these words now." "You," the purple-clothed woman was furious. "Let him speak." At this moment, the Chief Tower Master spoke, looking a little displeased. "Yes." The purple-clothed woman respectfully responded, looked at Wu Jian, and said, "Hurry up and say it, then leave." Wu Jian glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the Chief Tower Master and the others, and said, "Disciple thinks that Ancestor Mu is not worthy to be the Chief Tower Master's disciple." "Nonsense. Go back to the Holy Land." The purple-clothed woman suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. Others might not know, but she knew that Qin Feiyang had obtained the inheritance of the first Chief Tower Master and was the next Chief Tower Master candidate. And he had an appointment with the Chief Tower Master. If he was not worthy, who was? But in the face of the purple-clothed woman's rebuke, Wu Jian was not afraid, and said, "Master, lords, disciple admits that Ancestor Mu's talent is indeed amazing, but what about his strength?" The Chief Tower Master and the others looked at each other, then looked at Wu Jian again, waiting for him to continue. Wu Jian said, "Disciple went to see him last night, and felt that his strength was not very good." "Are you strong?" A disdainful voice sounded from the crowd. It was Fatso. But as soon as Fatso spoke, a portion of the surrounding disciples immediately looked at him strangely. "What is it? Am I wrong?" Fatso frowned. "Of course you're wrong. And it's a grave mistake. Do you know who he is?" "His name is Wu Jian, one of the 3 kings of the Holy Tower. It is said that he is about to break through to the combat emperor realm. Do you think he's strong? A few disciples said disdainfully. I'll go. Fatso was dumbfounded. Wasn't this too terrifying? In the meantime, Wu Jian looked at Fatso with disdain, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, if you don't agree with what I said, you can have a one-on-one duel with me. Duel? Everyone was stunned. This was a little too much. One was a 1-star battle saint while the other was a 9-star battle saint. There was simply no comparison. Have you had enough? If you're done, then go back. The purple-clothed woman was on the verge of exploding in anger. Wu Jian's current actions were undoubtedly embarrassing her. And Wu Jian seemed to have long expected that everyone would have such a reaction. He looked at Qin Feiyang with contempt and said, of course, I won't bully you. I will suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you still don't dare to accept my challenge, then I can only say that you are really a piece of trash. Seeing that Wu Jian was becoming more and more unscrupulous, the purple-clothed woman clenched her fists and was about to flip out. Actually, I feel that this battle needs to continue. After all, to become the chief pagoda master's disciple, one must have extraordinary means. Suddenly, a faint laughter sounded in the square. The person who spoke was the leader of the Qilan tribe. He was also Wu Jian's father. Although he didn't know why Wu Jian did this, as a father, he had to fully support his son. Seriously thinking about it, what Brother Wu said does make sense. Talent is important, but if you don't have powerful strength, it's useless. Another leader of a super tribe chimed in. Gong Sunbei looked at the chief pagoda master. The chief pagoda master pondered for a while, glanced at Wu Jian, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, since someone doubts your ability, then you might as well prove it to them. Yes. Qin Feiyang bowed and replied. Give me the teacup. Gong Sunbei stepped forward and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang handed it over. Gong Sunbei took the teacup and retreated to the side. At the same time, Fatso anxiously transmitted his voice, Boss, you can't just casually attack. What if he got injured and exposed the purple gold dragon blood? I know. I won't give him a chance to fight back. Qin Feiyang secretly replied, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Wu Jian also sneered. Whoosh! The two rushed into the sky almost at the same time, standing in the air. At the same time, Mu Qing stood at the back of the crowd in a low-key manner. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang, her eyes sparkling. Suddenly, he lowered his head and glanced at the chief pagoda master and others on the high platform, then opened the portal and appeared over a mountain outside the city, and immediately took out the image crystal. Buzz! The next moment, a middle-aged man materialized. Mu Qing said, Father, let's act immediately. Act? Mu Jia's lord was stunned, his face was full of puzzlement. Mu Qing said, grab the scorching star flame. When Mu Jia's lord heard this, his face was full of surprise. He asked, aren't we going to wait for Qin Feiyang? We're not waiting. I know Qin Feiyang too well. If we really wait for him to grab the scorching star flame, he will definitely not give it to us. And at the beginning, when we cooperated with him, we also said that when he grabbed the scorching star flame, we would exchange it with the fire Qilan. Father, are you willing to give him the fire Qilan? Mu Qing said. Of course not. Mu Jia's lord said without hesitation. The fire Qilan is a mythological beast, and it's still a mythological beast standing at the top of the pyramid. In the future, it will become the strongest support of the Mu Jia. So, it's better for us to do it ourselves. And now, the big shots of the chief pagoda are in the Pill Pagoda Square. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. Mu Qing said. Mu Jia's lord hesitated. Because he has already figured out the background of the chief pagoda, in addition to the chief pagoda, there are 3 terrifying existences in the land of inheritance. Father, we can't hesitate anymore. As long as we do it quickly, no one will find out it's us. And when we do it, let someone disguise themselves as Qin Feiyang and go to the chief pagoda. At that time, the chief pagoda will naturally think that it's Qin Feiyang who took the scorching star flame. Mu Qing said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Hearing this, Mu Jia's lord nodded fiercely, and the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang, this time you've finally lost to me. Mu Qing sneered, opened the portal again, and returned to the Pill Pagoda Square. Everyone's attention is now on Qin Feiyang and Wu Jian, so no one noticed that he had left. In the blink of an eye, Gong Sunbei glanced at Qin Feiyang and Wu Jian, and said, "Let's begin." Boom! Wu Jian's aura suddenly erupted, and the holy aura swept in all directions. Following closely, his aura continued to fall. Soon, he suppressed his cultivation to the level of a one-star battle saint. You say, if you lose here, will the chief pagoda master still accept you as a disciple? He was not in a hurry to make a move, and secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang, with a thick playfulness. So confident? Then you'd better go all out, or else you may be the one to lose face. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Back then, he could even defeat the emperor, let alone this clown in front of him. However, he did not dare to be too careless. Because right now, he had many methods that he could not use. For example, battle soul, battle art. Even the divine dragon's secret art might expose his identity. Because the divine dragon's secret art was the most powerful divine art of his ancestor, and it might have been used in the Forgotten Continent. And once it was used, someone would definitely know. Of course. It could also be that he was being paranoid. But in this situation, he did not dare to gamble, nor did he have the capital to gamble. You still dare to be arrogant? It seems that you don't know how strong I am. Let me tell you, even if I suppress my cultivation to a one-star battle saint, I can still kill you in seconds. Wu Jian sneered secretly, his killing intent piercing to the bone. Obviously. Not only did Qin Feiyang have the intention to kill, Wu Jian also had the intention to kill. In short, both of them had made up their minds to kill each other today. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and said, if you want to fight, then hurry up, don't waste my time. Prepare to die. Wu Jian's gaze turned cold, and he immediately took a mysterious step, rushing towards Qin Feiyang. His speed was extremely fast. Using a perfect auxiliary technique from the start, it seems that this bitch is planning to defeat Ancestor Mu easily. Young Master Hao muttered, then looked at Qin Feiyang, and his expression suddenly froze. What did this bastard mean? Why was he motionless like a wooden man? Qin Feiyang indeed did not move, and there was not the slightest bit of aura around his body, giving people the feeling that he had given up resisting. But no one noticed that his hands were tightly clenched together. They also did not know that on his palms, a golden return word had appeared. What the hell? Why don't you rush up and fight? Could it be like what Wu Jian said, that this person only has talent, but no strength? Looking at Qin Feiyang standing motionlessly in the air, the eyes of the crowd below were filled with suspicion. Leader, who do you think will win? The high priest of the Qilan tribe secretly asked the leader of the Qilan tribe. Is there a need to ask? Jian is the most outstanding genius of my Qilan tribe. Usually, he often goes outside the city to fight with beasts to cultivate his combat awareness. As for this Ancestor Mu, according to my inquiry, ever since he entered the main tower, he has been squatting in the alchemy room to cultivate in seclusion every day. It can be seen that he must be a pampered master with no combat experience. So there is no suspense at all. The final winner will definitely be Jian. The leader of the Qilan tribe smiled confidently. Makes sense. The high priest of the Qilan tribe nodded. If these words were heard by Qin Feiyang, he would definitely laugh from ear to ear. Pampered? In his dictionary, there had never been these words. Chapter 969. Boom. Finally. Wu Jian flew in front of Qin Feiyang. Are you afraid? If not, why aren't you moving? But it's too late to be afraid now. This is the consequence of going against me. Qilin Battle Fist. He sneered inwardly as he threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. The shadow of a fire Qilin roared out from Wu Jian's fist, exuding an aura that could destroy the world. This was also a perfect battle technique. The consequence of going against you. Qin Feiyang was silent, but his eyes were full of mockery. He really didn't know where this person found the confidence to say such words. The Qilin Battle Fist whistled. That powerful aura was earth-shattering, and even the void was trembling and distorting violently. It was also at this moment that Qin Feiyang moved. He suddenly raised his clenched hands, and two dazzling golden lights bloomed. Puff! Boom! Wu Jian was blasted away on the spot, spitting out blood, and his face was full of disbelief. Everything happened too suddenly, too quickly, and the people below did not know what was going on. But Wu Jian felt it deeply. Just as Qin Feiyang raised his hand, his Qilin Battle Fist actually changed sides and pounced back at him. Giving oneself a taste of their own medicine, what kind of battle art was this? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang's attack succeeded, and he instantly caught up and stood behind Wu Jian. Your biggest mistake is to suppress your cultivation to challenge me. Now, I'll send you to the afterlife. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent, and before Wu Jian could react, his right hand was like a blade, sinking into Wu Jian's back and grabbing Wu Jian's heart. No! That fatal crisis made Wu Jian tremble, and he hurriedly yelled. At the same time, the suppressed cultivation base also burst out. However, just before his aura erupted, Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and his 5 fingers suddenly contracted, crushing Wu Jian's heart on the spot. Ah! A shrill scream resounded through the sky. At the same time, these screams also impacted everyone's eardrums and shocked everyone's hearts. Wu Jian is dead. He was insta-killed. When everyone saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. The chief pagoda master and the others were also extremely shocked. The entire process of Qin Feiyang's attack happened in the blink of an eye. They couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. It was too fast. None of them had expected Qin Feiyang's methods to be so swift and terrifying. Furthermore, he did not expect that he would kill Wu Jian directly. All right. The fatty in the crowd was also shocked. However, when he came back to his senses, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He roared excitedly in his heart. In front of countless big shots, and even in front of the Qilin tribe's chief, he mercilessly killed Wu Jian. Only someone with such courage and means is worthy of being Fatso's boss, worthy of being Fatso's idol. The square of the Pill Pagoda fell into a dead silence. Qin Feiyang pulled back his arm. His hand was dripping with blood, while Wu Jian fell down powerlessly. The fluctuations of life had already disappeared. Jian, An angry roar broke the dead silence. The chief of the Qilin tribe suddenly stood up and rushed into the sky, holding Wu Jian in his arms. Seeing that Wu Jian was already dead, a substantial murderous aura suddenly rose from his body. Whoosh! He suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang. He was like an enraged beast with bloodshot eyes. Qin Feiyang's expression was indifferent. He took out a white robe from his chinkuan bag and wiped the bloodstains on his hands. He said indifferently, I don't easily accept other people's challenges. However, as long as I accept, only one person can survive. Domineering. Everyone's heart trembled. In their eyes, that frail-looking figure was like a towering mountain, incomparably majestic. I admit that this matter is my son's fault. However, aren't you a bit too ruthless? The chief of the Qilin tribe was furious. Not only did he kill his son, but he also dared to be so arrogant. This was simply unforgivable. Ruthless? Don't be naive. I have no obligation to let go of someone who repeatedly provoked me. He can only blame himself for overestimating himself. At the same time, this is also a warning to some people who have bad intentions and are arrogant. Not everyone in the world will spoil you like your parents. This world is very cruel. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He threw away the robe that was used to wipe the bloodstains and landed on the high platform in front of Gong Sunbei. Gong Sunbei looked at the chief of the Qilan tribe and then looked at Qin Feiyang. He frowned and said, "You've made a big deal out of this." Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Before the duel, you didn't say that you couldn't kill." Gong Sunbei was dazed. He smiled bitterly and said, "So it's still my fault." "You're not wrong." "I'm not wrong. He's the one who's wrong. He shouldn't have jumped out to cause trouble at such an important ceremony. He has to pay the price for doing wrong," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Gong Sunbei couldn't refute. He couldn't help but look at the Chief Tower Master. "Lord Chief Pagoda Master, please uphold justice for my son. Also, Holy Pagoda Master, my son is your personal disciple. Can you just stand by and watch him die?" The chief of the Qilan tribe looked at the Chief Tower Master and the purple-clothed woman and cried out. The purple-clothed woman frowned. To be honest, she was also very dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang's approach. However, for some reason, she couldn't blame Qin Feiyang. As for the Chief Tower Master, he lowered his head and remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Suddenly, Wang Su said, "This old man thinks that Ancestor Mu didn't do anything wrong. If it were this old man would have done the same." "Father." The purple-clothed woman turned to look at Wang Su. Her expression was full of displeasure. Wang Su turned a blind eye and said indifferently, "Although Wu Jian is talented, he doesn't see the big picture. What's going on now? The Chief Tower Master is accepting a disciple. We old fellows don't dare to talk nonsense. He, a mere disciple, actually dares to jump out and cause trouble? This old man would like to ask, who lent him this courage? Actually, we all know that he is jealous of Ancestor Mu. It can also be seen how narrow-minded he is, speaking of which." Wang Su couldn't help but sneer and said, "It's difficult for such a person to become a great person." The chief of the Qilan tribe said angrily, "Elder Wang, how can you speak for an outsider?" Wu Jian was the disciple of the purple-clothed woman. The purple-clothed woman was Wang Su's daughter-in-law. So in the eyes of the Qilan tribe leader, they were all family, and Qin Feiyang was just an outsider. Outsider? I'm sorry, but in this old man's eyes, whether it is Ancestor Mu or Wu Jian, they are all disciples of the Chief Tower. There is no distinction between inside and outside. Wang Su said expressionlessly, not giving the Qilan tribe leader any face. "You," the chief of the Qilan tribe was furious. "Enough." But at this moment, the silent Chief Tower Master raised his eyebrows slightly, looked up at the crowd, and said, "This matter is indeed Wu Jian's fault. You can't blame Ancestor Mu. Of course. Ancestor Mu doesn't care about the friendship between fellow disciples. It is also wrong. When the ceremony is over, this lord will punish him to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. And this matter will end here." After the Chief Tower Master finished speaking, he nodded to Gong Sunbei. Gong Sunbei understood and handed the teacup in his hand to Qin Feiyang, secretly saying, "See, the Chief Tower Master is obviously biased towards you. Don't let him down in the future." Qin Feiyang nodded, took the teacup, turned and walked in front of the Chief Tower Master, bowed and said, "Lord, please have some tea." "Still calling me Lord? Why are you so stupid?" Gong Sunbei secretly scolded. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then bowed again and said, "Master, please have some tea." "Good." The Chief Tower Master smiled, took the teacup, and gently took a sip, then put it on the tea table next to him. Gong Sunbei smiled and said, "Now, the third step is to accept the Chief Tower Master's test." The Chief Tower Master waved his hand and said, "Forget about the test, because this lord has already tested him a long time ago." "Already tested him? When? How come we didn't know?" When everyone heard this, they were all extremely shocked. The Chief Tower Master looked at Gong Sunbei and said, "Explain to them." "Okay." Gong Sunbei nodded. Then he looked at the leaders of the various tribes and the surrounding disciples and said, I believe everyone is wondering why the Chief Tower Master said this. Actually, Lord Chief Pagoda Master gave Ancestor Mu a huge test long ago. This test was that as long as Ancestor Mu could break through to the Battle Saint realm in 2 years, the Chief Tower Master would accept him as a disciple. And the result was that Ancestor Mu used less than a month to break through to the Battle Saint realm. Gongsun Bei said. So that's how it is. Everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that Ancestor Mu had already been decided, and this ceremony was just a formality. Everyone could not help but look at Wu Jian with sympathy. If Wu Jian was still alive and heard Gongsun Bei's words, he would probably vomit blood from anger. Seeing that situation, the leader of the Qilan tribe gloomily looked at Qin Feiyang, opened the teleportation gate, hugged Wu Jian, and without even saying goodbye, left without even looking back. The high priest of the Qilan tribe also hurriedly followed. Serves him right. The leaders and high priests of the other super tribes watched the portal disappear with a trace of schadenfreude in their eyes. If the Qilan tribe leader had come out to stop Wu Jian when he was causing trouble, Wu Jian would not have lost his life. Unfortunately. As a father, not only did he not stop it, he even supported it. Therefore, the Qilan tribe leader was partly responsible for Wu Jian's death. Gongsun Bei and the others on the high platform did not have much of a reaction to the two's departure. Suddenly, the Chief Tower Master stood up. Everyone thought that he was going to leave and was about to bow to see him off. But he did not. The Chief Tower Master glanced at everyone present and said with a smile, There is one more thing that I want to announce personally here. Announce personally? Looks like it must be something big. Everyone murmured secretly. The Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang and then at Wang Yu, and said, I believe everyone has already heard about the matter between Ancestor Mu and Wang Yu. Everyone nodded. Chapter 970. Last night, Elder Wang came to find me late at night to discuss how to solve this matter. After all, Wang Yu is a girl. If such a thing happens, if it is not solved in time, it will definitely affect her reputation. And after our discussion, we finally thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. The Chief Pagoda Master laughed. Best of both worlds? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, his eyes full of expectation. This was the problem that he had the most headache about now. If there was really a way to have the best of both worlds, it would undoubtedly be a great help to him. Sister, do you know what the way is? Young Master Hao secretly asked. I was just about to ask you. Wang Yu whispered. Young Master Hao was stunned. Wang Yu didn't know either. He looked at the Chief Pagoda Master and Wang Su. What method did these two old guys come up with? At the same time, the Chief Pagoda Master turned to look at Wang Su and transmitted his voice, Elder Wang, before I say it, think about it again. It's not too late to regret now. Elder Wang said, at this point, there's nothing to think about, say it. Okay. The Chief Pagoda Master nodded and faced the crowd again, saying, after my discussion with Elder Wang, we finally decided that since the two of them are in love with each other, it's better to fulfill their wish. Now, I will personally grant them a marriage. What the hell? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He never thought that the two of them would come up with such a method. Grant a marriage? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Young Master Hao was also stunned. Wang Yu looked at the Chief Pagoda Master and Wang Su dumbfounded. The crowd around also became restless. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. He had just become the Chief Pagoda Master's personal disciple, and he was immediately granted a marriage. And it was Elder Wang's granddaughter. This guy was way too lucky. In the future, who would dare to offend him in the Chief Pagoda? The Chief Pagoda Master looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu and said with a smile, You two have no objections, right? Yes. The two spoke almost at the same time. The Chief Pagoda Master frowned. Wang Su, the purple-clothed woman, and the purple-clothed man also raised their eyebrows without a trace. At the same time, Wang Yu-er looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "It's a blessing that I can marry you. What can you say?" "Thank you. But I can't afford to enjoy this blessing," Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Bastard, don't go too far." Wang Yu-er gritted her teeth. "I'm going too far? Let me tell you, I don't want to argue with you. Otherwise, you'll be even more embarrassed," Qin Feiyang said. Wang Yu-er was so angry that her body trembled. She looked at Chief Pagoda Master and Wang Su and said, "I don't agree." "Don't mess around," Wang Su shouted. "Grandpa, this is my personal matter. What right do you have to decide for me? Besides, have you asked for your parents' opinion?" Wang Yu-er said angrily. "We've already agreed," the purple-clothed woman said. The man in purple nodded as well. Wang Yu-er pointed at the three of them. Her face was full of disbelief. She had actually decided her marriage just like that? "You're too hasty. Have you asked me? I'm not your pet. In short, I don't agree." Wang Yu-er turned her head. Her eyes were red and she looked very aggrieved. "I don't agree either," Qin Feiyang said. This was simply nonsense. Chief Pagoda Master and the other three looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This was originally a joyous occasion, but they didn't expect that the two parties were unwilling. "Humph. This matter is not up to you." A moment later, Wang Su snorted. It seemed that he was determined to let the two of them get married. "Then I'll die," Wang Yu-er said angrily. Tears came out. Wang Su suddenly stood up and glared at Wang Yu-er. He shouted, "You even dare to disobey my words? Are you trying to rebel?" Seeing this, the purple-clothed woman hurriedly stood up and comforted, "Father, calm down. I'll talk to her." "Talk about what?" "This matter is settled. There's no room for discussion," Wang Su said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Elder Wang, I know your intention, but this is too childish." "Shut up." Wang Su glared at him. Qin Feiyang frowned, but in the end, he chose to remain silent. At the same time, the purple-clothed woman walked to Wang Yuer's side and whispered, "Yuer, in fact, your father and I are reluctant to hand you over to Ancestor Mu, but there's no other way now. Yes, if you and Ancestor Mu don't get married, you will definitely be laughed at in the future. In fact, in the end, this is all caused by you. You have to accept our arrangement." The purple-clothed man also came over to persuade her. Wang Yuer said anxiously, "But I don't have any feelings for him at all, and he's not worthy of me." "Feelings can be cultivated slowly. When I married your mother, didn't we also have no feelings for each other? But look how well we're doing now. As for whether he's worthy of you or not, as your father, I also admit that he is indeed not worthy of you right now. But as long as he is willing to work hard, with his ability and talent, he will definitely achieve something in the future." The purple-clothed man laughed. Seeing that his father and mother had already made up their minds, Wang Yuer couldn't help but feel despair. What's going on? Chief Pagoda Master's marriage, and he actually rejected it? Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. It was understandable that Wang Yuer didn't agree. After all, her family background was there, but what right did this Ancestor Mu have to refuse? Was he stupid? Such a good thing, others couldn't even ask for it. "Qin Feiyang, have you forgotten what I said to you?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. He raised his eyebrows, glanced at the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house, and sent a sound transmission. "You came uninvited today, could it be because of this?" "What else? I don't have that much free time," the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. "Why is that?" Qin Feiyang's face was rather gloomy. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said, "The reason is very simple. If you marry Wang Yuer, you will be able to obtain a higher status, better resources, and more trust." Qin Feiyang said angrily, "You want me to use her? You are just a passerby in the Forgotten Continent, what's wrong with using her?" The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said indifferently. Can a passerby take advantage of other people's feelings? I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Let me tell you, it's impossible for me to do that. Although I can do anything to achieve my goal, I can't deceive other people's feelings. Because this will ruin Wang Yuer's life. She is just a simple woman, I don't want to drag her into this mess. Qin Feiyang said resolutely, without any room for discussion. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house couldn't help but frown. For a moment, the Pill Pagoda Square once again fell into dead silence. Suddenly, the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house looked at the four of them and smiled. Although I am an outsider and do not have the qualifications to express my opinion, I still can't help but want to say a few words. Speak. The four of them looked at her. This kind of thing can't be forced, otherwise both sides won't be happy in the future. I think we should think of a compromise. Let's get engaged first. After they develop feelings for each other, we'll talk about marriage. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house said. The four of them looked at each other and fell into deep thought. After a while, the Chief Tower Master looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer, and asked, What do you think? Do I have a choice? Qin Feiyang laughed bitterly. Unless he didn't want to obtain the Tiangang flames and the 5 colors crystal, he would have to nod his head in agreement. Wang Yuer had no choice. Because she was afraid that if she continued to resist, her grandfather and parents might let her marry Qin Feiyang right now. And if it was just an engagement, there would still be a chance in the future. The Chief Tower Master laughed. Since there are no objections, then Gong Sunbei, immediately prepare 2 marriage contracts. Yes. Gong Sunbei respectfully responded, turned around, walked to a tea table, and took out a brush, ink, and paper. After a while, 2 marriage contracts were out. Then Gong Sunbei took the 2 marriage contracts and handed them to the Chief Tower Master, Wang Su, and Wang Yuer's parents to check them one by one. No problem. The purple-clothed woman nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer, and said with a smile, You two, come and take a look. The 2 of them stepped forward, each took a marriage contract, and carefully checked it. The general content was that today, under the witness of the Chief Tower Master, Ancestor Mu, and Wang Yuer had a marriage contract, and when the time was right, the wedding ceremony would be held. The Chief Tower Master said, If there are no objections, write down your names. Wang Yuer glanced at Qin Feiyang, then directly cut her fingertip and pressed a bloody fingerprint on the 2 marriage contracts. Qin Feiyang frowned and also pressed 2 fingerprints. This also meant that the marriage contract between the 2 was officially in effect. Wang Su finally smiled. He looked at the 2 of them and said, Each of you has a copy of these 2 marriage contracts. Take good care of them. As long as there was a marriage contract, the 2 of them would get married sooner or later. No one could run away from it. Humph. Wang Yuer snorted and casually threw the marriage contracts into her chinquan bag. She transmitted her voice to Qin Feiyang. Come to the sacred land to see me tonight. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said warily, What? Look at you, are you afraid that I'll eat you? Let me tell you, I'm not interested in you. Wang Yuer glanced at him disdainfully and took out a portal. That's good, because I'm not interested in you either. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, Wang Yuer did not feel the slightest joy of relief. Instead, she was so angry that she almost went berserk. Just you wait and see. She said ruthlessly and was about to open the portal to leave. Puff. However, at this moment, the purple-clothed woman sitting on the chair suddenly trembled, and then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment. Mother, what's wrong? Wang Yuer immediately ran up and asked anxiously. However, the purple-clothed woman did not answer, nor did she pay attention to the Chief Tower Master and the others. She directly closed her eyes. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the Chief Tower Master. She said in shock and anger, Someone erased the blood contract I left in the Big Dipper flame. What? The Chief Tower Master's expression changed drastically. He immediately opened the portal and rushed in like lightning. Chapter 971. At the same time, Gongsun-Bei's face darkened, and he shouted, "Seal the main tower immediately, don't let anyone suspicious go." Whoosh! Hundreds of divine envoys, law-enforcing elders, deacon elders, 10 peak masters, and 10 pagoda masters all rushed into the sky and flew in all directions, searching thoroughly. The scene was also chaotic. No one would have thought that someone would sneak into the main tower at this time and steal the heavenly dipper flame. Gongsun-Bei looked at the people of the super tribes and cupped his hands. "Everyone, this is an emergency, so I won't see you off. It's okay, catching the thief is more important." The leader of a super tribe said. "See you again." Gongsun-Bei cupped his hands and said, then looked at Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao, and Wang Yu, and warned, "You guys be careful too." After saying that, he opened the portal and left. "Who is so bold to enter our main tower to steal?" Young Master Hao frowned. "The most important thing is that this person can erase my mother's blood contract. He must be very strong." Wang Yu said in a deep voice. "What's your mother's cultivation?" Qin Feiyang asked. 8-star War Emperor. Wang Yu said. "So strong." Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then immediately scanned the crowd around him. When he first came to the Pill Pagoda Square, he had already noticed Mu Qing in the crowd. And only the Mu family would steal the heavenly dipper flame. The crowd around him was very chaotic. Everyone was talking at once, and the noise was earth-shattering. Soon, Qin Feiyang found Mu Qing in the crowd. At the same time, Mu Qing was also looking at Qin Feiyang. "It's you?" Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "What is me?" Mu Qing responded suspiciously. Qin Feiyang sneered, "Stop pretending, other than your Mu family, who else dares to enter the main tower?" He. Mu Qing smiled secretly and said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from you, that's right, I asked someone to steal it." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, and his gloomy eyes were extremely frightening. As soon as Mu Qing admitted it, he had a rough idea. They must have taken advantage of the fact that no one was guarding the sacred ground to let a powerhouse of the Mu clan sneak into the main tower and steal the heavenly star flame. In other words, Mu Qing had used him as bait to attract the attention of all the tycoons. In fact, this was a good thing for him. Because from now on, he could focus on seizing the 5-colored crystal and wouldn't have to waste his energy on seizing the heavenly star flame. But this was also bad news. That was the fire Qilin. If the heavenly star flame falls into the hands of the Mu Jia, it means that he has lost his bargaining chip to exchange for the fire Qilin. The most important thing is that now that his value is gone, the Mu family is likely to announce his true identity. At that time, he would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Mu Qing smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous because I won't reveal your identity for now." Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. Could it be that, as he thought before, he still has other value? Mu Qing said again, "As for the fire Qilin, you can also use the heavenly thunder flame, heavenly star flame, and ice flame to exchange for it." "Are you dreaming?" Qin Feiyang sneered. If he really gave these 3 flames to Mu Qing, then he really had no bargaining chips in his hand. Not to mention, he must go to the miracle. "I knew you wouldn't agree, but it doesn't matter. After all, we are still partners. And now that the heavenly star flame is in our hands, we don't need to stay in the main tower anymore. Why don't you come with me to visit the Mu clan?" Mu Qing said with a smile. "Not interested." Qin Feiyang responded faintly. To be honest, he really wanted to go to the Mu clan. Because in this way, he would know where the Mu clan's nest was. But he knew that the Mu clan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Once he went in, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come out. "That's a pity. But I won't force you. When you want to go, just send me a message. In addition, you have to be careful. If one day your identity is exposed, no one will come to help you. Mu Qing jokingly smiled, took out a portal, and said with a hint of threat. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. But then, he seemed to think of something, and a smile appeared on his face. He said, I will be careful, and you, Mu clan, better be careful. What should we be careful of? Mu Qing looked at him playfully. Don't be so confident. I have something in your hands, and you also have something in my hands. For example, if the people in the main tower know that Lu Xingfeng is your second grandpa, how will the main tower respond? Qin Feiyang said. Mu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, and then opened the portal and left. Qin Feiyang also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, at least now it was not completely out of control. At this time, young Master Hao said, let's go, let's also go to the Holy Land to have a look. Wang Yuer nodded. Qin Feiyang said, you guys go first. What are you doing? Young Master Hao looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, I have something to deal with. Mysterious, it must be something that can't be exposed. Wang Yuer snorted coldly. Young Master Hao's face twitched, and he teased, sister, now he is your fiancé. Isn't it inappropriate to say that? Brat, I think you are asking for a beating. Wang Yuer's face darkened, and she immediately pounced on young Master Hao fiercely. What? You still want to go back on your word? Impossible, the marriage contract is already here, just accept your fate. Huh, young Master Hao fled while laughing heartily. Wang Yuer, who was behind him, was furious. Fiancé, Qin Feiyang muttered, feeling bitter in his heart. He never thought that he would have a fiancé just because of a farce. If it were someone else, they would be overjoyed to encounter such a thing. But he really couldn't feel happy. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked up at the chief and high priest of the divine python tribe. Brother Mu, congratulations. Brother Mu, please take care of us in the future. The people of the major tribes didn't leave, and they went up to Qin Feiyang to flatter him. Seniors, you are too polite. The one who needs to take care of in the future is me. Qin Feiyang smiled politely. You are neither arrogant nor rash. You are a talent. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang jumped off the high platform, walked to the chief and high priest of the divine python tribe, and said with a smile, Seniors, I would like to have a private chat with you. Can you do me the honor? Private chat? All the leaders were dumbfounded. The chief and high priest of the divine python tribe were also suspicious. Of course. The chief of the divine python tribe nodded. Please come with me. Qin Feiyang opened the portal and walked in first. The chief and high priest of the divine python tribe looked at each other and followed one after another. The other chiefs and high priests of the major tribes looked at each other. What was going on? At first, they wanted to curry favor with Qin Feiyang. After all, his status was not ordinary now. But they didn't expect that Qin Feiyang would leave with the two people of the divine python tribe. Do you think that Ancestor Mu and the divine python tribe have some relationship? One of the chiefs of the major tribes asked secretly. But when they heard this question, no one answered. They all fell into deep thought. Because if that was the case, the divine python tribe would undoubtedly have a strong and powerful backer. And the other tribes would be in a bad situation. First Tower, Alchemy Room 10. Qin Feiyang walked into the lounge, pointed to the chair next to him, and said with a smile, Seniors, please have a seat. The two of them sat down one after another. The chief of the divine python tribe said with a smile, Little brother, if you have something to say, just say it. Qin Feiyang looked at the pattern of the divine python on their chests again and said, Is there a man called Pei Zhongfeng in your tribe? The two of them hadn't sat down for long. Hearing this, they both stood up and looked at Qin Feiyang with surprise and doubt. Qin Feiyang had an answer in his heart. When he entered the square of the Pill Pagoda, he found that the pattern of the divine python on their chests was exactly the same as the pattern on Pei Zhongfeng's identity token. At that time, he thought that Pei Zhongfeng might be a member of the divine python tribe. But there were too many people at that time, so it was inconvenient to ask. But now, the reaction of the two of them undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Qin Feiyang took out Pei Zhongfeng's identity token and handed it to the two of them. The chief of the divine python tribe took back his hand with trembling hands and took the token. When he saw the name Pei Zhongfeng, his eyes became misty. The high priest glanced at the chief, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Little brother, why do you have this token?" Qin Feiyang said, "I found it in Pei Zhongfeng's Qingquan bag." "What? Where is he now?" The high priest trembled and asked hurriedly. The chief of the divine python tribe also looked at him anxiously. Qin Feiyang hesitated and sighed. "He's already dead." "Dead?" The high priest was dumbfounded. The chief of the divine python tribe collapsed in an instant, his face full of grief. "Who is Pei Zhongfeng to you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them suspiciously. The chief of the divine python tribe looked at the token silently and was extremely sad. Alas! The high priest sighed deeply and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Little brother, to be honest, Pei Zhongfeng is our biological brother and Pei Yi's biological father." "What?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He did not expect that the person he was looking for was Pei Yi's biological father. A moment later, the chief of the divine python tribe looked up and asked, "Little brother, do you know how my brother died? Where is his body now?" "I don't know how he died either. All these years, I've been trying to find out more about him, but to no avail. As for his body, I buried him in the 3rd region." Qin Feiyang said. "It's been so many years, and I finally got news of him. However, I only got news of his death." The chief of the mysterious tribe lamented and felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Qin Feiyang asked, "You don't know the cause of his death either?" "No. My brother was born with a simple heart and never chased after fame and fortune. He only liked to cultivate quietly. Back then, our father wanted him to inherit the position of the chief of the divine python tribe, but he refused. Because of this, he even quarreled with our father. In the end, he ran away from home in a fit of anger. Since then, there has been no news of him. All these years, we've been looking for him too. But we all thought that he was hiding somewhere in the central divine kingdom to cultivate in seclusion. Hence, we only looked for him in the central divine kingdom. Unexpectedly, he actually went to the 9 regions." Chapter 972. He left home just because of this? Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "Was Pei Yi born when he left?" "Not long ago." The chief of the divine python tribe said. Qin Feiyang immediately shook his head, his eyes full of disappointment. He thought that Pei Zhongfeng was a great figure, but it turned out that he was just a so-so. Because, to put it nicely, he was indifferent to fame and fortune. To put it bluntly, he was childish. Besides, Pei Yi was already born at that time. It was irresponsible of him to leave just like that. In other words, he was selfish. After a long time, the chief of the divine python tribe looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, I hope you won't tell Pei Yi about this for now." "Yes. Yi loves and hates his father. If he suddenly knows about his father's death, I'm afraid he will have a mental breakdown." The high priest nodded and agreed. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But Pei Zhongfeng is his father after all. He should know." The chief of the divine python tribe pondered for a while and said, "I'll find a suitable opportunity to tell him. By the way, did my brother leave behind any other relics?" This, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. Of course, there were relics. Sacred weapon ice blade, 6th grade alchemy fire, 6th grade alchemy furnace, and a large number of medicinal herbs. But he had already forgotten what medicinal herbs there were and how many there were. The 6th grade alchemy fire had long been devoured by the netherworld demonic flame. In other words, the only things he could return to the divine python tribe were the ice blade and the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace did not matter. Anyway, it was broken and useless. But frankly speaking, he could not bear to return the ice blade to the divine python tribe. Seeing Qin Feiyang hesitate, the chief of the divine python tribe smiled and said, "Little brother, don't get me wrong. I'm not asking for these relics. After all, you got them with your own ability. We have no right to ask them back. I just want to see if I can find out the cause of his death from these relics. You can rest assured. I've already checked and found no clues about the cause of his death," Qin Feiyang said. The two of them looked at each other with a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Crack. Suddenly, the chief of the divine python tribe clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, we must find out the cause of his death and avenge him. Yes, whoever dares to hurt the people of the divine python tribe will have to pay the price." The high priest nodded, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, Qin Feiyang shook his head noncommittally. After such a long time, it was unrealistic to find out who killed Pei Zhongfeng. After a while, the chief of the divine python tribe put away the token and cupped his hands. "Little brother, thank you so much. If you have time in the future, remember to visit my divine python tribe." "I will." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Then we'll take our leave first," the chief of the divine python tribe said. "Take care. I won't see you out," Qin Feiyang said. Then, the chief of the divine python tribe opened a portal and left with the high priest. Strange, when the teleportation gate dissipated, Qin Feiyang could not help but frown. One had to know. Pei Zhongfeng had a high status in the divine python tribe. And the chief of the divine python tribe was Pei Zhongfeng's younger brother. If it were him, he would definitely ask for the exact location of Pei Zhongfeng's burial and then immediately bring Pei Zhongfeng's body back and bury it in the tribe. However, the chief of the divine python tribe did not even ask. Was this the attitude of a younger brother? After a while, Qin Feiyang whispered, "He must be too sad and hasn't reacted yet." This was the only explanation that made sense. He stood there and pondered for a while. Then, he entered the alchemy room and put away the alchemy furnace. Then, he walked out of the alchemy room and flew toward the Holy Land. Everywhere he passed, the disciples he met were extremely respectful. About half an hour passed. Finally, a huge object entered Qin Feiyang's sight. It was a stone tower, dark and towering, exuding an ancient aura. Opposite the ancient tower, there was a steep giant peak, like a giant sword, towering into the clouds. That was the place where the disciples of the Holy Land cultivated, the Holy Tower and the Holy Peak. Qin Feiyang flew straight to the Holy Tower. In front of the Holy Tower, there was a square of about 1,000 feet, paved with a layer of green stone slabs. At this moment, the square was full of people. Even the surrounding void was filled with people. They were all disciples of the Holy Peak and the Holy Tower, and each of them had extraordinary strength. Ancestor Mu. As soon as they saw Qin Feiyang arrive, their pupils constricted. There was fear. There was envy. And jealousy. Qin Feiyang stopped in the air and scanned the crowd below. After a while, he did not see Elder Wang and the others, so he looked at a disciple and asked, "Where is Elder Wang and the others?" "They have all left. They should be discussing this matter with the Chief Tower Master," the disciple said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, opened the portal, and directly descended in front of the Chief Tower Master's courtyard. Last time, he had been here with young Master Hao, so he knew the coordinates. As the disciple said, the senior figures of the Chief Tower were all here. The Chief Tower Master, Elder Wang, and Wang Yu's parents were all sitting in the pavilion. The rest stood around the four of them. They did not speak. Their faces were gloomy. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Young Master Hao and Wang Yu stood on the path between the flower beds, looking at those people from afar. Swish! Qin Feiyang flashed, landed beside the two, and asked, "How's the situation?" "We didn't catch that person." We didn't even see that person's shadow. But, young Master Hao's face was also very ugly. But what? Qin Feiyang asked. Young Master Hao said, someone found Qin Feiyang's trace in the holy ground. Bastard. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly surged with anger. It was obvious. This must have been done by Mu Qing on purpose. As for why Mu Qing did this, it was nothing more than to shift the target. Now the people present probably already thought that it was him who had snatched the heavenly star flame. This Qin Feiyang is simply too lawless. We must find him and execute him in public. Sure enough. In the pavilion, a peak master of the warrior mountain said with a murderous aura. We all want to find him, but the problem is that this person comes and goes without a trace. We can't do anything to him at all. Gong Sunbei said. Bastard. The chief tower master slammed his palm on the stone table, and said angrily, Our dignified chief tower, there are countless powerhouses, but we can't do anything to a kid like him, aren't we a joke? Investigate immediately, even if we have to turn the forgotten continent upside down, we must find him for me. Gong Sunbei's eyes trembled, and he hurriedly went to make arrangements. After Gong Sunbei left, the chief pagoda master looked at the 10 peak masters. The 10 pagoda masters said, All of you, stay in your positions and guard against any potential dangers. If something like this happens again, I will hold you responsible. Yes. The 10 peak masters and 10 pagoda masters respectfully responded and hurriedly left. At this point, in the pavilion, only the chief tower master and the other 3 were left. The chief tower master looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2, and said, The 3 of you, come here. The 3 looked at each other and quickly walked over. The chief tower master said, You all know the situation, now tell me, do you have any good ideas? Wang Yuer was silent. Young Master Hao was silent. Qin Feiyang was also silent. What a joke. He was Qin Feiyang, how could he help these people to come up with a plan to deal with him? The chief tower master raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Ancestor Mu, you speak. Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he mention his name? Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for him? After a while, Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Forgive this disciple for speaking bluntly, but it is almost impossible to find Qin Feiyang. What do you mean? The chief tower master and the other 3 looked at him. It's very simple. Since he dared to enter the chief tower and steal the heavenly star flame, then he is not afraid of us finding him. But there is one thing that this disciple still can't figure out. Qin Feiyang said. What? The chief tower master asked. As everyone knows, Qin Feiyang has someone protecting him, but who is this person protecting him? And our chief tower controls the entire forgotten continent, who has the courage to go against us? Qin Feiyang said. The 4 fell silent. Qin Feiyang said again, In fact, we don't need to specifically look for Qin Feiyang, we just need to find the person behind Qin Feiyang. Makes sense. Wang Mo nodded. In this way, the scope was reduced a lot. Because there are not many people in the forgotten continent who have the ability to break into the chief tower and dare to go against the chief tower. The purple-clothed woman suddenly said, I think the only one who dares to go against our chief tower is the Mu family. Mu family, the chief tower master frowned. The purple-clothed man said, Then who is the mysterious madam behind Qin Feiyang? The purple-clothed woman said, Why don't we make a bold guess? Could this mysterious madam be from the Mu family? You mean, the Mu family is a thief pretending to be a thief? The purple-clothed man was surprised. I don't exclude this possibility. The purple-clothed woman said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, Master, Elder Wang, Auntie, Uncle, there is actually a simpler way. Say it. The 4 looked at him, their eyes full of expectation. Qin Feiyang said, Before I say it, this disciple wants to ask, is there any secret hidden in the heavenly star flames? Obviously, this was asking the obvious. When the 4 heard this question, they all fell silent. There really is a secret? Young Master Hao and Wang Yu looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a touch of surprise. After a while, the Chief Tower Master looked up at Qin Feiyang and the other two and nodded. There is indeed a secret, but this secret can't be told to you yet. Then how many people know this secret? Qin Feiyang asked. Not many. The Chief Tower Master shook his head. Then it's simple. Let's start from this point. Anyone who knows this secret, go and investigate it. I think it must be one of them behind the scenes. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Such a simple reason, why didn't we think of it before? The four looked at each other. Qin Feiyang did this because he wanted to turn the tables on the Mu family and put some pressure on the Mu family. Moreover, he can't always be the scapegoat, right? Chapter 973. Inside the pavilion. The pagoda master and the other three were lost in thought. Qin Feiyang was also silent. After a while, the pagoda master looked up at the three and said, "You should be thinking the same thing as me." The three nodded. The pagoda master said, "Well, from now on, pay close attention to the Mujia's movements. Old man, since you all suspect that it's the Mujia, just send someone to ask. Why do you still want to spy on them?" Young Master Hao frowned. "I say, what are you thinking about all day long? Do we have any evidence now?" "No. We're just guessing. In this case, we can't directly question them." The pagoda master said angrily. "There's one more thing, the Mujia doesn't know yet. We've already begun to suspect them, so we won't be particularly cautious. But if we run to question them now, they will be very careful in the future. In this way, no matter how we investigate, there won't be any results." Qin Feiyang added. Chief Pagoda Master looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. Soon after, he looked at young Master Hao and said with a straight face, "Do you see that? This is the gap between you and him. In the future, you should learn from him and use your brain more." Humph. Young Master Hao coldly snorted and glanced at Qin Feiyang. He looked quite dissatisfied. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the pagoda master and said, "This disciple also wants to do something. Please help me." In fact, he wanted to take the opportunity to find out the location of the Mujia's nest. The pagoda master was stunned and smiled. "I won't let you take risks, but I'm very pleased that you have this intention." Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly showed a trace of disappointment. The pagoda master thought for a moment and said, "But there's one thing that I can give you to deal with." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The pagoda master said, "Go to Qinghai. I'll tell you the details in a few days." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. The pagoda master smiled. "Then you go do your work. I still have something to discuss with old Wang." Disciple will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed and saluted. Then, he turned around and walked out. Young Master Hao chased after him in big strides and said angrily, "You bastard, you're really in the limelight." "Is there?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Keep pretending, keep pretending. I'm afraid that in the old man's eyes, you're more important than me, his own son." Seeing Chief Pagoda Master's attitude towards Qin Feiyang, young Master Hao's jealousy exploded. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your limelight. Why are you apologizing? I'm not blaming you. I only blame myself for being useless. No matter what I do, I can't satisfy him." Young Master Hao sighed deeply and asked, "Where are you going now?" "Of course I'm going back to the first tower to cultivate." Qin Feiyang smiled. "You really are a cultivation maniac." Young Master Hao rolled his eyes and said, "You don't need to go to the first pagoda now. The old man has already arranged a place for you to stay in the Holy Land. I will take you there." "It's arranged?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He followed behind young Master Hao, walked out of the courtyard, and walked down a secluded path. But gradually, He frowned because Wang Yuer was still following behind them. What do you want to do? A moment later. Qin Feiyang finally couldn't help but stop and turn around to look at Wang Yuer angrily. Me? What do you mean? Wang Yuer was a little stunned. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, if you don't have any ulterior motives, why do you keep following me? Following you? What a joke. Wang Yuer sneered without hiding it, walked straight past Qin Feiyang, and then walked forward without looking back. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao had been snickering at the side. After Wang Yuer left, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a low smile, I forgot to tell you, sister, you also lives in this direction, and it's not far from where you live. Ah. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. It turned out that he had misunderstood Wang Yuer. That was awkward. Young Master Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule, and he asked, but speaking of which, how should I address you now? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Originally, I called you brother. But now, you and sister you have taken off the engagement, so shouldn't I call you brother-in-law? Young Master Hao said. Brother-in-law? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand and said, forget it, I really can't afford it. Hee hee. It seems like you don't like this sister of mine at all. Young Master Hao smirked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, it's not that I'm resistant. Then why? Young Master Hao was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Qin Feiyang said, I don't want to talk about feelings at the moment, and I don't want to let someone down. Young Master Hao was surprised. Could it be that this person already had someone he liked? A moment later. The two of them came to a lake. The lake was very large, covering an area of several miles. The lake water was clear, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. In the center, there was a piece of land, about 1,000 feet long, like a small island, sitting in the center of the lake. This is? Qin Feiyang looked at the lake suspiciously. Young Master Hao said, this is the Soothing Lake, and also where we live. Soothing Lake? Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, shouldn't I go to the Holy Tower? All the disciples who entered the Holy Land either went to the Holy Tower or the Holy Peak. Why did young Master Hao bring him here? The Holy Tower is where ordinary disciples stay, and you are my father's disciple. How can they compare to you? Young Master Hao smiled proudly. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. Let's go. Young Master Hao smiled and soared into the sky, flying toward the small island in the center of the lake. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind young Master Hao, scanning the lake below. The surface of the lake was very calm, but there were turbulent waves below. He could even feel the aura of the emperor beasts under the lake. Young Master Hao explained, there are thousands of beasts hiding in this soothing lake. Among them, there are 10 war emperor level beasts, responsible for protecting us. So many. Qin Feiyang was shocked and asked, what about the other beasts? Young Master Hao said, sacred beasts. All of them? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes, all of them. Young Master Hao nodded. Qin Feiyang was speechless. For someone of his cultivation level, this place was simply a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. A dozen breaths later. The two of them landed on the small island. On the small island, the fragrance of flowers was everywhere, and the scenery was pleasant. Lush green grass and verdant little trees swayed in the wind, displaying endless vitality. A clear stream meandered across the entire island. The stream flowed slowly, and colorful fish jumped up and down, adding to the tranquility of the place. In the center of the island, there were a total of 3 courtyards, standing side by side, only 100 meters apart. According to young Master Hao, the first courtyard was Wang Yuer's residence. The second courtyard was young Master Hao's own. As for the third courtyard, it was Qin Feiyang's future residence. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one. Compared to the second and third courtyards, the first courtyard was more beautiful and tidy. There were all kinds of flowers planted in the courtyard. On both sides of the gate, there were 2 vigorous peach trees, blooming with peach blossoms, and a strong fragrance. At this moment, Wang Yuer was standing under the peach tree, and the petals fell down. Her hair and dress danced in the wind, making her look like a flower fairy, especially charming. Let me tell you, everything on this small island was basically arranged by Sister Yu, so you'd better not destroy it, or she will definitely come and find trouble with you. Young Master Hao warned in a low voice. Qin Feiyang's head suddenly swelled a little. He did not expect to live in the same place as Wang Yuer. However, he was very satisfied with this place. Not only was the environment good, but it was also very quiet, very suitable for meditation. Thud. The 2 of them walked along a winding path and arrived in front of the 3rd courtyard. This was originally Gongsun Bei's residence, but later he moved to the Divine Envoy Hall because he had to take charge of the Divine Envoys. As young Master Hao spoke, he pushed open the gate of the courtyard and walked in. There was a pavilion in the courtyard, surrounded by a flower bed. Most of the flowers had withered. Many petals had fallen on the ground, and they were already rotten, emitting a rotten smell. On one side of the pavilion, there was a 2-story pavilion with carved beams and painted rafters, and it was quite charming. Young Master Hao smiled and said, "No one has lived here for a long time, and some places are a little messy. Clean it up yourself." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. Young Master Hao looked up at the first courtyard and said in a low voice, "There's one more thing that I have to tell you. Don't enter my sister's courtyard without permission." "Why? Is there something that can't be exposed?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Isn't your imagination a little too rich?" Young Master Hao rolled his eyes and said, "She doesn't like others to disturb her." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said with a smile, "That's very similar to me." "Alright, you're all freaks. I'm the only normal one who likes to be lively. Alright, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for a while. I really hope to see her face soon." Young Master Hao looked at the sky and laughed foolishly. Then, he opened the portal and left without looking back. Miss Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, shook his head, and began to tidy up the courtyard. Wang Yuer looked at Qin Feiyang from afar, and also entered the pavilion without saying a word. An hour later, Qin Feiyang cleaned up the courtyard inside and outside, then went to take a bath, changed into a clean set of clothes, and sat on the balcony on the 2nd floor. He took out the jade slip that the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion gave him and carefully looked through it. Isn't this the legendary invisibility technique? 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of excitement. This was a battle art that could make one invisible. It was called the concealment art. The concealment art did not have any offensive power, but it could hide one's body in the void and turn invisible. Even if you stood in front of others, they would not be able to see you. It could be said that as long as he mastered this concealment art, Qin Feiyang would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Then came the question. Why did the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion give him such a precious battle art? Chapter 974. After thinking for a long time, Qin Feiyang couldn't figure it out. So, he put it aside for the time being and meditated on the concealment spell. Time flew. 3 days later, in the evening, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and an obscure aura spread out from his body. The next moment, he disappeared on the terrace. And even his aura disappeared as if he had never appeared here. In fact, he was still on the terrace, but he had activated the concealment spell and no one could see him. Swish. Suddenly, a figure landed on the island out of thin air. It was Mr. Hao. In the past 3 days, he went to the Longfeng house on time every morning and came back on time at night. And when he saw Qin Feiyang meditating on the terrace, he didn't disturb Qin Feiyang for 3 days. But at this moment, seeing that there was no one on the terrace and there was no candlelight in the attic, Mr. Hao couldn't help but feel suspicious. Where did this guy go? He swooped down and landed in Qin Feiyang's courtyard, shouting, "Brother Mu, are you there?" No one answered. In fact, Qin Feiyang was now standing in front of Mr. Hao and waving at his eyes. But Mr. Hao didn't notice it at all. Not here? This bastard is too unloyal. He didn't call me when he went out to have fun. After waiting for a long time and not hearing Qin Feiyang's response, Mr. Hao thought that Qin Feiyang had gone out. He cursed and returned to his courtyard. After Mr. Hao entered the attic, Qin Feiyang's figure appeared out of thin air. It's really amazing. He looked at himself, his eyes full of surprise. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and looked up at Wang Yuer's courtyard. Because it was not far away, he could clearly see that there were wisps of candlelight in the attic where Wang Yuer was. If you don't give it to me, I'll get it myself. Qin Feiyang smiled, activated the concealment spell again, and walked into Wang Yuer's courtyard openly. In the courtyard, hundreds of flowers bloomed, competing for beauty. The strong fragrance of flowers pervaded every corner of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang stood in the flower bed and looked at the attic. The doors and windows were closed, and the candlelight came from a window on the left side of the first floor. He could clearly hear the sound of water coming from inside. How do we get in? Qin Feiyang hesitated. Although the concealment art could make him invisible, if he opened the window or door, it would definitely make a sound. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There was a window on the second floor that wasn't closed. Immediately, he leaped into the air and slipped in quietly. When Qin Feiyang entered the room, his body stiffened. The room was not big, but the decorations were very cozy. There was a bed beside it, covered with light pink bedding. There was also a dressing table beside the bed. In addition to all kinds of decorations, there was also a pile of dresses and even a piece of underwear. Obviously, this was Wang Yuer's boudoir. Don't look at indecent things. Qin Feiyang quickly looked away. But just as he was about to leave the room, he looked at the dressing table again. This was because he found an exquisite chinquan pouch under the underwear. He had seen this Cosmos bag before. It was the Cosmos bag that Wang Yuer usually used. The dress and underwear are all here. The Cosmos bag is also here. Could she be bathing downstairs? Qin Feiyang mumbled, his eyes shining. This was a good opportunity. Of course. This so-called good opportunity was not to peek at Wang Yuer bathing, but to seize the opportunity to take back the 10th part of the soul tampering skill. He walked to the dressing table, grabbed the Cosmos bag and began to search. Nothing. After searching for a while, he could not help but frown. There were a large number of herbs, elixirs and even sacred weapons in the Cosmos bag, but he could not find the jade slip. This shouldn't be. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. Tada! Suddenly, there was a series of footsteps downstairs. He quickly put the Cosmos bag back to its original position, restrained his aura to the extreme, and stood quietly by the side. After all, Wang Yuer was a 9-star combat sage. If he was not careful, she might discover him. Soon, a graceful figure entered the room. Qin Feiyang immediately turned his head and looked elsewhere. It was Wang Yuer. But the current Wang Yuer was simply deadly. She was wearing nothing except a white bath towel. Her 2 long legs, as well as half of her majestic twin peaks, were exposed. Her jade-like skin, her wet long hair, her languid demeanor, and her captivating eyes, every part of her was emitting a fatal seduction. What the hell? Qin Feiyang cursed in his heart. Since he met this woman, he had been encountering such situations. Fortunately, he had strong willpower, otherwise, he would have had a nosebleed. After Wang Yuer entered the room, she looked at the clothes and Cosmos bag on the dressing table and did not find anything strange. Then she walked to the closet at the side, found a clean towel, and wiped her wet long hair. Inside the wardrobe, in addition to all kinds of long dresses, there were also many small and exquisite undergarments. This is too torturous. Qin Feiyang only glanced at it casually, but his heart was already restless. But now, he didn't dare to move. He could only stand there and try not to look. However, it was not over yet. After Wang Yuer wiped the water stains, she took off the bath towel wrapped around her body in front of Qin Feiyang. Immediately, Qin Feiyang felt an uncontrollable evil fire rising in his heart. His mouth was dry. The woman in front of him was completely standing in front of him. That slim waist, that soft and tender skin, when had he ever seen such a scene? The most torturous thing was that Wang Yuer was not in a hurry to put on her clothes. She looked around in the closet as if she didn't know which one to wear. I shouldn't have broken in at this time. Qin Feiyang was extremely vexed. If Wang Yuer found out, he would not only be known as a peeping Tom, but also suffer from Wang Yuer's full revenge. About a dozen breaths later, the torture was finally over. Wang Yuer found a sky blue long dress and put it on, which added a bit of elegance to her. Every color of clothes can give off a completely different flavor. This woman is really a natural beauty. Qin Feiyang murmured. Then Wang Yuer sat on the edge of the bed, lowered her head and said nothing. All of a sudden, she waved her hand, and a stream of light rushed out of her body. It was a jade slip which was suspended in front of Wang Yuer. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. No wonder he couldn't find it. It turned out that Wang Yuer put it in her qi. He didn't expect this woman to be so cautious. However, the devil was 1 foot tall and the priest 10 feet tall. Now this great opportunity was in front of him. He walked up silently, grabbed the jade slip, and put it in his Qinquan bag. At the same time, Wang Yuer was stunned. She immediately straightened her body and scanned the void in surprise. What was going on? Where was the jade slip? Was there someone? She quickly looked around the room. But in the end, as if she had seen a ghost, a trace of panic appeared on her face. Because she didn't find anyone else in the room. She didn't even sense any other aura. Impossible. How can there be ghosts in this world? Even if there are ghosts, they can't snatch this jade slip. Someone must be behind this. Whoosh! She suddenly got up, her face full of anger. She rushed out of the window at lightning speed, closed her eyes, and sensed carefully. However, she didn't find a third person's aura on the island except for Mr. Howe's. Who is it? Get out here. She was so angry that she couldn't help but roar. Her voice resounded in all directions, and her eyes were as cold as ice. What's wrong, sister? Young Master Hao ran out in a hurry and looked at Wang Yuer in surprise. Wang Yuer said in a deep voice, someone stole the 10th part of the soul refining technique in front of me. Mr. Hao was a little confused. How could someone steal the 10th part of the soul refining technique in front of this demoness? After coming back to his senses, Mr. Hao said with a smile, Sister, you must be joking. Do I look like I'm joking? Wang Yuer suddenly lowered her head and stared at Mr. Hao with a sharp gaze. Mr. Hao's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she didn't seem to be joking. Whoosh! He landed beside Wang Yuer in a flash and asked, What's going on? Just now, I took out the jade slip and was sitting by the bed thinking about something, but suddenly, the jade slip disappeared in front of my eyes. Wang Yuer said. This, Mr. Hao was stunned. It disappeared in front of his eyes. That was too strange. Was it haunted? He scanned the island in surprise. This situation could only be explained by a ghost. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wang Yuer looked at Qin Feiyang's courtyard, her eyes flickering. Seeing this, Mr. Hao frowned and said, Sister, are you suspecting your fiancé? Besides you, he's the only one who knows about the 10th part of the soul refining technique. Who else could it be? Wang Yuer gritted her teeth and had already locked onto Qin Feiyang. It can't be him. Because when I came back, he wasn't here. He should have gone out. Mr. Hao said. Not here? Wang Yue raised her eyebrows and said, before I took a shower, I specially observed him. At that time, he was still on the balcony. How could he not be here? It's true. Mr. Hao said. Wang Yue didn't believe it. She flew over Qin Feiyang's courtyard and shouted, Moo, don't pretend. I know you're inside. Get out. Sister, he's not here. Would I lie to you? Mr. Hao looked at her helplessly and said. Wang Yue turned a deaf ear and continued to shout, Aren't you very powerful? Why do you dare to admit what you did? What kind of man are you? However, there was dead silence in the courtyard. Not even a shadow appeared. He's really not here? Wang Yue raised her eyebrows. If it wasn't this bastard, who else could it be? The island was guarded by emperor beasts. If someone really sneaked in, it was impossible for there to be no sound at all. Sister, this matter is too strange. Let's go to the old man immediately. Mr. Hao said in a deep voice. He sneaked in without anyone noticing and snatched the 10th part of the soul refining technique under Wang Yue's nose. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Wang Yue nodded. The two opened a portal and were about to walk in, but at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air in the sky. It's already dark. Where are you going? Looking at Mr. Hao and Wang Yue, Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. Where have you been? Mr. Hao frowned and said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I went out for a walk. What's wrong? There was a ghost incident just now. Mr. Hao said. A ghost incident? Chapter 975. Young Master Hao gave a brief account of what had happened. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Of course, he knew it, but he had to pretend. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Wang Yue angrily and said, I told you to give me the 10th part of the soul refining technique, but you didn't listen. Now it's been snatched away. What do you think we should do? The 10th part is mine. Even if it's snatched away, what does it have to do with you? Wang Yue was already full of anger. At this moment, when she heard Qin Feiyang's rebuke, she was undoubtedly angrier and directly went against Qin Feiyang. Yours? Are you kidding? If you didn't snatch the 10th part with your relationship with Mr. Wang, how could it be yours? Let me tell you, if you don't get the 10th part back, I'll divorce you. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Young Master Hao's face changed and he hurriedly said, Brother Mu, you can't joke about this. I never joke. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, then quickly swooped down and disappeared in the attic. Divorce me, how dare you divorce me? Wang Yue was in disbelief. Although she didn't agree to the engagement, she could only accept it. But now, he actually threatened to divorce her? This was simply a humiliation to her. She couldn't tolerate it. She shouted at the attic, Okay, I can't ask for more. You'd better hurry up. Seeing that Wang Yue was also angry, young Master Hao rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Sister, can you calm down? I'm very calm. Wang Yue said. If you're calm, why did you say such angry words? If Ancestor Mu really divorces you now, do you know how many people will laugh at you behind your back? Young Master Hao said earnestly. I'm not afraid. Wang Yue said. You're not afraid, but what about Aunt, Uncle, and Mr. Wang? They'll definitely die of anger. Young Master Hao sighed. This marriage was a mistake in the first place. After saying that, Wang Yue turned around and left angrily. What a pair of enemies. Young Master Hao looked at the two courtyards and felt a headache coming on. The waning moon hung high in the sky, and the night was hazy. Qin Feiyang activated the concealment spell and stood on the balcony, looking at Wang Yue's back with a smile in his eyes. Although this woman was a little unreasonable, she was actually quite cute. A moment later, he retracted his gaze and took out the jade slip. No matter what, he had finally obtained the 10th part of the soul refining technique. He immediately turned around and entered the attic to comprehend in peace. And not long after, Chief Pagoda Master received young Master Hao's notice and sent people to investigate the island. However, they obviously didn't find anything. The next morning, Qin Feiyang walked out of the attic and stood in the flower bed. Breathing in the fresh air, he felt refreshed. In just one night, he had mastered the soul refining technique. Of course, this was all thanks to the inheritance of the first pagoda master. If not for the insights and profoundness of the soul tempering art in the inheritance, given his current ability, he would not have been able to comprehend it no matter how much time he had. The ancients were right. As long as you are in a good mood, you will feel comfortable. Qin Feiyang stretched. With a slight thought, a stream of light swept out from between his eyebrows. This was a pentagram, blooming with dazzling light. And in the center of the pentagram, there were 3 words floating. Soul refining technique. The biggest advantage of the soul refining technique was that it didn't need to be deliberately activated. It would automatically temper one's mental strength. In other words, his current spiritual power was increasing every moment. Although it was not obvious, if he sensed it carefully, he could still detect it. Creak. Suddenly, there was the sound of the door opening. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand, and the pentagram turned into a stream of light and merged into between his eyebrows. Then he looked up and saw young Master Hao coming out from next door. Morning. Qin Feiyang smiled and greeted him. Young Master Hao was startled. He looked at Qin Feiyang, as if he had discovered a new continent, and asked curiously, "Why aren't you cultivating today?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, and said speechlessly, "Do you really think I'm a cultivation maniac? That's good. Today is the day of the Dragon and Phoenix wine auction. Let's go and have a seat." Young Master Hao laughed. Not interested. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Young Master Hao was immediately displeased. "Why are you so boring?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that I'm boring, it's that you're too bored. What's so good about that Dragon and Phoenix wine? Tasteless." Young Master Hao pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed bitterly. Did this have anything to do with taste? Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms buzzed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he looked at young Master Hao and said, "I have something to do, let's meet another day." After saying that, he turned around and entered the attic, closing the door behind him. How did I make such a friend? Young Master Hao was stunned, then shook his head and sighed, and also opened the teleportation door and left. In the attic, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal, and Fatso's shadow quickly condensed. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fatso said, "Someone is looking for you." "Looking for me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said, "Who is it?" "Pei Yi." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and said, "Where is he now?" "It's right outside my cave abode." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, "Give me the coordinates, I'll be there right away." After getting the coordinates, Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation door. The next moment, he appeared in a cave abode. The cave was only 100 feet long. Other than a praying mat, a stone table, and 4 stone stools, there was nothing else. It was quite simple. However, it was very clean. Fatso walked forward and pointed to the door of the cave. He said to Qin Feiyang, "He's outside." Qin Feiyang said, "Let him in." Fatso said loudly, "Senior brother Pei Yi, come in." Tada! Accompanied by the silent sounds of footsteps, Pei Yi entered the cave and entered Qin Feiyang's sight. However, at this moment, Pei Yi was no longer as carefree and unrestrained as before. Instead, he seemed to be in agony. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly and pointed to the stone stool beside him. He smiled and said, "Have a seat." Pei Yi looked at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting on a stone stool with his head hung low, remaining silent. Qin Feiyang also sat opposite Pei Yi and said, "They must have told you everything." "Yes." Pei Yi nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "What are your plans then?" "I don't know. I'm very conflicted now." Pei Yi shook his head with a look of agony on his face. Qin Feiyang said, "I can understand how you feel, but he's still your father after all." "What are you guys talking about?" Fatso looked at the two of them in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and sighed. "Pei Changfeng is his father." "What?" Fatso was dumbfounded. "Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Is he really dead?" Pei Yi finally looked up and asked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. Pei Yi fell silent again. After a long while, he said, "Can you take me to the place where he was buried? I'd like to bring his body back." "Of course. However, is this your idea or your uncle's?" Qin Feiyang asked. Pei Yi's uncle was naturally the leader of the divine python tribe. "It's my idea," Pei Yi said. "What about your uncle? Doesn't he want to bring your father's body back?" Qin Feiyang asked with a frown. "He definitely wants to, but he hasn't gotten over his grief yet. After all, they're biological brothers. We may be father and son, but we've never interacted with each other before. In fact, I don't have any impression of him at all," Pei Yi said bitterly. Qin Feiyang smiled. It was completely understandable. After all, Pei Changfeng left the divine python tribe not long after Pei Yi was born. How could Pei Yi have any impression of him? "When do you plan to go?" Qin Feiyang asked. Pei Yi said, "If you have time, I'd like to go immediately." Qin Feiyang stood up and said with a smile, "The deceased should be respected. I'll make time for you even if I don't have time. Let's go." "Thank you." Pei Yi stood up and bowed to Qin Feiyang to express his gratitude. He then opened the portal and the two of them entered one after another. Fatty pondered for a moment, then also entered the portal. In the square of the Pill Pagoda. The things that were used for the ceremony a few days ago had been removed, and peace was restored. In the center of the square, the old man in black was still sitting cross-legged on the ground like a rock, guarding the teleportation altar. "Greetings, Elder." After Qin Feiyang and the other two appeared, they immediately bowed to the old man in black. The black-clothed old man was the law-enforcing elder of the Pill Tower. His status was quite high, and he was also extremely strong. Normally, he did not smile, but when he saw Qin Feiyang, a trace of a smile crawled onto his old face. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Elder, the three of us would like to make a trip to the 9 regions." The old man in black said, "If the people of the Central Divine Kingdom want to go to the 9 regions, they have to get the Chief Pagoda Master's permission first. Do you have it?" "It's too troublesome to go to the 9 regions with the Chief Pagoda Master's permission." Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows without leaving a trace. He shook his head and said, "No." The old man in black said apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I can't let you go." Compared to the first time they met, his attitude was much more polite. However, Pei Yi couldn't help but feel anxious. He pleaded, "Elder, I'm going to the 9 regions for no other reason than to retrieve my father's body. Please make an exception." "Body?" The old man in black was stunned. He looked Pei Yi up and down for a moment and said, "You're Pei Yi from the Divine Python tribe?" "Yes, I am." Pei Yi nodded. The old man in black said, "As far as I know, your father went missing, right?" "Yes. But now we found him, but he's already dead." Pei Yi looked sorrowful and his eyes were filled with pain. "I see. All right then, you can go, but you only have 3 days. You must come back within 3 days." The old man in black hesitated and nodded. "Thank you, Elder." Pei Yi hurriedly bowed and thanked him. The old man in black waved his hand, and his battle chi surged and merged into the teleportation altar. Soon, the teleportation altar was activated. Qin Feiyang and the other two jumped onto the altar one after another, and their figures quickly disappeared. The 9th region. In the central square of the Ice Crystal City. No one was allowed to set foot here. Chapter 976. But suddenly, there was a deafening buzzing sound in the quiet square. What's going on? The group of guards looked toward the center of the square like startled rabbits. At that moment, their eyes widened. The teleportation altar was awakened. One of the leading guards shouted, "Quick, quick, quick! Be more spirited." There was only one explanation for the awakening of the teleportation altar. The big shots of the central divine kingdom had arrived. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the guards, 3 figures appeared above the teleportation altar out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. So young, looking at the appearance of Qin Feiyang and the other 2, the group of guards was a little stunned. But the next moment, they bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, my lords." My lords? Fatso was stunned and chuckled. That's a good name. The leading guard said respectfully, "My lords, is there anything I can do for you?" "No, you can go about your business." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and immediately opened the teleportation gate, leaving with Fatso and Pei Yi. "Captain, who are they? They look so young, but their auras are so strong." Several guards whispered with fear in their eyes. "I've never been to the Central Divine Kingdom. How would I know? But I'm sure that they have a certain status in the Central Divine Kingdom." The leading guard said. "What do you mean?" One of the guards asked suspiciously. "Aura. The aura of the 3 of them is very extraordinary. Especially the one who spoke. Although he looks ordinary, he exudes the aura of a king. Moreover, I can sense a great saint's aura from him." The leading guard said solemnly. "Sage aura. Then isn't he a battle sage? He's already a battle sage at such a young age. How terrifying is his talent." The group of guards was dumbfounded. The legendary Central Divine Kingdom was really scary. But they would never have thought that the person they were afraid of was Qin Feiyang, the person they wanted to kill. At the same time, the third zone. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 arrived above a glacier. Below, the mountain ranges were covered in white snow. Qin Feiyang scanned the glacier below and said, "Your father is buried here." "Where?" Pei Yi was a little nervous and a little hesitant. "This used to be an ice valley. Later, in order to bury your father, I shattered the ice valley. As for the exact location, even now, I don't know. However, it won't be difficult to find him." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his big hand reached out in the air, and Saint Might poured down like a waterfall. Rumble. Immediately, the glacier shattered, the snow melted, and a large crater gradually appeared. As the glaciers and snow continued to fuse together, the crater grew deeper and deeper, reaching a diameter of over a dozen miles. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a bottomless pit. It was a spectacular sight. About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he said to Pei Yi, "Come with me." Whoosh! The 3 of them immediately turned in the air and swooped down into the crater. Before they reached the bottom, an ice sculpture entered their line of sight. The ice sculpture stood at the bottom of the crater, and cold air was rising. And inside, there was a middle-aged man in purple clothes lying down. He looked to be in his 40s and had a rough face. There were some white hair at his temples, and his clothes were tattered. There were also bruises all over his body. It was Pei Changfeng. Although it had been more than a year since Qin Feiyang buried him, his body was still the same as before. There were no signs of decay at all. Whoosh! The 3 of them landed in front of the ice sculpture one after another. Qin Feiyang and Fatso looked at each other and silently took a few steps back. Pei Yi looked at the person in the ice sculpture and did not go forward for a long time, seemingly a little reluctant. Thump! After a long time, he knelt in front of the ice sculpture feebly. "Do you know? Although I often tell others that I hate you very much and don't want to see you, I've actually been waiting for you to come back. Do you know how much I yearn for your love and care?" But in the end, you made me wait for the news of your death. Do you know how much pain and despair I felt? I remember when I was young, I was so envious of other children who acted coquettishly in front of their fathers. I wanted you to hug me too. But this little wish was just an extravagant hope in my eyes. I can't accept it. Can you tell me what you've been doing all these years? Have you ever thought of coming back to see me? Answer me. Pei Yi muttered to himself, tears blurring his vision. He was getting more and more emotional. In the end, he lay on the ice sculpture and screamed hysterically. Looking at Pei Yi's miserable appearance, Fatso also felt sad and said, "Boss, I can't take it anymore. Let's go out for a walk." "I'll go too," Qin Feiyang said. Pei Yi finally saw his father. Although he had passed away, he definitely had a lot to say to him. Besides, Pei Yi needed some time to get a grip on his emotions. The two of them did not disturb Pei Yi and quietly flew out of the deep pit. Fatty glanced at the vast expanse of white glaciers and shook his head with a sigh. Things in this world are really coincidental. Yeah. When I found out that Pei Changfeng was Pei Yi's father, I was also shocked. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso frowned and said, "But how did Pei Changfeng die? Is it really an unsolved case?" Qin Feiyang also fell into deep thought. Although they were not sure about Pei Changfeng's specific strength, they could guess that he must be very strong after knowing his identity. After all, if Pei Changfeng was not strong, the previous chief of the Divine Python tribe would not have let him inherit the position of chief. Therefore, there were probably not many people in the 9 regions who could kill Pei Changfeng. There might not even be one. Boss, Fat Lord suddenly thought of the Black Lion tribe, the Red Flame tribe, and the Sea tribe. Fatso said. "Is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. "I don't know. However, when the chiefs of the 3 tribes came here to look for the ice blade, does it mean that they already knew about the existence of the ice blade in advance? If that's the case, how did they know? Did they receive the news by chance? Or did they see the ice blade with their own eyes?" Fatso's face was full of suspicion. Qin Feiyang was surprised and said, "You mean, the people of the 3 tribes may have seen Pei Changfeng before?" "It's possible." Fatso nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "If they really saw him, they might know the cause of his death. Let's go, we'll go to the 3 tribes immediately. By the way, do you have the coordinates of the 3 tribes?" Although it was just a guess, it was still necessary to verify it. Of course. Back then, Master Fatty, Brother Wolf, and the others had ransacked the 3 big tribes. Chapter 977. Black Lion Tribe. In a small courtyard. 2 black-clothed old men sat opposite each other. Outside the small courtyard, a group of youths were naked and practicing martial arts on the snow. Although they were very young, only 12 or 13 years old, and their faces were red from the cold, none of them complained. Their faces were resolute. Since the chief and the high priest were killed, our Black Lion tribe is no longer what it used to be, but our hope is not yet destroyed. Yes. These children are our hope. It's a pity that Qin Feiyang and those bastards robbed our treasury. Otherwise, with our foundation, these children wouldn't have to work so hard. Looking at those youths, the 2 black-clothed old men's faces were full of gratification, but there was also a trace of hatred in their eyes. This hatred was naturally targeted at Qin Feiyang and the others. Haven't you heard of the saying, "No pain, no gain"? But at this moment, with a faint laugh, Qin Feiyang and Fatso appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. "Who is it?" The 2 old men were shocked and immediately stood up, looking at the 2 of them warily. The group of youths outside also stopped practicing martial arts and looked at the 2 of them curiously. The tribesmen further away also put down what they were doing and came over, looking extremely unfriendly. Qin Feiyang glanced at the tribesmen of the Black Lion tribe indifferently, looked at the 2 old men, and asked, "Who is in charge of the Black Lion tribe now?" "Us. I'm the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe." "I'm the second elder." May I ask why the two of you have come to our Black Lion tribe? The two old men introduced themselves and asked. Qin Feiyang did not answer and asked, so, as long as Cui Qingqin knows, you also know? Cui Qingqin was the chief of the Black Lion tribe. What on earth do you want? The two old men frowned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, took out his identity token, and said, I'm from the Central Divine Kingdom's main tower. I'm here to investigate the cause of a person's death. The Central Divine Kingdom. Immediately, everyone's eyes trembled, and their faces were filled with shock and fear. Because none of them had been to the Central Divine Kingdom, they had no idea what the token in Qin Feiyang's hand represented. But if the other party was really from the Central Divine Kingdom, he could not afford to offend them. The two old men looked at each other and bowed, Greetings, sirs. Qin Feiyang nodded, put away the token, and said, Do you know someone called Pei Changfeng? Pei Changfeng? Hearing this name, a trace of suspicion crept into their eyes. That's him. Fatso waved his hand, and Pei Zhangfeng's shadow quickly condensed in the void. Who is he? The members of the Black Lion tribe looked at Pei Zhangfeng's figure with puzzlement on their faces. However, Qin Feiyang caught a hint of bewilderment in the eyes of the Grand Elder and Second Elder. In such a situation, doubt and bewilderment meant two different things. Doubt meant that they were completely unaware. And bewilderment meant that the two of them had definitely seen Pei Zhangfeng, but at least they knew of his existence. However, Qin Feiyang did not point it out, and said, Have you never seen him before? No. Everyone shook their heads. The Grand Elder and Second Elder also shook their heads. Fatso's eyes revealed disappointment, and said in a low voice, It seems that we guessed wrong. No. We didn't guess wrong. It's just that someone refuses to tell the truth. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Fatso was surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the Grand Elder and said indifferently, Tell me everything you know. They know? Fatso was stunned for a moment, then glared at the two of them and shouted, Since you know, then why don't you say it, are you courting death? The two of them trembled both physically and mentally, and were a little flustered by Qin Feiyang and Fatso's gaze. Don't be nervous. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't hurt a single clansman of your Black Lion tribe. But if you dare to continue hiding it, your Black Lion tribe will face the danger of being exterminated today. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. But at the end of his sentence, the holy might roared out and instantly enveloped the entire Black Lion tribe. Everyone was suffocating under the pressure. The two old men were also trembling both physically and mentally, their eyes filled with disbelief. He looked so young, but he was actually a battle saint. As for the Black Lion tribe, as a super tribe in the third region, they once had a war saint. That was the leader and the high priest. However, these two people had both died at the hands of Qin Feiyang in the end, so the strongest one was the 9-star war sect. Facing a war saint, the 9-star war sect had no power to resist. Seeing that the deterrence had been achieved, Qin Feiyang also withdrew his holy might, looked at the Grand Elder, and said indifferently, Speak. The Grand Elder hurriedly nodded and said, We have indeed seen him before. You've really seen him before? Qin Feiyang and Fatso were stunned. Then Fatso asked, Where have you seen him? The Grand Elder wiped his cold sweat and said with his head lowered, White Crane Mountain Range. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, Where is White Crane Mountain Range? The Grand Elder said, Not far, it's in the south, only a dozen miles away from here. Qin Feiyang frowned. What is Pei Changfeng doing in White Crane Mountain Range? He is fighting with someone. The Grand Elder said. Who? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The Grand Elder shook his head and said, We don't know, but we know that they are brothers. Brothers? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, How do you know that they are brothers? The Grand Elder said, Because Pei Changfeng calls that person little brother. Little brother. Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder looked at each other. Could it be that the person who fought with Pei Changfeng back then was the current leader of the Divine Python tribe? But wasn't this too inconceivable? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Do you know what that person looks like?" I know. It's a middle-aged man, his cultivation is very strong, and his temperament is also very extraordinary." The Grand Elder raised his hand and waved. Battle chi surged and quickly condensed into a figure in the void. It's really him. Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder looked at the virtual figure, their faces full of disbelief. This person in front of them, if not the current leader of the Divine Python tribe, who else could it be? In other words, what the leader of the Divine Python tribe said to Qin Feiyang at that time was all lies. And Pei Changfeng's death was completely a conspiracy. Qin Feiyang said, "I want to know the details." Good. As long as you don't hurt us, we will tell you everything." The Grand Elder and the Grand Elder nodded. "I remember that back then, we were discussing some matters with the leader, but suddenly we heard a loud noise. Out of curiosity, we rushed to the White Crane Mountain Range and happened to see two people fighting, and we also heard their conversation." The two slowly told the unknown secret of that year. The more Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder listened, the more surprised they became. It turned out that back then, the previous leader of the Divine Python tribe did want to pass the position to Pei Changfeng. And it was not as the current leader of the Divine Python tribe said, that Pei Changfeng did not want to take over the position. On the contrary, Pei Changfeng was very willing. But the current leader of the Divine Python tribe had long coveted the position of the leader. So he set up a trap, tricked Pei Changfeng into coming to the 9 major areas, and assassinated him. In other words, Pei Changfeng died in the hands of his younger brother. Fatso clenched his hands and said in disgust, "He even killed his own brother. This person is vicious. Are status and power really so important? This is what it means to know what is in a person's heart. Before you completely understand a person, you will never know what kind of person he is." Chapter 978. The Grand Elder said, later, Pei Zhangfeng was no match for him. He seemed to have been poisoned in advance, but he managed to escape in the end. Poisoned? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Yes. His face turned black, and his lips turned purple. There was no other explanation other than being poisoned. The Grand Elder nodded. Qin Feiyang pointed at the phantom of the Divine Python tribe's leader and said, "Then did he continue to chase after Pei Zhangfeng?" "Of course. We searched everywhere, but Pei Zhangfeng seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. He never appeared again. Not long after, this person also left. From then on, he never appeared again." The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang said, "This matter is of great importance. Are you sure that what you're saying is the truth?" "I swear. Not only did we see it, but the people of the Crimson Smoke tribe and the Azure Sea tribe also saw it. Because our 3 tribes surrounded the White Crane Mountain Range in a tripartite formation. If there was any movement in the White Crane Mountain Range, we would hear it. At that time, the leaders of the Crimson Smoke tribe and the Azure Sea tribe, the High Priest, and the elders were also nearby to observe. However, because Pei Zhangfeng and Li Zhangfeng were too strong, and they had the sacred weapon in their hands, we all hid in the dark, not daring to show ourselves." The Grand Elder said. Qin Feiyang said, "So later, your 3 tribes searched everywhere for Pei Zhangfeng, wanting to get the sacred weapon on his body. How do you know?" The Grand Elder was surprised. Fatso sneered, "What a joke. Don't you know who we are? Do you think you can hide that from us?" The Grand Elder bitterly smiled and nodded. "That's right. At that time, Pei Zhangfeng was heavily injured and poisoned. The people of our 3 tribes all believed that he wouldn't live for long, so we searched everywhere. The heavens do not disappoint those who persevere. Finally, one day, we found his body. But at that time," Qin Feiyang said, "at that time, Qin Feiyang appeared. Not only did he kill the leaders of your 3 tribes, but he also stole the sacred weapon, right?" The Grand Elder looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Zhangfeng, dumbfounded. They even knew this, these two were too scary. "Humph. Serves you right. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Yes, yes, yes. The Grand Elder nodded his head and bowed, extremely terrified. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and asked, who else knows about this except for the 3 big tribes? No. The Grand Elder shook his head. Very well. From today onwards, all of you will keep this secret to yourselves. Because once it is leaked out, it will definitely bring about a calamity to all of you. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. The Grand Elder hurriedly nodded his head. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, let's go. Fatso opened the teleportation gate, and the two were about to enter. But at this moment, the Grand Elder's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand and said, Sirs, please wait. What is it? Qin Feiyang stopped and turned his head to look at the Grand Elder in confusion. The Great Clan Elder took out a recording crystal and said, I still have a recording from that year, it should be useful to you. Recording? Qin Feiyang and the Grand Elder looked at each other. Fatso was surprised and asked, what recording? The Grand Elder said, it's the recording of Pei Changfeng and that person fighting. It also recorded their complete conversation. The two of them were stunned. With the recording, wasn't it equivalent to irrefutable evidence? Qin Feiyang immediately took out the recording crystal and said with a smile, well done, quickly send it to me. However, the Grand Elder did not immediately send it to Qin Feiyang, as if he had something to say, but did not dare to say it. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously, but soon understood that this person obviously wanted to get some benefits. He said, Fatso, give them some body-tempering pills. Body-tempering pills? The Grand Elder frowned. Who didn't have body-tempering pills? This is not an ordinary body-tempering pill. Fatso coldly snorted and waved his hand. Accompanied by a dazzling light, hundreds of pills appeared on the ground in front of the Grand Elder. These pills basically all had 4 pill patterns, and there were even some that had 5 pill patterns. The Grand Elder was stunned. The people of the Black Lion tribe were also dumbfounded. The eyes of those youths were filled with desire. Although the body-tempering pills were very ordinary and cheap, body-tempering pills with pill patterns were rare. Especially with so many pill patterns. As everyone knew, the more pill patterns there were, the better the effect. And these 4 and 5 pill patterns body-tempering pills, it was no exaggeration to say that just one pill was enough to let a newcomer lay a solid foundation. Therefore, to the youths of the Black Lion tribe, these body-tempering pills were more precious than any high-grade pills. However, when the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe came back to his senses, he was still not very satisfied. Don't be too greedy, or else don't talk about benefits, your lives might not even be saved. Qin Feiyang lightly said. The Grand Elder's eyes trembled. For a moment, he was blinded by greed and forgot that the person in front of him was a battle sage. He did not dare to hesitate any longer and hurriedly established a contract with Qin Feiyang. Then, he sent the video to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not stay any longer and brought Fatso back to the place where Pei Changfeng was buried. Pei Yi had calmed down a lot and stood silently in front of the ice sculpture, his tears dry. Qin Feiyang walked over and patted Pei Yi on the shoulder, saying, it's getting late, we should go back. Okay. Pei Yi nodded and took another deep look at Pei Changfeng in the ice sculpture before keeping it in his heaven and earth bag. Qin Feiyang said, I've been wanting to ask you a question. What is it? Pei Yi looked at him suspiciously. Where's your mother? Qin Feiyang said. Mother. Pei Yi couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his eyes filled with pain. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, forget it if you don't want to answer. Phew. Pei Yi heaved a long sigh and said, I heard from my second uncle that ever since my father left, my mother had been depressed. When I was 1.5 years old, she passed away from depression. Passed away from depression, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. If it were in the past, he would definitely believe it. However, now that he knew the truth, Pei Yi's mother's death was probably not that simple. Fatso said, "Boss, should we tell him the truth? Let's wait for a while." Qin Feiyang thought about it and said to himself. Pei Yi's heart was now full of scars. If he were to be told the truth at this time, he would probably break down. Buzz. Next, Qin Feiyang opened the portal and the three of them arrived at the Ice Crystal City in the 9th zone. He then opened the teleportation altar and directly returned to the main pagoda. Next, Pei Yi returned to the Divine Python tribe to bury Pei Changfeng. Qin Feiyang and Fatso also returned to the Warrior Mountain Range and the Sacred Ground. Calming Lake. It was quiet and peaceful. Qin Feiyang sat in the hall of the attic and looked at the image in the void in front of him. In the image, Pei Changfeng and the current leader of the Divine Python tribe were fighting fiercely in the sky above a mountain range. Blood splattered and the mountains and rivers were shattered. And just as the Grand Elder of the Black Lion tribe said, Pei Changfeng did show signs of being poisoned. In the end, the leader of the Divine Python tribe suddenly took out a long spear and pierced Pei Changfeng's heart. The long spear was black and shining, and its sharpness could split the sky. It was also a sacred weapon. After that, Pei Changfeng escaped from the mountain range with the ice blade. Power, status, what a harmful thing. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and waved his hand. The image disappeared and then he put away the image crystal, got up and walked to the balcony on the 2nd floor. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. The next morning. Chapter 979. Dragon Phoenix House. Inside a private room. Qin Feiyang sat next to the tea table and looked at Wu Yang standing in front of him. While drinking tea, he asked, "Why did you ask me to come here?" Wu Yang respectfully said, "I have a piece of news, it's about a 7th grade alchemy fire." Qin Feiyang's arm trembled. He put down the teacup and said, "Tell me." Wu Yang said, "Somewhere in Qinghai, a cluster of 7th grade alchemy fire is about to appear." Qinghai, Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, "Is this news true?" "It's true." Wu Yang nodded. "Who else knows?" Qin Feiyang asked. Wu Yang said, "According to my father, this alchemy fire was first discovered by the people in the tower, so the people in the tower must know about it." Qin Feiyang frowned. "The people in the tower found it, how did the Qilin tribe know about it?" "To tell you the truth, not only the Qilin tribe, but several other tribes also have people in the tower. And their status is not low. So, as long as it's not a particularly secret, we can basically know it in the first place." Wu Yang said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. He didn't expect that not only the Mujia, but also the major tribes have spies in the tower. This tower is really a mix of dragons and snakes. Qinghai is a very dangerous place. With my ability, I'm sure I can't get the alchemy fire, so I can only tell you this news. You have to find a way." Wu Yang said. He looked a little nervous. "How dangerous is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. This so-called Qinghai, he has never been there, and even heard very little about it. "I don't know, but I heard from my father that even a war emperor may not return." Wu Yang said. This, Qin Feiyang was surprised. "That's right. Last time, the chief said that there was something for him to deal with, and the destination was Qinghai. Could it be that the thing to deal with is the alchemy fire?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then looked at Wu Yang and said, "Is there any other news?" "Yes. Because you killed Wu Jian, our leader is thinking of a way to deal with you." Wu Yang said. Frankly speaking, he still felt like he was living in a dream. One had to know that Wu Jian was a genuine 9-star battle saint. Although he had suppressed his cultivation level, it was still unbelievable that he could be killed in an instant by this person. "Deal with me?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He was not surprised at all. Wu Jian was a genius of the Qilin tribe and his future was limitless. If the leader of the Qilin tribe did not come to find trouble with him, then that would truly be strange. Qin Feiyang said, when he thinks of a way to deal with me, you have to tell me immediately. No matter how much they disdained the Qilan tribe, they were still a super tribe with countless combat emperors. They had to be on guard. All right. Wu Yang nodded. Then, he looked like he wanted to say something. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said indifferently, I like people who are straightforward. Just say what you want to say. Wu Yang gritted his teeth and said, when can I be free? When you fulfill my conditions, you will be free. Take out your image crystal and build a contract bridge. It will be convenient for us to contact each other in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled and took out his image crystal. Wu Yang sighed deeply and helplessly. He also took out his image crystal. After the contract bridge was completed, Qin Feiyang stood up and opened the portal to leave. I can't go on like this. I must find a way to get rid of his control. Looking at the portal that disappeared, Wu Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Because he knew that even if he fulfilled Qin Feiyang's conditions, Qin Feiyang might not let him go. He must strike first to gain the upper hand. Get rid of my control, naive. At the same time. Soothing Lake. Qin Feiyang stood in the courtyard with a cold smile in his eyes. When he saw Wu Yang, he had been secretly spying on Wu Yang's inner thoughts. Therefore, he knew all of Wu Yang's thoughts clearly. It was just as Wu Yang thought. Even if Wu Yang fulfilled his conditions, he would not let him go. Because of the incident with Swan, he hated and disliked anyone who took the blood evil pill from the bottom of his heart. Such people should not live in this world. Whoosh! At this moment, a purple figure broke through the air and arrived. Qin Feiyang looked up and saw that it was Gongsun Bei. Are you used to this place? Gongsun Bei landed in Qin Feiyang's courtyard and asked with a smile. It's okay. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Lord Gongsun, do you have something to tell me? Sigh. Why are you calling me Lord? You are too polite. Although I have finished my apprenticeship, I am still the Chief Tower Master's disciple. You can call me Senior Brother. Gongsun Bei smiled. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gongsun Bei said, I am indeed here to ask you to do something. Please say it, Senior Brother. Qin Feiyang said. Wait. Gongsun Bei looked at young Master Hao and Wang Yu's courtyard and said loudly, You, Junior Brother, come out. Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Why did he ask Wang Yu, and young Master Hao to come out? After a while, Wang Yu, walked out of the attic in a white dress. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy in a painting. She was young and beautiful. She looked at Gongsun Bei and Qin Feiyang. Wang Yu, frowned slightly, then flew up and landed in front of Gongsun Bei. She looked very intimate and said with a smile, Big Brother Gongsun, what are you doing? Let's talk later. Gongsun Bei smiled and looked at young Master Hao's courtyard. However, young Master Hao did not come out. Did he go to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion again? Gongsun Bei looked at Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu and frowned. Should be. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If young Master Hao was not at Calm Heart Lake, then he must be at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He's really persistent. Gongsun Bei sighed helplessly and took out an image crystal to send a message to young Master Hao. After a while, young Master Hao appeared in the courtyard with a dissatisfied face. Junior Brother, you can't blame the Chief Pagoda Master for always saying that you don't do your job properly. You asked for it. Let me tell you, if you continue to be like this, I'm afraid that the entire Central Divine Kingdom will talk about you behind your back. Gongsun Bei tried his best to persuade him. It's none of your business. Young Master Hao rolled his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. Don't be long-winded. If you have something to say, just say it. A row of black lines appeared on Gongsun Bei's forehead, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Can't you see that I'm concerned? My good intentions were taken as ill intentions. Some time ago, we found a cluster of 7th grade alchemy fire in Qinghai. Gong Sunbei said. As expected. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. But young Master Hao looked unhappy and said, "It's just a cluster of 7th grade alchemy fire. You can just bring it back. Why do you have to call me back?" Wang Yu also looked suspicious. The 7th grade alchemy fire was no less than a big treasure in Qin Feiyang's eyes, but it was nothing in the eyes of young Master Hao and Wang Yu. Gong Sunbei said, "The chief pagoda master wants the 3 of you to go to Qinghai and bring back the alchemy fire." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. When Gong Sunbei said that there was a 7th grade alchemy fire, he expected this result. But he didn't expect that young Master Hao and Wang Yu would also go. If he were to go alone, he would be able to take the alchemy fire for himself with a few simple tricks. But now that young Master Hao and Wang Yu were with him, it was not so easy. At the same time, hearing Gong Sunbei's words, young Master Hao frowned and shook his head. "I'm not interested. I'm not going." Gong Sunbei said, "This is the chief pagoda master's order. You can't refuse." "Fuck. I'm not your pet. Why should I listen to you?" Gong Sunbei said angrily. In his opinion, this was simply a waste of time. Wang Yu glanced at Qin Feiyang and snorted coldly. "I'm not interested either, especially if I'm going with someone. That's for the best. Because I like to be alone, and I don't like to bring a burden." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Who are you calling a burden?" Wang Yu immediately gnashed her teeth. "I'm not talking about you. Why are you so agitated?" Qin Feiyang shrugged and then said jokingly, "Or do you admit that you're a burden? Bastard, I'll tear you apart." Wang Yu couldn't argue and attacked. She bared her white teeth and pounced on Qin Feiyang fiercely. Gong Sunbei, who was next to them, felt a headache when he saw this scene. "Enough. Stop fooling around." Seeing that Wang Yu was about to pounce on Qin Feiyang, Gong Sunbei released his energy and imprisoned both Mr. Hao and Mr. Hao. "It's indeed quite easy for us divine envoys to bring back that cluster of elixir fire. And I also think that it's unnecessary to let you go to Qinghai. But the Chief Tower Master said that this is a good opportunity for you to gain experience." Gong Sunbei said. "Who cares?" Mr. Hao pouted. Gong Sunbei was extremely helpless. He said, "The Chief Tower Master has already decided. You have to go whether you want to or not. You'll leave tomorrow morning." Then, he withdrew his energy. "Humph." Mr. Hao snorted and turned around to enter his tower without looking back. Wang Yu glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and also turned around to leave. "Sigh, these two are really troublesome." Gong Sunbei sighed helplessly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you know the real reason why the Chief Tower Master wants you to go to Qinghai?" "The real reason?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "For Mr. Hao?" "Yes. Junior brother is different from others since he was born. He has never experienced any setbacks, which makes the Chief Tower Master very worried. Because if this goes on, his future will be delayed and his talent will be wasted. So, the Chief Tower Master wants him to go out and see the cruelty of the world. He wants him to experience some hardships and tribulations so that he will understand that he can't always rely on others. He has to rely on himself for everything. But the Chief Tower Master is worried, so he wants you to go with Wang Yu. Wang Yu has the strength, and you have the brains. You can do your best to protect junior brother. Of course, it's also a chance for you and Wang Yu, to cultivate your relationship." Gong Sunbei smiled ambiguously. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. It was impossible for him and Wang Yu, What was there to cultivate? "Have you asked Elder Wang and Wang Yu's parents about this?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Of course. It's such an important matter. We have to discuss it with them in advance. And they are very satisfied with you. They hope that you and Wang Yu can be together." Gong Sunbei smiled. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint their good intentions." Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. He and Wang Yu were not from the same world, so it was impossible for them to be together. Besides, Gong Sunbei added with a serious face, you have to remember what I'm going to say next. No matter what difficulties you encounter after you leave Divine City, we won't help you in any way. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It seemed that the Chief Tower Master was serious this time to make young Master Hao change his mind. What about the coordinates of the alchemy fire? Qin Feiyang asked. I won't tell you. You have to find it yourself. But don't worry. As long as you enter Qinghai, it won't be difficult to find the location of the alchemy fire. But you have to hurry, because there should be only half a month before the birth of the alchemy fire. Gong Sunbei said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Gong Sunbei patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said with a smile, then I'll leave this matter to you. Bring junior brother back alive. I'll try my best. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay, you get ready. I'll go and report. After Gong Sunbei finished speaking, he opened the portal and left. It's really troublesome. When the portal dissipated, Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly had a trace of anger. Immediately, he turned and entered the attic, took out the image crystal, and Wu Yang's shadow quickly condensed. Qin Feiyang said, give me the location and coordinates of the alchemy fire. Wu Yang was stunned and said respectfully, now we only know that the alchemy fire has appeared in Qinghai, and the location and coordinates are still in the process of finding out. How long do you need to find out? Qin Feiyang frowned. I don't know. Wu Yang shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered and said, once you find out the coordinates, tell me immediately. Okay. Wu Yang nodded and asked, is there anything else? Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. After turning off the image crystal, Qin Feiyang sat on the chair, lowered his head and muttered, his eyes flickering. 7th grade alchemy fire, I'm determined to get it. A moment later, he clenched his hands and muttered to himself, a firm light flashing in his eyes. Time flew. Early the next morning, Qin Feiyang walked out of the attic. Soon, Wang Yu, and young Master Hao also walked out. Although they didn't want to go, the Chief Pagoda Master had already made up his mind and could only obey. The three of them gathered together. Wang Yu, didn't say anything and directly declared her sovereignty, saying, along the way, you must listen to me. On what basis? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Wang Yu said coldly, because I'm stronger than you. If you're not convinced, you can come and fight. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He was a 1-star battle saint. Wasn't he looking for trouble if he fought with a 9-star battle saint? Then let's go. Wang Yu waved her hand and opened a portal. The three of them walked in one after another. Qilin Tribe. Chief, the Chief Pagoda's spy reported that Ancestor Mu is going to Qinghai. In a hall, an old man in black stood in front of the chief of the Qilin tribe and said respectfully. The chief of the Qilin tribe was stunned and frowned. Why is he going to Qinghai? The old man in black said, it said that the Chief Pagoda Master asked him to bring back the alchemy fire. That's not right. Usually, the Chief Pagoda's divine envoy will come out in such a situation. The chief of the Qilin tribe was suspicious. The old man in black said, it seems that he wants to train him. The Chief Pagoda Master didn't even give them the coordinates and asked them to find it themselves. The chief of the Qilin tribe's eyes lit up and said, doesn't that mean that this is a great opportunity to kill him? Yes, but also no. Because Wang Yu, and young Master Hao are going with him. The old man in black said. What's the matter? Can't we find a chance to avoid them? In short, we can't let Ancestor Mu come back alive this time. I'll leave this matter to you. Bring back the alchemy fire as well. The chief of the Qilin tribe said with a cold smile on his face. Okay. The old man in black nodded, then bowed and left. A mysterious tribe. The chief of the divine python tribe was half lying on the chair. He narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. The high priestess stood behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. A moment later, the chief of the divine python tribe suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. He said, "I have a feeling that we can't let Ancestor Mu live." The high priestess's delicate body stiffened. She shook her head and said, "No, if the assassination fails, it'll be equivalent to us not fighting and not confessing. Besides, judging from Ancestor Mu's attitude that day, he definitely doesn't know the cause of Big Brother's death." "I understand. But I can't feel at ease if Ancestor Mu doesn't die," the chief of the divine python tribe said in distress. "You're a typical thief with a guilty conscience." The high priestess glared at him helplessly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "How about this? Isn't he going to Qinghai? We'll let Elder Qin follow him first. If there's a chance to kill him in one strike, we'll kill him. If there's no chance, we'll give up decisively." The chief of the divine python tribe's eyes lit up. He said happily, "That's a good idea. I'll go find Elder Qin immediately." With that, he got up and left in a hurry. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Chapter 980. Qinghai City. This city was located at the western border of the Central Divine Kingdom, which was very far away from the Divine City. The area of Qinghai City was only about 5 or 6 miles. Compared to the Divine City, it was like heaven and earth. Moreover, Qinghai City had been built for less than 1,000 years. However, such a city was quite prosperous. Because Qinghai City was the only way to Qinghai, and it was only dozens of miles away from Qinghai. Many people who went to Qinghai to explore and search for treasures would come here to replenish their supplies and rest. Swish! At this moment, in the sky above a forest outside the city, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the other 2. Qin Feiyang glanced down, looked up at the city not far away, and asked suspiciously, "Where is this?" "I don't know either." Young Master Hao shook his head. Although he was born in the Central Divine Kingdom, he had always been in the Divine City, so he was even more unfamiliar with the outside world than Qin Feiyang. Wang Yuer said, "This is Qinghai City, the only city near Qinghai. If you want to buy anything, hurry up and buy it." Young Master Hao asked curiously, "Sister, have you been here before?" "No." Wang Yuer shook her head. "Then how do you know?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. "Nonsense. Of course I asked around." Wang Yuer glared at him angrily. In fact, last night, she had deliberately asked someone about the details of Qinghai City. Therefore, although she had never been here before, she knew a little about Qinghai City. Young Master Hao smiled embarrassedly. This woman is quite attentive. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wang Yuer and asked, "Then should we change our faces and hide our identities?" "No need. Qinghai City is millions of miles away from the Divine City. Basically, no one here has been to the Divine City, so no one will know us." Wang Yuer said. "No way. I'm so famous, but they don't know me?" Young Master Hao was surprised. "Narcissist." Wang Yuer couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Although others don't know you, the Pavilion Master and the City Lord of Qinghai City know you." "Who?" Young Master Hao was stunned and asked. Wang Yuer said, "Fu Xiong, Shen Feiyan." "So it's them." Young Master Hao was enlightened. "Let's go. Restrain your auras and don't attract too much attention. After all, we're here to train. The fewer people who know, the better." Wang Yuer said indifferently and flew towards Qinghai City without looking back. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao followed behind her. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Who are Fu Xiong and Shen Feiyan?" Young Master Hao chuckled, "Speaking of which, you and Fu Xiong have some history." "Origin?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Young Master Hao asked, "Do you remember Fu Anshan?" "Of course I remember," Qin Feiyang said. Young Master Hao smiled, "Fu Xiong is Fu Anshan's son." "Ugh." Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Then, he smiled bitterly. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. As for Shen Feiyun, this person was once a prominent figure in Divine City. He was even as famous as Gongsun Bei. Unfortunately, in the end, when he spoke up to hear, young Master Hao paused as if he was hiding something that was difficult to say. As famous as Gongsun Bei. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Who didn't know that Gongsun Bei was not only the disciple of the Chief Tower Master, but also his trusted aide? It could be said that his status in Forgotten Continent was definitely not lower than the Holy Tower Master and the Saint Peak Master. And a person who could be compared to Gongsun Bei should at least be an overlord. How could he have fallen to such a state? Not long later, the three of them landed in front of the city gate. There were 4 guards guarding the city gate. Their cultivation was between 1-star War Master and 3-star War Master. Wow, look! A great beauty has come. When they saw Wang Yuer, the eyes of the 4 guards immediately lit up as they stood at the city gate. When Qin Feiyang and the other 2 approached, the leader of the guards shouted, "Stop!" The 3 of them were slightly stunned. The leader of the guards shouted, "Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to Qinghai City?" The people coming and going all stopped in their tracks and looked at the 3 of them suspiciously. Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows and said patiently, "Big brothers, we are explorers going to Qinghai City." "Really? But no matter how we look at it, you don't look like good people." The guard glanced at Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, then looked straight at Wang Yuer. The other 3 guards were the same. Looking at the eyes of the 4, Qin Feiyang immediately understood that there was an ulterior motive. But he didn't move. Because he wanted to see how Wang Yuer was going to deal with it. Wang Yuer had seen countless people and had teased countless men. Of course, she could see through the thoughts of the 4 at a glance. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, "Then may I ask, how can we prove that we are not bad people?" There was a trace of coldness in her tone. "Search. We want to see if you have any weapons on you. Don't try to resist. Because in Qinghai City, no matter how high your cultivation is or how strong you are, you have to follow the rules here." The leader of the guard said very seriously, but his eyes were always glancing at Wang Yuer's chest. "You're courting death." Young Master Hao clenched his hands and said in a deep voice, "What if we don't follow the rules?" "Don't follow the rules?" The 4 guards looked at each other and smiled. The leader's eyes flashed, and he said, "If you don't follow the rules, you'll die, even if you're the king of heaven." Arrogant. Young Master Hao was furious. Qin Feiyang grabbed him and said with a smile, "Don't be anxious. We'll make a move when Wang Yuer can't handle it." Young Master Hao was stunned, and his eyes immediately became strange. He said through voice transmission, "Brother, she's your fiancée now. Are you going to watch her being teased by other men in public?" Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Fiancé? He didn't have such luck. "You 2 bastards, are you still men?" At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer remain indifferent, Wang Yuer's heart also surged with anger. "Didn't you tell us to listen to you? Without your permission, we wouldn't dare to move." "Brother Hao, don't you think so?" Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Young Master Hao's face darkened, and he said angrily, "Brother, you're being immoral. It's fine if you want to fight with her, but why drag me into it? Are you stupid? Can't you see that I'm fighting for the right to speak for us? You can't expect us 2 men to listen to a woman, can you?" Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Young Master Hao came to a realization, then looked at Wang Yuer and said timidly through voice transmission, "Sister, Brother Mu is right. Without your permission, we wouldn't dare to be presumptuous." Wang Yuer's face turned pale. She was not a fool, and she could naturally see that the 2 were doing it on purpose. At the same time, seeing that Wang Yuer didn't say anything, the 4 guards thought that Wang Yuer acquiesced to their search, so they smiled at each other and went forward to surround Wang Yuer. The leader of the guards said with a smile, "Little girl, don't be nervous. We're just searching you. We won't take advantage of you. Yes, yes, yes. It's just a search. The other 3 guards nodded in agreement, but their eyes were extremely wretched. Then, the 4 of them raised their arms one after another and reached for Wang Yuer. You really don't know what's good for you. Wang Yuer muttered, her eyes cold and piercing. But suddenly, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she said to Qin Feiyang through voice transmission, do you want me to say it before you're willing to move? Fine, now I order you to cripple the 4 of them. Cripple? Young Master Hao was stunned and said to himself, brother, what should we do now? Pretend you didn't hear it. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Young Master Hao was stunned and shook his head with a bitter smile. These 2 were indeed a pair of enemies. Seeing that the 2 of them were still indifferent, Wang Yuer's temper couldn't help but flare up. You win. She turned around and glared at the 2 of them fiercely, then glanced at the 4 guards, killing intent bursting out of her eyes. The 4 guards couldn't help but tremble. What are you doing? However, at this time, a displeased shout was heard. Oh no. The 4 guards trembled again and hurriedly turned to look at the street inside the city gate with incomparably respectful expressions. The crowd of onlookers was the same, as if some big shot had arrived. Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao looked at each other and also looked up. Their gazes passed through the crowd and finally landed on a certain place on the street inside the city. At that place, a young man was walking over with large strides, surrounded by a group of guards. The young man was wearing a gorgeous purple robe and was about 1.8 meters tall. There was an exquisite jade pendant on his waist, and he looked dignified and arrogant. The group of guards behind him were dressed similar to the 4 guards guarding the city. Obviously, they were all from the city lord's mansion. However, their auras were much stronger than the 4 people guarding the city. The purple-clothed young man was like a moon surrounded by stars, looking down on the crowd. Greetings, young Master Long. As soon as the purple-clothed young man came out, the people gathered in front of the city gate bowed to him. Yes. Young Master Long nodded, his arrogant expression slightly cold, but when he saw Wang Yuer, his eyes flashed with surprise. What's going on? He looked at the 4 city guards and frowned. The leader of the guards hurriedly said, Young Master Long, it's like this, however. Before he could speak, Wang Yuer's eyes flashed, and she ran to young Master Long in a panic, saying, Young Master, you have to uphold justice for this little girl. As she spoke, she used her charm technique slightly. Young Master Long was immediately enchanted, his eyes filled with admiration, and then patted his chest proudly. Don't be afraid, with me here, no one dares to bully you. Thank you, young master. Wang Yuer looked at him gratefully, her charming eyes were like silk, seducing one's soul. Little demoness. Qin Feiyang cursed. Get used to it. Young Master Hao patted his shoulder and sighed. He had lived with Wang Yuer since he was young, so he had a certain immunity to Wang Yuer's charm technique. But the others couldn't. At this moment, all the men present looked at Wang Yuer as if their souls had left their bodies. That young Master Long was even more obsessed with the charm technique, unable to extricate himself. At the same time, Wang Yuer glanced at everyone, and finally her gaze fell on Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao. Her gaze was somewhat thought-provoking. Looking at Wang Yuer's gaze, young Master Hao inexplicably felt flustered, and transmitted his voice. Brother Mu, I have an ominous premonition. Me too. Qin Feiyang muttered. Both of them secretly became vigilant. Because this Wang Yuer could do anything. Wang Yuer suddenly retracted her gaze and looked at young Master Long with a charming smile. Young Master, didn't you want to uphold justice for me? Why aren't you saying anything? Yes, yes, yes. Young Master Long suddenly came back to his senses, and then nodded repeatedly, looking at the 4 guards. He said angrily, You 4 men actually bullied a woman in broad daylight. This is too much. Young Master, this is a misunderstanding. The 4 of them trembled physically and mentally, and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Misunderstanding? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? My city lord mansion sent you here to guard the city gate and maintain order, not to use your authority to bully people. Young Master Long roared. We were wrong. Young Master, please spare us. The four of them kept kowtowing, extremely terrified. I also want to spare you, but with so many people watching, if I do so, won't people say that I'm bending the law for personal gain? Don't blame me, this is what you asked for. Young Master Long shook his head and sighed, and shouted, Men, execute them on the spot. Yes. One of the guards behind him replied respectfully. Then, he took a step forward and without saying anything, he killed the four guards. So ruthless? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Young Master House secretly said, It's not that he's ruthless, it's sister's charming technique. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You still don't understand? Sister's charming technique, when used to a certain extent, can control a person's mind, and you have to do whatever she wants you to do. And that day at Longphone Pavilion, you were lucky. Because you're about to become my father's disciple, she has some concerns, so she didn't dare to do that. Young Master House secretly said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Wang Yuer's charming technique was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It seemed that in the future, he had to stay away from this woman, lest he suddenly be controlled. One had to know. He was a person with secrets all over his body. Once controlled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Young Master Long looked at Wang Yuer and said with a flattering smile, Miss, are you satisfied now? Thank you, young master. Wang Yuer said weakly, then suddenly pointed at Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao, and said, And them, they followed me all the way, they definitely have ulterior motives. What the hell? Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ulterior motives? What kind of joke was this? If it was another woman, it might be possible. But for this little demoness, they only wanted to stay as far away from her as possible. How could they possibly have ulterior motives towards her? However, no one else knew about this. Everyone looked at the two of them in unison, their eyes filled with anger. As for that young Master Long, his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. She's forcing us to make a move. Young Master Hao sighed. Qin Feiyang also had a helpless look on his face. A single sentence was enough to make him and young Master Hao public enemies. This woman was more than terrifying, she was simply impossible to deal with. Suddenly, killing intent flashed in young Master Long's eyes, and he said without turning his head, Miss, tell me, how should we deal with them? It's up to you. Wang Yuer said weakly. Young Master Long laughed coldly and waved his hand. Break their legs for this young master. Immediately, the group of guards behind him swarmed forward with cruel smiles on their faces. There were more than a dozen of them, and their cultivations ranged from 3 to 5-star War Master. Sis, isn't this too much? Young Master Hao sent a sound transmission, sweeping his gaze across the guards, his brows tightly knitted. Humph. You asked for it. Chapter 981. More than a dozen guards looked ferocious. Wang Yuer revealed 2 sweet dimples, looking extremely charming. She was a typical little witch. Young Master Long gritted his teeth as if he had a feud with Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer. Seeing this situation, the surrounding crowd kept retreating, afraid that they would be implicated. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yuer looked at each other and couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Young Master Hao looked at those guards and said, Let me tell you, you'd better not provoke me. You still dare to be arrogant when you're about to die? Young Master Long looked surprised and then said to those guards, Be gentle, don't kill them. I want to have fun today. Okay. More than a dozen guards nodded, their faces full of mockery and ridicule. There are so many people who want to die. Young Master Hao's eyes turned cold, and his saint aura roared in all directions. Those dozen guards were immediately imprisoned on the spot. He is actually a battle saint. Young Master Long was shocked. Under young Master Hao's Saint Aura, those guards felt as if they were in the abyss, and their bodies turned cold. I said, don't provoke me. Young Master Hao roared, and his Saint Aura suddenly surged. More than a dozen guards exploded on the spot, and blood splattered in the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Wang Yuer was also shocked. Obviously, she didn't expect young Master Hao to kill them directly. Only Qin Feiyang looked as if nothing had happened. Although he hadn't known young Master Hao for long, he had already known young Master Hao's character. Don't be fooled by young Master Hao's usual sloppy appearance. In fact, there was an inviolable arrogance in his bones. Therefore, when dealing with this person, one had to use the right method, or one would get into trouble. And this young Master Long, relying on the power behind him, repeatedly provoked him. As the son of the chief tower master, he definitely couldn't tolerate it. How dare you? How dare you kill my guards? Do you know who I am? Do you know how big a mistake you have made? Young Master Long didn't realize that he had hit an iron plate this time. After coming back to his senses, he immediately shouted at young Master Hao in a stern voice. You're still excited? Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and laughed. You are the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I have to admire your courage. Who do you think you are? Young Master Long was not to be outdone. Qin Feiyang frowned. Young Master Hao had already displayed his strength, yet this person still dared to continue challenging him. It seemed like this young Master Long really had someone backing him up. Who am I? In the meantime, young Master Hao was stunned. As the son of the dignified chief tower master, when had he ever been humiliated like this? Was this person tired of living? Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he landed in front of young Master Long. What do you want to do? This sudden action caused young Master Long to panic a little. What are you trying to do? What do you think? Young Master Hao laughed and raised his hand to slap young Master Long's face. Furthermore, he used half of his strength. But even if it was only half of his strength, it was still not something that young Master Long could withstand. Because young Master Long was only a battle emperor. There was no suspense. Accompanied by a miserable howl, young Master Long flew out like a meteorite, crashing into the city gate behind him, blood spurting out wildly. Half of his face instantly swelled up, and a blood-red palm print was extremely eye-catching. You actually dare to hit me? He laid on the ground and looked at young Master Hao in disbelief. So what if I hit you? Let me tell you, to be able to let me slap you, that is the accumulated merit of your ancestors. You should go back and burn incense. Young Master Hao said in disdain. How preposterous. I will definitely not let you off. Young Master Long spat out a mouthful of blood. He was angered by young Master Hao's words. Then he got up in a sorry state and looked at Wang Yu. Miss, don't be afraid. Come with me first, I'll bring you to settle the score with them later. You'd better pray for yourself. Wang Yu chuckled, and then entered the city without looking back. What do you mean? Young Master Long was stunned. Can't you tell? She's with us. She's just teasing you. You really took it seriously. You're really stupid. Young Master Hao shook his head and sneered. After saying that, he chased after Wang Yu. You're still too young. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and patted young Master Long's shoulder. He shook his head and smiled, then followed him into the city. Teasing me? Young Master Long was stunned, unable to regain his senses for a long time. A moment later, he looked at the crowd around him and asked, Are they really together? Everyone nodded. Young Master Long immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. And you didn't give us a chance to speak. Everyone muttered in their hearts. At the same time, they were very nervous. Qin Feiyang and the other two did not understand young Master Long, but they did. Not only did this person have a backer, he was also narrow-minded. No one dared to offend him. Young Master Long's hands were tightly clenched together as he looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the other two. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. "Just you wait, I will let you know the consequences of offending this young master," he muttered, then opened the teleportation gate and left. Only then did the people gathered here heave a sigh of relief. Following that, they began to discuss in low voices. To even dare to hit young Master Long, what kind of background did these three people have? Moreover, under the deliberate spread of the news, this matter spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and very quickly, everyone in Qinghai City knew about it. They were all shocked and in disbelief. On a bustling street, Qin Feiyang and the other two walked side by side. When the pedestrians who came and went saw them, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. It spread throughout Qinghai City so quickly. It really is as the saying goes, good things don't go out, but bad things travel 1,000 miles. Young Master Hao shook his head. Qin Feiyang laughed. This also means that young Master Long's background is not small. No matter how great his background is, can he compare to me? Young Master Hao disdained. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. In this forgotten continent, other than the Mu family, there really wasn't any hedonistic son who dared to compare family background with young Master Hao. Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yu, who was walking in the middle, and frowned. "Sis, you've caused enough trouble, shouldn't you tell us now, why did you bring us to Qinghai City?" "I'm causing trouble?" Wang Yu laughed out of anger, and said, "From what you're saying, you're blaming me?" "Did I say that?" Young Master Hao had an innocent look on his face. "Humph. Don't think that I don't know what you guys want to do. Let me give you a piece of advice, all of you better behave yourselves." Wang Yu coldly snorted. Young Master Hao said powerlessly, "Yes, yes, yes, you're the best, you're the biggest, you can say it now." "Didn't I say it already? We came to Qinghai City to prepare for going to Qinghai City. According to what I heard last night, Qinghai City is very big, and there are very few islands. Without an island, we won't be able to land. So for safety's sake, before we go, we must first buy a few water avoidance pearls," Wang Yu said. And Wang Yu's attentiveness once again made Qin Feiyang have a whole new level of respect for her. Indeed, water avoidance pearls were indispensable when going on an adventure in the sea. Because there was a lot of water pressure in the deep sea. If one accidentally fell into the deep sea, it would be extremely dangerous. Everyone knew that. Not only were there powerful sea beasts lurking in the deep sea, but the water pressure would also affect one's strength and cause inconvenience. But it would be different with water avoidance pearls. The water avoidance pearls could isolate the water pressure, allowing one to be as relaxed in the deep sea as on land. Water avoidance pearls? Young Master Hao frowned and said, "Then why didn't you say so earlier? The old man has a lot of them. I'll just go and ask him for a few." Wang Yu said, "He won't give them to you." "Why?" Young Master Hao was suspicious. "Don't you understand? This time, your father asked us to come to Qinghai City to train you. So not to mention your father, even if you go to Gongsun Bay or your friends, they won't give you water avoidance pearls." Wang Yu glared at him angrily. She had never seen such a stupid person who still didn't understand the situation. "Is that so?" Young Master Hao was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded with a wry smile. In fact, young Master Hao wasn't stupid, but he just didn't use the right path. And now it seemed that the Chief Tower Master's worries were reasonable. If he didn't train him, his future would be ruined. "After all this time, I'm the one who implicated you?" Young Master Hao looked at the two of them with a stunned expression. "What do you think?" Wang Yu rolled her eyes at young Master Hao, then stopped a passerby and asked, "Brother, how do I get to the trading pavilion?" "It's 2 blocks ahead and around the corner," the passerby said in a hurry and ran away as if he was running for his life. The three of them looked at each other. Young Master Hao frowned and said, "Why do I feel that in his eyes, we are a bit of a plague?" "Not a bit. We are. It seems that young Master Long is really not simple." Qin Feiyang said. "So what? He'd better not provoke us again, or I'll send him to hell." Young Master Hao's eyes flashed coldly. A moment later, the three of them entered the trading pavilion. Compared to the trading pavilions in Divine City, the scale of the trading pavilions here was much smaller. The whole building only had 3 floors, and the decoration was very old. But after all, it was the only trading pavilion in the Qinghai region, so there were many people coming in and out. "Greetings, Mississippi, greetings, young masters." A woman in red came up and bowed to the three of them. Wang Yu said, "Do you have a water-repelling pearl here?" "Yes." The woman in red nodded, not surprised at all. Because most people came to the trading pavilion for the water-repelling pearl. Wang Yu was delighted and asked, "How much is it?" "Miss, this is your first time here, right? We don't sell the water-repelling pearl. We only auction it. The highest bidder gets it, and we only auction 5 a day." The woman in red smiled. "You're auctioning this thing? You're not too kind. You're clearly taking advantage of the situation." Young Master Hao said unhappily. Wang Yu also frowned and was a little dissatisfied. The water-repelling pearl was very precious and rare in the eyes of others, but for people like young Master Hao and Wang Yu, it couldn't be more ordinary. This was the difference in values between people of different levels. This is the rules set by the higher-ups. We can only follow it. Please understand. The woman in red smiled apologetically. People who stayed in the trading pavilion all year round were definitely better at reading people than others. From the conversation between young Master Hao and young Master Hao, she had already guessed that the 3 people in front of her must be extraordinary, so her attitude was more polite. "It's okay." Wang Yu waved her hand and smiled. She asked, "Is there an auction today?" "Yes. It starts in an hour. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay and watch. Because when we auction the water-repelling pearl, we will also auction other rare treasures that may be helpful for your trip to Qinghai." The woman in red said. Wang Yu was moved. She nodded and smiled, "Then please arrange a private room for us." "Okay. Please follow me." After the woman in red finished speaking, she turned around and was about to lead the way. But at this moment, a group of people rushed into the trading pavilion aggressively. The leader was young Master Long. There were more than 20 people behind him. They were all middle-aged burly men. Their bodies were burly, and the aura they emitted was between 7 and 9-star war masters. Compared to the guards at the city gate before, their overall strength was on a higher level. Beside young Master Long, there was an old man in black. This person was skinny and had white hair. There was no aura on his body at all. He looked weak, but his old eyes were filled with strands of astonishing sharpness. "It's them." After young Master Long rushed into the trading pavilion, he glanced at the crowd. When he saw Qin Feiyang and the other 2, he immediately grabbed the 3 of them and said angrily. Immediately, the 20 or so guards and the old man in black looked at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. "They're really not afraid of death." Young Master Hao muttered, a hint of killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Young Master Long smiled contemptuously, looked at the 3 of them arrogantly, and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance, kneel down and kowtow to apologize." "Kowtow and apologize? Who gave you the guts to say such words to me?" Young Master Hao's face darkened. "Haha," young Master Long laughed arrogantly, and said, "Today, not only do you have to kowtow and apologize, you also have to hand her over to me. Smelly bitch, how dare you play with me? I'll let you know the consequences of offending me later." His eyes swept across Wang Yuer's chest unscrupulously, full of lust and wickedness. Wang Yuer frowned, and said indifferently, "You will pay the price for this." "Ha, this is my territory, what do you dare to do to me? You're not going to kneel, are you? All right. Cripple them for me." Young Master Long roared, and the 20 or so guards immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the other two. Stop! But at this time, the woman in red stood up, looked at young Master Long, and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Long, don't forget that this is the trading pavilion. If you have any personal grudges, please wait until they leave the trading pavilion." "Is the trading pavilion that great? Get the hell out of my way, or I'll beat you up too," young Master Long shouted arrogantly. "How dare you!" The woman in red's face sank. "Pa!" However, before she could finish her sentence, young Master Long took a step forward and slapped the woman in red's face. "You!" The woman in red was stunned. Although she was only a staff member of the trading pavilion and couldn't be compared to young Master Long, in Shanghai City, no one had ever dared to cause trouble in the trading pavilion. Not to mention the people in the trading pavilion. Young Master Long waved his hand and sneered, "Bitch, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to get out of my way or not? They are guests of my trading pavilion. Don't even think about touching them. I will immediately report this matter to the pavilion master and ask him to make a decision." The woman in red took out an image crystal. "You're courting death." Young Master Long was furious. He slapped away the image crystal of the woman in red, and then slapped her again. The woman in red's beautiful face turned pale. Young Master Long was a famous playboy in Shanghai City, so she understood him. Although he was usually very arrogant, he was still honest every time he came to the trading pavilion. But he didn't expect him to be so crazy today. "You've gone too far." Chapter 982. Young Master Long raised his eyebrows, looked at Qin Feiyang's hand, and laughed. "Do you want to be the hero to save the beauty?" His smile was somewhat frightening. The woman in red cursed in her heart and hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Qin Feiyang. "Young master, quickly stop, he is not someone you can provoke." Qin Feiyang laughed faintly. "This matter was originally caused by us, speaking of which, we have implicated you, so let me end it." He did not send a sound transmission. The woman in red was stunned. This kind of confident tone and arrogant demeanor was not something an adventurer should have. Could it be that these three people had a great background? However. Young Master Long seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world as he raised his head and laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Is it that funny? If it's not funny, would this young master laugh? I think you're just here to be funny. End it? How do you want to end it? Kill me? Do you have the guts? Let me tell you, as long as I lose a single strand of hair here, you can forget about leaving this Shanghai City." After young Master Long finished speaking, he laughed out loud again, his eyes filled with contempt. "Is that so?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, his 5 fingers slightly exerted force, and a kacha sound immediately resounded. He crushed young Master Long's wrist. Young Master Long, who was laughing, immediately let out a pig-like howl. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and his face instantly turned pale. "Quickly save the young master." The 20-odd guards' expressions suddenly changed as they rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Scram! Qin Feiyang roared, his holy might roared, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. In an instant, as if struck by lightning, those guards were all sent flying, spitting out blood as they screamed miserably. "He is also a war saint." The onlookers turned pale with fright. The black-clothed old man, who had been silent the entire time, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure rushed out from the black-clothed old man's body. This was also the holy might. And it was even stronger than Qin Feiyang. 2-star war saint. He glanced at Wang Yu, and young Master Hao, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said solemnly, "Shanghai City is not a place where you can behave atrociously." As soon as he finished, the black-clothed old man took a step forward. He raised his aged hand and went straight for Qin Feiyang's chest. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed old man, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Boom! And just as the black-clothed old master holy might The black-clothed old man was immediately imprisoned, unable to move at all. This holy might, everyone's to master, their eyes. She was also a venerable. His cultivation his. Wang Yuer had concealed her aura, so everyone had always thought that she was just a pretty but useless vase. But he never expected that she was the real big BS. Here came the problem: who was to be, to these three? The black-clothed old man's eyes were gloomy. He had obviously realized that he had hit an iron plate this time, but he wasn't nervous at all. The three of you, we are from the city lord's mansion. And this young Master Long is the only son of the city lord, so before you make a move, you'd better think carefully. The black-clothed old man said. The threat in his words was not concealed at all. The city lord's son? Young Master Hao was stunned and frowned. You mean, he is Shen Feiyin's son? How dare you? How can you call the city lord's name directly? The black-clothed old man scolded. Young Master Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at young Master Long, shook his head and sighed. Back then, Shen Feiyin was considered a figure in the divine city, but I didn't expect him to teach such a scum son. The black-clothed old man was dumbfounded. Although Shen Feiyin was the city lord of Qinghai City, he rarely appeared in front of others. As for his past deeds, there were even fewer people who knew about them. But this person actually knew. Could it be that these three people were from the divine city? I want to see who has the guts to talk about me behind my back. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Following closely, a middle-aged man, holding a wine pot, staggered into the trading pavilion. This person looked to be in his 40s, with a striking scar at the corner of his eye. His face was full of stubble, his clothes were untidy, his hair was messy, and his body reeked of alcohol, like a sloppy drunkard. Greetings, City Lord. When the surrounding crowd saw this person, they all bowed. City Lord? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This drunkard was Shen Feiyin? This was too different from the Shen Feiyin he imagined. One had to know. This Shen Feiyin was once in existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gongsun Bei. Even if he came to Qinghai City, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. At the same time, young Master Hao and Wang Yuer looked at Shen Feiyin, their brows tightly knitted together. Obviously, Shen Feiyin's current appearance surprised them. Father, save me. Young Master Long seemed to have seen his savior and hurriedly called out. Shen Feiyin glanced at him indifferently, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. His eyes were also hazy with drunkenness. But when he saw the appearance of young Master Hao and Wang Yuer, he suddenly quivered, and his drunkenness instantly disappeared. He stared at the two of them, his seemingly pale and powerless eyes filled with disbelief. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. They had thought that Shen Feiyin would definitely fly into a rage when he saw his son being beaten in public, but they didn't expect him to reveal such an expression. Wang Yuer frowned, and sent a sound transmission. Elder brother Shen, we are here to gain experience, don't reveal our identities for the time being. Experience? Shen Feiyin was stunned. What was going on? Why would a young miss who was admired by countless people, a young master who lived like a prince, suddenly come out to gain experience, and even come to Qinghai City? Seeing this, young Master Long was extremely anxious, and said angrily, Father, what are you doing? Quickly teach them a lesson. Bastard. Shen Feiyin was furious, and stepped forward to slap young Master Long's face. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was going on? It was fine if he didn't stand up for young Master Long, but why did he have to teach young Master Long a lesson? Looks like they really are big shots from the divine city. The old man in black muttered, his heart filled with lingering fear. Even the city lord was so fearful, one could imagine how great the background of these three young people was. Fortunately, the city lord had arrived in time, otherwise, this matter would have blown up. And without any suspense. Young Master Long was also stunned by this slap. When he came back to his senses, other than disbelief, he still had a questioning look on his face. But Shen Feiyan ignored him, looked at Wang Yu, and said, "Can you give me some face and let my son go this time?" "I can let him go, but remember, discipline him more in the future. After all, not everyone will give you this face." After young Master Hao finished speaking, he nodded to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned. To be honest, he already had the intention to kill young Master Long. However, since young Master Hao had already promised Shen Feiyan, he couldn't refute young Master Hao's face, and finally let young Master Long go. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Young Master Long ran to Shen Feiyan's side as if he was running for his life, and asked suspiciously. "Shut up!" Shen Feiyan shouted coldly. Then he looked at young Master Hao and said, "When I go back, I will teach him a lesson, but you guys better not cause trouble in Qinghai City." Young Master Hao said indifferently, "Do we look like people who would take the initiative to cause trouble? It's best if that's the case." Shen Feiyan looked at the three of them with deep meaning, and then did not say another word, and turned to leave with young Master Long and the others. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Shen Feiyan obviously knew the identity of young Master Hao and Wang Yu, but why was his attitude so cold? He could even faintly catch a trace of disgust in Shen Feiyan's eyes. At the same time, the surrounding crowd looked at each other in dismay. They originally thought that there would be a good show to watch, but who would have thought that it would end just like that? And when they looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two again, their eyes were filled with reverence. The red-clothed lady who received Qin Feiyang and the other two was the same. She had guessed that the three of them might have extraordinary origins, but she didn't expect that even the city lord would be so polite to them. "Who?" The red-clothed lady took a deep breath and calmed the emotions in her heart. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and bowed. "I'm sorry, I've frightened you guys." Wang Yu said, "We were the ones who caused you to be slapped by him. We should be the ones apologizing. Miss is too polite. Anyone who comes to the trading pavilion is an honored guest of our trading pavilion. Of course, we have to do our best to protect the safety of our guests." The red-clothed lady laughed. Qin Feiyang and the other two were surprised. They didn't expect the trading pavilion of Qinghai City to be so protective of their guests. If it was the trading pavilion of the Divine City, the people of the trading pavilion would probably only stand behind young Master Long. Fu Anshan was the best example. Back then, Qin Feiyang and the others entered the trading pavilion. Later, Guoming brought people to cause trouble. In the end, Fu Anshan helped the people of the Scorpion tribe to bully them. "Let's go. I'll take you to the VIP room," the red-clothed lady said. "Thank you." Wang Yu nodded and smiled. Thus, the three of them walked to the second floor under the guidance of the red-clothed lady. "Brother Hao, didn't you say that the pavilion master of Qinghai City's trading pavilion, Fu Xiong, is Fu Anshan's son?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "That's right." Young Master Hao nodded and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's nothing. I just feel that Fu Xiong's management is pretty good. There was an old saying that went like this, like father, like son." Before coming to the trading pavilion, he thought that Fu Xiong was the same as Fu Anshan, a petty person who only cared about benefits. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Because the quality of the staff was related to the person in charge. The better the quality of the person in charge, the better the quality of the staff. Although he hadn't seen Fu Xiong with his own eyes, from the red-clothed lady's character, it wasn't difficult to see that Fu Xiong should be a good person. Therefore, it was this contrast that made Qin Feiyang unable to adapt for a while. Of course. Chapter 983. City Lord's Mansion. In a certain hall, Shen Feiyan was leaning against a chair, still holding a wine pot in his hand. The old man in black stood respectfully at the side. As for young Master Long, he sat opposite Shen Feiyan with his legs crossed. He looked at his father with a trace of disgust. A moment passed. The old man in black couldn't help but ask, "City Lord, who exactly are they?" Shen Feiyan remained silent. Another moment passed. He raised his head and looked at young Master Long, and said, "Their identities are not simple, don't provoke them anymore." Provoke? Young Master Long raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Are you blind? Can't you see that they provoked me first? Impudent. Who are you talking to?" Shen Feiyan was furious. "I'm talking to an alcoholic." "No, calling you an alcoholic is too flattering. Do you know how many people are talking about you behind your back? You're a good for nothing. I feel embarrassed to have a father like you, do you know that?" Young Master Long slapped his face and said in disgust, "Bastard." Shen Feiyan was unable to restrain his anger, and went forward to slap him. Young Master Long was immediately sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar behind him, blood gushing out of his mouth. However, he was not afraid at all. He stood up and shouted, "Hit me, continue. Other than hitting me, what else can you do? If you have the ability, then beat me to death today. Do you think I don't dare?" Shen Feiyan was furious, and walked towards young Master Long angrily. Seeing that the situation was not good, the old man in black hurriedly went forward and grabbed Shen Feiyan, saying, "Lord, even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs, calm down." Young Master Long said, "Uncle Nya, let him go. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore, so I might as well let him beat me to death. He can only find a sense of accomplishment on me." "Young Master, stop talking. Milord, please calm down. We're all family, why do you have to make such a fuss?" The old man in black tried his best to persuade him. "Family?" Young Master Long sneered, and said, "Seeing me being beaten up, but not even daring to let out a fart, is this still a family? I think they're worse than outsiders. What do you know? Do you know who they are?" Shen Feiyan shouted. "I don't know who they are, but I know that I have a cowardly and incompetent father." Young Master Long sneered. "Bastard." The furious Shen Feiyan blasted the black-clothed old man away with a palm strike and slapped young Master Long's face. "I'll tell you who they are now. The person who killed your guards at the city gate is the son of the chief tower master, young Master Hao. That woman is Wang Su's granddaughter and the daughter of the Saint Peak Master and the Sanctum Master. As for the person who crushed your wrist, he is called Ancestor Mu. He is the direct disciple of the Chief Pagoda Master. He is also engaged to Wang Su's granddaughter. He and young Master Hao are like brothers. Tell me now, how can I help you?" Chief Pagoda Master shouted. "What? He actually has such a great background." The black-clothed old man was dumbfounded when he heard this. Young Master Long was also dumbstruck. Who would have thought that the origins of these three people would be so terrifying? The son of the Chief Tower Master. The Tower Master's personal disciple. She was the daughter of the Saint Peak Master and the Saint Tower Master. Any one of these identities was enough to kill him in seconds. "I told you not to cause trouble, but you didn't listen. Now, you've hit an iron plate? Let me tell you, if it weren't for my face, you would have been dead long ago. You really are a good for nothing. Old Nya, watch him for me. Before young Master Hao and the others leave, don't let him take half a step out of the city lord's mansion." Shen Feiyan scolded angrily and then instructed the black-clothed old man before leaving angrily with the wine jug. "Yes, I'm a good for nothing. But have you ever taught me well? Have you ever cared about me? You only know how to drink all day and do nothing. I'm like this because of you. You'd better drink yourself to death as soon as possible." Young Master Long roared at Shen Feiyan's back. The black-clothed old man sighed and said, "Young Master, the Lord also has his difficulties. You should speak less." "Humph." Young Master Long snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with shocking murderous intent, and said sternly, "So what if he's the son of the Chief Tower Master? If he dares to provoke me, I will still make him pay the price." The black-clothed old man's face changed, and hurriedly said, "Young Master, this won't do, please don't act recklessly." "Why do you care?" Scram. Young Master Long pushed the black-clothed old man away, opened the teleportation door, and walked in without looking back. Trading Pavilion. The woman in red brought Qin Feiyang and the other two into a VIP room. The VIP room was about 5 or 6 meters long, and the decorations were simple and elegant. In the middle, there was a tea table, surrounded by a few chairs neatly arranged. In front of him was a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, allowing him to clearly see the situation outside the auction house. "Please take a seat." After the woman in red finished speaking, she walked to the tea table. There was a tea set on the tea table. She squatted on the ground and prepared to make tea. Wang Yu laughed. "You can go and do your work, we can do it ourselves." "All right, I'll keep guard outside. If there's anything, just call me." The woman in red was very sensible. She got up and walked out of the VIP room, closing the door. The auction would begin in a while. Qin Feiyang glanced at the auction house, then laid on the chair and closed his eyes to take a nap. Suddenly, young Master Hao sighed. "I really didn't expect Shen Feiyin to become like this. Yeah. This is too different from the Shen Feiyin we know." Wang Yu nodded. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, looked at the two of them, and asked, "What kind of person was Shen Feiyin in the past?" Young Master Hao said, "A person respected by the world, but also a pitiful person." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang became more and more curious. Back then, he was extremely talented, and together with Gong Sunbei, they were known as the two heroes of the main pagoda. His future was limitless. At that time, both of them wanted to become my father's disciple. But you also know that the main pagoda has rules. One must obtain the inheritance of a certain main pagoda master in the land of inheritance in order to become the current main pagoda master's disciple. Later, my father brought them to the land of inheritance, but the person who obtained the inheritance in the end was Gong Sunbei. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Just because of this blow, he left the divine city?" "Of course not. As a monstrous figure, how could his temperament be so bad? The biggest reason why he left the divine city was that his woman had an affair with Gong Sunbei." Young Master Hao said. "What?" Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. "Surprised, right? I was the same as you at that time. But in fact, this was a misunderstanding." Young Master Hao said. "What misunderstanding?" Qin Feiyang asked. At that time, Gong Sunbei and Shen Feiyin were rivals and friends in the main pagoda. And the two of them were indeed fated. They fell in love with the same woman at the same time, and the three of them had a very good relationship. In the end, the woman chose Shen Feiyin, and they were already at the point of marriage. But just a few days after Shen Feiyin returned from the land of inheritance, one evening, he found that woman and Gong Sunbei together in a secluded valley in the main pagoda's holy land, and they were whispering sweet nothings to each other. Shen Feiyin thought that the two of them were secretly having an affair behind his back. He also thought that the woman was vain. When she saw that Gong Sunbei had become the main pagoda master's disciple, she took the initiative to throw herself at him. So, in a rage, Shen Feiyin directly killed the woman and fought with Gong Sunbei. In the end, even my father was alarmed. Young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "It's not Shen Feiyin's fault. If there was nothing, why would Gong Sunbei and that woman meet in private? I thought so too at that time. But in the end, under my father's interrogation, Gong Sunbei told the truth. The reason was that Shen Feiyin didn't get the inheritance and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After returning from the land of inheritance, he drank all day long to drown his sorrows. That woman was anxious, so she went to find Gong Sunbei and asked him to persuade Shen Feiyin. At that time, they were whispering sweet nothings to each other purely because that woman was pregnant with Shen Feiyin's child. Her body was a little weak and she almost tripped. Gong Sunbei went up to support her and told her to be careful in the future. Unexpectedly, Shen Feiyin happened to see it, and the misunderstanding arose. Young Master Hao sighed. "I see." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and asked, "Does Shen Feiyin know the truth?" "Yes." Young Master Hao nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then he must be very regretful. After all, that woman is already pregnant with his child." Yes, very regretful. But because of this, he resented Gongsun Bei even more. Because in his opinion, if Gongsun Bei hadn't met that woman in private, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. At that time, he might have really been overwhelmed with grief and indignation. He even went to look for my father to reason with him. You know my father's personality. Seeing that he was being unreasonable, not only did he not help him, he even fiercely reprimanded him. Because of this, Shen Feiyun even hated my father, thinking that my father was biased toward Gongsun Bei. Then, in a fit of anger, he left the divine city. There has been no news of him all these years, but I didn't expect him to be in Qinghai City, and I didn't expect his son to be so old. Young Master Hao said. Because of a small misunderstanding, he mistakenly killed his own woman and unborn child. Such a blow, no matter who it was, would probably break down. No wonder he became like this. But not long ago, I noticed that the way he looked at you seemed to still hate your father. Qin Feiyang said. I noticed it too. I think he has fallen into it and will find it very difficult to walk out. My father is the same. He knew that Shen Feiyun was blinded by grief and anger, but he didn't counsel him. Instead, he scolded him. Isn't this aggravating the conflict? Forget it, let's not talk about it. This is their business. Let them solve it themselves. Young Master Hao waved his hand. Qin Feiyang sighed. Chapter 984. At the same time. In the lounge of the trading pavilion. A capable middle-aged man sat in front of the coffee table, slowly drinking tea. Opposite this person, there was a thin young man, who was also a staff member of the trading pavilion. He was saying something to the middle-aged man. Sir, that's what happened. A moment later. The thin young man finally finished speaking. There are still people in Qinghai City that Shen Feiyun is afraid of? The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with surprise as he asked, what do those three people look like? The thin young man waved his hand, his battle chi surged, and three phantoms condensed. It was Qin Feiyang and the other two. The middle-aged man looked at the phantoms of the three people and his gaze immediately became dull. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. What's wrong, sir? The thin young man was shocked and asked. Impossible. Why would they appear in Qinghai City? The middle-aged man acted as if he didn't hear anything as he muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. The thin young man was also more and more surprised. Suddenly, the middle-aged man looked at the thin young man and asked, where are they now? VIP room 17 of the auction house. The thin young man said. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, I understand, you can leave first. Yes. The thin young man respectfully replied, then bowed and left, closing the door. The middle-aged man also lowered his head and pondered. Dong dong. Soon. There was a knock on the door. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, looked up at the door, and said, please come in. The door opened, and a purple-clothed young man strode in. It was young Master Long, nephew, why are you here? The middle-aged man looked at young Master Long in surprise. Don't mention it. After young Master Long closed the door, he shook his head angrily and walked up to sit opposite the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, could it be that nephew is still brooding over what happened before? Young Master Long was stunned and frowned. Uncle Fu also knows? The middle-aged man said, it's such a big matter, it's hard for me not to know. Young Master Long said angrily, that's good, help me judge, isn't my father very incompetent? The middle-aged man hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Yes. I admit that their identities are indeed frightening, but there's a good saying, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. Why are you so afraid of them? The more young Master Long spoke, the angrier he got. The middle-aged man was stunned and said, you already know their identities? Yes, my father said so. Mr. Dragon nodded and asked, Uncle Fu, do you know who they are? Of course I know. The middle-aged man smiled. Young Master Long said, "Then can you think of a way to help me vent my anger?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Nephew, aren't you making things difficult for Uncle? Even Uncle Fu is scared of you?" Young Master Dragon raised his eyebrows. "I can't be afraid. Nephew, listen to your uncle. Don't think about revenge anymore. We can't afford to offend the three of them." The middle-aged man sighed. "I can't afford to offend him," young Master Long muttered as strands of fierce light suddenly burst out from his eyes, and he said, "I won't stop until I vent my anger. Why are you so stubborn? If you continue like this, Uncle will be angry." The middle-aged man said with a straight face. Young Master Long was incomparably angry, and he said, "At any rate, you are people of high status in Qinghai City. I really don't understand, why are you afraid of them? Nephew, you have to understand a principle. Some people are born not to be offended." The middle-aged man sighed. "I really don't believe in this. Since Uncle Fu is not willing to help, then I'll take my leave." Young Master Long snorted coldly, stood up and walked towards the door angrily. Looking at young Master Long's back, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, "Nephew, wait." "What?" Young Master Long stopped and asked without turning his head. "You really want to take revenge?" The middle-aged man said. "Yes." Young Master Long nodded without hesitation. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid of their revenge?" "No." Young Master Long said. The middle-aged man was surprised and said, so confident, "Do you already know the grudge between your father and the Chief Tower Master?" "What?" Young Master Long turned to look at the middle-aged man and said in surprise, "What grudge do they have? I didn't know at first. It's a long story, and this is also a scandal, I can't tell you." The middle-aged man shook his head. Young Master Long said impatiently, "Uncle Fu, can you be a man, don't be so wishy-washy. You brat, who are you talking to?" The middle-aged man glared at him and said, "I can tell you, but you can't tell anyone else." "Okay." Young Master Long nodded. "When your father was young, he was a peerless genius in Divine City, and his future could be said to be bright." The middle-aged man said. "What? Father stayed in Divine City?" Young Master Long was surprised. "No, your father was originally from Divine City." The middle-aged man said. This, young Master Long was dumbfounded. "Very shocking, right? Not only that, when your father was young, he almost became the Chief Tower Master's disciple." The middle-aged man laughed. Young Master Long frowned and said, "Then why did he come to this place where birds don't lay eggs?" "Because of deceit, suppression. Speaking of this, I have to mention another person. This person is called Gongsun Bei, and he is now the Hall Master of the Oracle Hall. He has a high position and power. When he was young, this person had a very good relationship with your father. However, this Gongsun Bei is a sanctimonious villain. I still remember that your father was about to become the Chief Tower Master's personal disciple, but this Gongsun Bei said something to the Chief Tower Master, and the Chief Tower Master immediately changed his mind. And he even took the opportunity to snatch your father's woman." The middle-aged man said faintly. Hearing this, young Master Long was stunned, and then said angrily, "He is too despicable." "Isn't that so? The most excessive thing is that the Chief Tower Master not only went back on his word, but he also sent your father to Qinghai City. And he also gave a death order, ordering your father to never return to Divine City. It is because of this that your father drinks all day long. To be honest, if the Chief Tower Master didn't send your father here, with your father's talent, his status in Divine City would not be worse than Gongsun Bei." The middle-aged man sighed. "How preposterous. These people are worse than animals." Young Master Long gritted his teeth, his eyes full of resentment, and said gloomily, "Uncle Fu, I must seek justice for my father." "Forget it. The Chief Tower Master controls the entire Forgotten Continent and the fate of all of us. You can't beat him. It's just that your father, I really feel that it's not worth it for him. The middle-aged man said regretfully. On the surface, it was persuasion, but in reality, it was instigation. I can't beat the chief tower master, but that doesn't mean I can't beat his son. I've decided, I want him to taste the pain of losing a son. Young Master Long said sternly. You want to kill young Master Hao? The middle-aged man was shocked. Yes. Young Master Long nodded, then knelt on the ground with a plop, and said, Uncle Fu, on account of our years of friendship, please help me. The middle-aged man hesitated. Chapter 985. The middle-aged man lowered his head to look at young Master Long, as if it was very difficult for him to make a decision, and sighed, Nephew, why are you doing this? Fine, since you are so sensible and filial, Uncle will help you this time. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Young Master Long was overjoyed. The middle-aged man smiled and said, Don't kneel, quickly get up. Young Master Long got up and returned to his seat, asking, Uncle, do you have any brilliant ideas? Let me think about it first. The middle-aged man pondered. Time passed by just like that. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he stood up and said, Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Without waiting for young Master Long's response, he hurriedly walked out of the lounge. In less than 100 breaths, he returned with an exquisite jade box in his hand. With this thing, I guarantee that you will succeed. The middle-aged man sat on the chair and smiled, then pushed the jade box in front of young Master Long. Young Master Long grabbed the jade box and opened the lid. At first, a trace of suspicion crawled up in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a ray of light. At the same time, in the VIP room, Qin Feiyang and the other two were sipping tea while chatting, waiting for the auction to begin. Dong! Finally. With the sound of a bell, the auction began. In addition to the various VIP rooms, the outside was already packed with people. When the bell rang, the originally noisy auction house immediately quieted down. Schwa! Immediately after, a woman in white appeared out of thin air on the high platform in the middle of the auction house. Looking around at the audience, the woman in white smiled and said, I believe that most of you are no stranger to me, so I don't need to introduce myself and will directly start the auction. As soon as she finished, the woman in white waved her hand, and a palm-sized boat appeared out of thin air in front of her. The treasure light was hazy, and the aura was astonishing. This ship is called the Saint King ship. It is a sacred artifact that can isolate the wind and waves of the sea and stop the attacks of the saint beasts. It can be said that as long as you have it, everyone can basically move unimpeded in the outer sea, the woman in white introduced with a smile. Sacred artifact. In an instant, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He turned to look at Wang Yu and said, Even a sacred artifact, isn't this too much? Don't be surprised. Wang Yu rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. He was actually despised by this woman. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, young Master Hao shook his head with a smile and said, Brother Mu, this time, sister really isn't targeting you. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although saint artifacts are precious, the Divine City's exchange pavilion will auction off one or two every few years. Therefore, to people like us from the Divine City, auctioning sacred artifacts is no longer a rare thing. Young Master Hao said with a smile. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded. But even so, it was still shocking enough. After all, this was a saint weapon that was comparable to a 9-star battle saint. Its value could not be measured by gold coins. As if he had seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts, young Master Hao smiled faintly and said, Sacred artifacts naturally cannot be measured by gold coins. Furthermore, the transaction pavilion does not expect to make money from these sacred artifacts. They do not care about this little bit of money either. It is purely a means of doing business. Qin Feiyang nodded. Indeed. With the wealth of the transaction pavilion, it did not matter even if they gave away a few sacred artifacts for free. Wang Yu suddenly said, this Sage King, we have to get it. With it, it will indeed be much more convenient for us to enter Qinghai. But the key is, who will pay for it? Young Master Hao looked at Wang Yuer and Qin Feiyang. Why are you looking at me? Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows. Young Master Hao shrugged and said, I have no money. Of course, I have to look at you. The son of the chief tower master had no money? If this was spread out, he would definitely be laughed at, but it was the truth. Because usually, except for pocket money, he basically did not carry any money with him. And his pocket money was obviously not enough to bid for this Sage King. I don't have it either. Even if you do, I won't pay for it. Wang Yuer said indifferently. Why? Young Master Hao was very dissatisfied. They had come out to train together. What was there to share? Because of my ability. Without me, even if you get the Sage King, you can't revive it. A sacred artifact that can't be revived has no value at all. Wang Yuer said indifferently. Young Master Hao was stunned, and then he couldn't help but feel a headache. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a sneaky smile, Brother, it seems that we have to rely on you. As an alchemist, Qin Feiyang could refine a peerless pill like the Juku Yellow Dragon pill. He would not believe that he did not have money. But Wang Yuer did not know that the Juku Yellow Dragon pill was refined by Qin Feiyang. Hearing young Master Hao's words, she immediately rolled her eyes and said, How can he afford a sacred artifact? What do I look like? Let me tell you, don't look down on people. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Wang Yuer said disdainfully, Then prove it to me. Okay. But I have a condition. If I buy the Sage King in the end, not only do you have to listen to my every word during the journey, but you also have to be my maid for 2 years and follow me whenever I call. Qin Feiyang said. You're quite ambitious. You actually want me to be your maid? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Wang Yuer gnashed her teeth. You don't dare? It turns out that you're just a so-so. Qin Feiyang sneered. Who says I don't dare? I'll bet with you. I want to see how capable you are. Wang Yuer snorted coldly, looked at the auction house, and said no more. Young Master Hao glanced at Wang Yuer and secretly gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up. He chuckled and said, Brother, good move. He did not doubt Qin Feiyang's ability at all. And as long as Qin Feiyang won, not only would they regain the right to speak, but they would also be able to subdue this demoness. Then, the journey would naturally be much more peaceful. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked, I heard the woman mention the outer sea just now. Where is the outer sea? You don't even know that? You're too lame. Young Master Hao glanced at him speechlessly and explained, Qinghai is composed of 2 parts, the outer sea and the inner sea. Relatively speaking, the outer sea is safer, and the inner sea is basically filled with saint beasts. Qin Feiyang nodded. At this time, the woman in white standing on the high platform finally finished her introduction and then said, The starting price is 10 million, and each bid must be no less than 1 million. There is no upper limit. Let's start now, 11 million. 12 million, 13 million. 30 million, 50 million. 90 million, 100 million. The auction house immediately burst into shouts. In less than 100 breaths, the price broke through the 100 million mark. Everyone's face turned red. Chapter 986. Seeing this, young Master Hao didn't say anything. But when Wang Yuer saw that Qin Feiyang didn't bid for a long time, she couldn't help but mock. What are you doing? Don't tell me that this price scared you. No hurry. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course I'm not in a hurry. Anyway, I'm not the one who wants to bid. I just want to tell someone that if you don't have the ability, don't try to be brave. Wang Yuer slowly cleaned the tea set while chuckling, full of sarcasm. Trying to be brave? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, Am I the kind of person who likes to be brave? I'm just afraid that once I open my mouth, they won't be able to play anymore. Arrogant. Wang Yuer rolled her eyes. Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that he had to shut this woman up. Otherwise, she would keep nagging and annoying. 1 billion. He said without hesitation. Wang Yuer was stunned and looked quite surprised. Because the current bidding price of the Saint King's ship was only about 300 million. In other words, Qin Feiyang had added nearly 700 million. 700 million. For her, it was nothing. But for the people of Qinghai City, most of them could only look at the dust. At the same time, the people in the auction house and other VIP rooms also looked at the VIP room where Qin Feiyang was. Who is this, increasing the price by so much at once? Isn't this deliberately making trouble? Everyone murmured. There was shock. There was dissatisfaction. There were also many people who fell silent. Because this number had exceeded their bottom line. 1 billion. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud voice sounded, coming from the VIP room next to Qin Feiyang's with insufferably arrogant tone. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Wang Yuer revealed a gloating smile and said, as the son of Qinghai City Lord, in terms of wealth, I'm afraid no one here can compare with him. I think you should give up. That's right. The owner of this voice was young Master Long. Him? Are you kidding? Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with disdain. If it was young Master Hao, he might still consider it. However, this young Master Long was simply a profligate from head to toe. Such a person, no matter how high their status or background, would not be able to enter his eyes. Hearing young Master Dragon's voice, the rest of the people also came to their senses and thought of Qin Feiyang. Looks like they're going to have another fight here. Yeah, we'd better be tactful and not fight with them. We can't win anyway. But speaking of which, where exactly did those 3 people come from? Why did they cause such a commotion the moment they arrived in Qinghai City? People were confused. No one raised the price again. Because they understood that this was a shapeless battlefield, and the slightest carelessness would bring disaster upon themselves. On the high platform, that white-clothed woman also cast a meaningful glance at Qin Feiyang and young Master Long's VIP room. She smiled and asked, 1 billion, is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? Wang Yuer teased, hey, say something. Otherwise, others will think that you're scared by him. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, don't use such a childish method to provoke me, okay? I'm happy to. Wang Yuer looked at him proudly. Sigh. Qin Feiyang let out a deep sigh. When this woman is unreasonable, it's really troublesome. He looked at the auction house and said indifferently, 2 billion. Oh my God. He actually increased the price by 900 million. How rich is he? Everyone was dumbfounded. The smile on Wang Yuer's face also froze. Could it be that this bastard was really rich? She couldn't help but suspect. 1 billion. Next door. Young Master Long's voice also sounded. It was very calm. It was as if this 2 billion was just a drop in the ocean in his eyes. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and said indifferently, 10 billion. His tone was even calmer than young Master Long's. But Wang Yuer was not calm. 10 billion gold coins, if it were her parents, might not be much. After all, the two of them were one of the highest authorities in the Forgotten Continent. But in front of her, it was an astronomical figure. Young Master Hao was also dumbfounded. This guy was too scary. He opened his mouth and said billions, tens of billions. How much wealth did he have to dare to bid so unscrupulously? Those people outside also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone's face was full of shock. Young Master Long, who was next door, suddenly stood up when Qin Feiyang said this price. His face was full of disbelief. 10 billion. This was too crazy. After a while, he came back to his senses and said gloomily, although you and I are both bidders and have no right to ask about your financial resources, now I have to wonder if you have so many gold coins? You don't need to worry about that. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Young Master Long gritted his teeth and said, that's the best, 1 billion. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, aren't you the son of the city lord? Do you still care about this little money? 20 billion. The whole auction house suddenly fell into a dead silence. Wang Yuer said angrily, directly increasing the price by 10 billion, are you crazy? According to the current situation, the Saint King's ship obviously couldn't afford so much. Qin Feiyang said, this is my business, don't interrupt. Yes. This is his money, what does it have to do with me? Why should I feel bad? Wang Yuer was stunned and coldly snorted, fine, I was kind enough to do bad things, do as you like. At the same time, young Master Long stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. 10 billion was already beyond his ability, but he didn't expect that the other party would increase the price by 10 billion without saying anything. More importantly, when the other party increased the price, he didn't hesitate at all, as if 20 billion was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He was about to explode. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Qin Feiyang's prestige and regain some face, but it was the opposite. If this continued, the person who would be embarrassed in the end would be him. Once or twice, everyone would just laugh, and after a while, they would forget about it. But if there was a third or fourth time, then he would never be able to raise his head again in Qinghai City. Yes. I can't lose to him again. His eyes turned cold as he looked at the woman in white on the high platform and shouted, he must be bidding randomly, take him down immediately and interrogate him. The woman in white looked at young Master Long's VIP room and then looked at Qin Feiyang's VIP room with a hesitant expression. Obviously. She also suspected that Qin Feiyang might be deliberately causing trouble. But in the end, she didn't ask anything and smiled at young Master Long's VIP room. Although my Qinghai City's trading pavilion is not as good as other places' trading pavilions, I believe that no one would dare to cause trouble here. Young Master Long's face sank, no matter what, I don't believe that he really has 20 billion gold coins. Hee hee. In terms of family background, I might not be able to compare to you, but in terms of wealth, it's not that I look down on you, but even if you go bankrupt, you might not even have a tenth of me. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, his contempt undisguised. Aren't these words a bit arrogant? Chapter 987. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Young Master Long was so angry that his eyes turned red and his body trembled. He didn't have much wealth, but he had the city lord's mansion behind him. The city lord's mansion controlled the entire Qinghai City. Although they weren't as rich as a country, at least in this place, other than the trading pavilion, no one dared to say that they were as rich as the city lord's mansion. Even if the other party was the direct disciple of the chief tower master, it was impossible for him to have such wealth. 1 billion. Young Master Long bid. This was no longer a personal problem, but a matter of the city lord's mansion's reputation and face, 30 billion. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and he casually added another 10 billion. Bastard. Young Master Long couldn't hold it in anymore. He felt that it was too exaggerated and extravagant to raise the price by 100 million, but the other party actually raised the price by 10 billion repeatedly. This was a blatant humiliation to him. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, if you're not happy, you can also raise the price by 10 billion. Are you trying to provoke me? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see how capable you are. 40 billion. Young Master Long's gloomy voice sounded. Amazing. But let's see how you're going to deal with this next move. Not much, 100 billion. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What? Wang Yu, and young Master House suddenly stood up and stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. The people outside the auction house were also dumbfounded and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Even the white-clothed woman on the high platform was in disbelief. 100 billion wasn't much? Although sacred artifacts were priceless, the trading pavilion had never thought of making money when they were auctioned. They purely wanted to gain popularity, so the highest price in the history of the trading pavilion was only about 50 billion. But now, it was actually twice as much as before. What was the background of this young man to be so generous? She still didn't know Qin Feiyang's identity, so she was very puzzled. Young Master Long, on the other hand, went completely crazy. He directly increased the price to 100 billion, which was clearly to embarrass him. How is it? Is it okay? If you can't, then don't force yourself. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Young Master Long didn't reply. To be honest, 100 billion had already far exceeded his expectations. If this continued, his father would not let him off easily. However, if he gave up just like that, who knew how many people would laugh at him behind his back in the future? 100 billion, is there anyone else? Asked the woman in white. She looked at Mr. Long's VIP room with anticipation. She understood young Master Long's personality. Calling him a silk pants was too flattering. He was simply an arrogant idiot. Perhaps he would really fight this person to the end. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, I believe that not many people in Shanghai City can afford this price. Just announce the results. Crazy. But he does have the right to be arrogant. People murmured. On the one hand, they were a little unhappy when they heard Qin Feiyang's words. Because Qin Feiyang was talking about Shanghai City. In other words, this included them as well. But on the other hand, they were powerless to refute, because the other party did have the qualifications to look down on them. Then there was young Master Long. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands clenched tightly together, his eyes spewing thick flames of anger. He was feeling that his self-esteem was being ruthlessly trampled on. His face was about to distort, 101 billion. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and roared. Obviously, he had reached his limit and didn't dare to continue. In other words, this was the last time he would raise the price. In fact, he was just gambling. If Qin Feiyang didn't raise the price, then he would win and regain some face. But if Qin Feiyang continued to raise the price, then he would lose completely. Continue? Young Master Hao frowned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a low voice, Brother, although the Saint King's ship is a sacred artifact, we don't have to have it. Why don't we just forget about it? If we just let it go like this, I'm afraid some people will laugh at me for the rest of my life. Qin Feiyang said, glancing at Wang Yu, as he spoke. Wang Yu, raised her eyebrows and said, Can you stop being so sarcastic? I'm just stating a fact. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Enemies. You'd better get married quickly, lest you fight all day long. Young Master Hao said helplessly. Get lost. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu shouted at young Master Hao almost at the same time, their eyes full of hostility. Okay. I'm being nosy, you guys continue. Young Master Hao pursed his lips. He could tell that when the two of them were quarreling, bystanders must not interfere. Otherwise, they would definitely attract trouble. Not going to raise the price? Looks like I won. Seeing Qin Feiyang not speaking for a long time, young Master Long muttered to himself. He finally won back a loss, 110 billion. However, before he could let out a sigh of relief, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again, echoing throughout the auction house for a long time. Bastard. Young Master Long immediately went crazy and smashed the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him with a punch. The people in the auction house couldn't help but look at him sympathetically. But the more it was like this, the more the anger in his heart burned, and the more hatred he had for Qin Feiyang, the more intense it became. However, he seemed to be a little afraid of the white-clothed woman on the high platform, so he didn't make a move here. You're good, we'll see. After saying those words, he turned around and strode out of the VIP room. Congratulations to little brother for winning the Saint King's ship. Men, send it to little brother. The white-clothed woman immediately announced the result. Soon. The red-clothed woman who had received Qin Feiyang and the other two quickly walked up to the high platform, took the Saint King's ship from the white-clothed woman, and returned the way she came. Next, let's auction the second item. This is a 10,000-year-old dragon flame grass. The starting price is 3,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 100 gold coins. The white-clothed woman took out a crimson medicinal herb and introduced it briefly before continuing the auction. Dragon flame grass. Qin Feiyang glanced at the medicinal herb with a surprised expression. The dragon flame grass was considered a rare medicinal herb, and it was also needed to refine the 9-transformation dragon blood pill. Dong! Just as he was about to bid, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Qin Feiyang said. The door opened, and the red-clothed woman walked in with the Saint King's ship. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Saint King's ship casually, then pointed to Wang Yuer and said with a smile, "Just give it to her." Huh? The red-clothed woman was stunned. She had spent more than 100 billion, and she was giving it to someone else just like that? The world of the rich is so hard to understand. The red-clothed woman muttered to herself and respectfully handed the Saint King's ship to Wang Yuer. Wang Yuer was stunned. A saint artifact was definitely a supreme treasure for those below the combat emperor realm. She was just saying it, but she didn't expect Qin Feiyang to really give it to her. She glanced at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself? It's just a saint artifact. It doesn't matter. Of course, if you really feel bad about it, you can go and persuade your parents and grandfather to cancel our engagement when you go back. Qin Feiyang smiled. Wang Yuer's expression froze, and she said angrily, "Bastard, am I so annoying?" She should have been happy to hear that. Because she didn't want to marry Qin Feiyang. But now, she didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that I'm annoying. It's just that our personalities don't match." Seeing Qin Feiyang's indifferent expression, the anger in Wang Yuer's heart rose. "Don't worry, I don't fancy a stinky man like you. Once we return to the deity's lake, I'll immediately persuade them." Divine City. The red-clothed woman's eyes trembled. These three people were actually from Divine City. No wonder even Shen Feiyin didn't dare to offend them. However, the relationship between these two seemed a little complicated. But as a smart person, she knew what to care and what not to care. She looked at Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, "Young master, do you want to pay now or later?" "Now, take me to a quiet place." Qin Feiyang stood up and said. Because his gold coins were basically with Fatso, and Fatso was far away in Divine City, so he had to avoid young Master Hao and Wang Yuer and ask Fatso to send the money over. "All right, follow me." The red-clothed woman nodded and turned around to lead Qin Feiyang out of the VIP room. Then, they walked down the corridor. Not long later, the two of them stopped in front of a door. The red-clothed woman pushed open the door. Inside was a lounge with simple decorations. A coffee table. A desk. A bookshelf and 4 chairs. "Young master, please." The red-clothed woman retreated to the side. Qin Feiyang walked in and looked around. Then, he turned to the red-clothed woman and said with a smile, "Wait for me outside." The red-clothed woman was stunned. What was this person doing? It was so mysterious. However, in the face of a guest's request, especially now that she knew that Qin Feiyang was from Divine City, she didn't dare to refuse. "All right then. I'll go make a pot of tea for you." The red-clothed woman smiled. "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. After the red-clothed woman turned and left, Qin Feiyang immediately closed the door and took out the image crystal. Soon, Fatso's shadow appeared. Qin Feiyang said, "Immediately send me 110 billion gold coins." So much? Fatso was stunned, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, and urged, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, hurry up." Fatso said, "Then you have to tell me where you are now, right?" I'm in Qinghai City. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he gave the coordinates to Fatso. In less than 3 breaths, Fatso appeared in the lounge out of thin air, and said, "What are you doing here? What else can I do?" "Of course I'm going to Qinghai City," Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Fatso frowned. "Then what did you do with the 110 billion? Qin Feiyang explained it in a few words. "Are you kidding me? A sacred artifact was given to Wang Yu for nothing? Are you a prodigal?" Fatso immediately said angrily. But complaining was complaining, he still had to give the gold coins. After all, this wealth was earned by Qin Feiyang, and he was at most a butler. After sorting out the 110 billion gold coins, he put them in an empty Qingquan bag and threw them to Qin Feiyang. Then, he asked, "Do you want me to go and help?" Qinghai City was dangerous and unpredictable. He was a little worried that Qin Feiyang would go alone. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't need it now, but I might need it in the future. In short, wait for my news at any time." "All right." Fatso nodded. Dong. At this time, there was a knock on the door. "Young master, are you done?" The red-clothed woman's voice also sounded. Qin Feiyang looked at Fatso and said, "Let's go. Be careful," Fatty reminded in a low voice. Then, he opened the teleportation gate and walked in. When the portal dissipated, Qin Feiyang sat in front of the tea table, looked at the door and said, "Come in." The red-clothed woman pushed the door and entered, carrying an exquisite tray with a teapot on it. The fragrance of tea assailed the nose. Qin Feiyang put the Qingquan bag that Fatso gave him on the tea table and said with a smile, "The gold coins are all here, you can count them." The red-clothed woman looked at the Qingquan bag and put down the tray. She first poured tea for Qin Feiyang, then grabbed the Qingquan bag to check. Qin Feiyang also picked up the teacup and slowly tasted it. Time passed breath by breath. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He looked down at the teacup in his hand, his eyes full of surprise. The next second, his arm trembled, and the teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. At the same time, his whole body twitched crazily, his mouth foamed, and his face quickly turned black. "Young master, what happened to you?" Chapter 988. Not only did Qin Feiyang not answer, but he pushed the woman in red away, then took out a detoxification pill and threw it into his mouth. Obviously, there was poison in the tea. However, after taking the detoxification pill, he didn't get any better. The poison had even spread to his whole body and converged towards his heart. The corners of his mouth began to turn purple, and his consciousness was dissipating. What kind of poison is this, so terrible? Qin Feiyang was surprised. You know, he took a detoxification pill with 5 veins. Even if it was highly toxic, it could also have a mitigating effect. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" The woman in red was very anxious. "Give me the teapot," Qin Feiyang shouted weakly. The woman in red looked at the teapot and then at Qin Feiyang, and a terrible idea suddenly appeared in her mind. She didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and immediately did as she was told, grabbed the teapot and brought it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang also grabbed the teapot and poured it into his mouth. The woman in red was so scared that her face turned pale. She had already thought that there was poison in the tea. Usually, in such a situation, one would find a way to detoxify the poison as soon as possible, but this person actually continued to swallow the poisonous tea. Wasn't this looking for death? But she didn't know that Qin Feiyang was doing this to find a way to detoxify the poison. Because Qin Feiyang didn't know what kind of poison was in the tea. So he had to figure this out before he could think of something to detoxify the poison. While drinking the poisonous tea, he tried to maintain the last bit of consciousness and tasted the tea carefully. Damn it. But in the end, a trace of despair crept up his face. In this tea, other than the taste of tea, he did not taste any other smell. In other words, This kind of poison was colorless and odorless. Unless he found the person who poisoned him, it was impossible to know what kind of poison it was. Say it. What poison did you put in? All of a sudden, he grabbed the woman in red's neck and roared with red eyes. I didn't. The woman in red shook her head, panicking to the extreme. You're the one who brought the tea. Who else could it be? Qin Feiyang tightened his grip, and the woman in red was about to suffocate. He had a good impression of the woman in red, but he never thought that she would try to harm him behind his back. I really didn't. Please believe me. The woman in red shook her head vigorously. Her eyes were filled with tears as she felt wronged. It's really not her? Then who is it? Qin Feiyang frowned. However, the poison had attacked his heart and was crazily eroding his mind, making it impossible for him to seriously consider this problem. It's me. But at this moment, a cold laugh rang out. Young Master Long pushed the door open and entered. He had a cruel smile on his face as he said, How is it? The bloodthirsty scorpion's venom isn't bad, right? Bloodthirsty scorpion. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Xiao Chen was not unfamiliar with this venom. Back at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Guofeng had wanted to use this venom to harm him. The detoxification pill had not been able to remove it. Once consumed, one would lose their life. This person was truly vicious. However, he also had to thank young Master Long. Because if young Master Long had not said it, he would never have thought that this was the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. Although the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion was terrifying, it was not fatal to him. Because, he just so happened to have the antidote. This antidote was the venom of the blood soul spider. Last time when he dealt with Guofeng, he still had a lot left. Now, he was putting it in his Qinkuan bag. In the blink of an eye. After knowing that it was the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion, he immediately searched for it in his Qinkuan bag. Young Master Long looked at him curiously, not worried at all. Because he didn't believe that Qin Feiyang would have the antidote. 3 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang's last remaining trace of consciousness was about to dissipate. He had even sensed the aura of death. Finally, he found the jade bottle that contained the blood soul spider's poison, pulled out the cork without hesitation, and poured it into his mouth. The 2 poisons collided crazily in his body. Intense pain engulfed his entire body, making him wish he was dead. What's going on? The screams alarmed the people outside the auction house. People were bewildered. What's going on? Brother, why did you suddenly scream? Young Master Hao and Wang Yu also heard it. They looked at each other, immediately got up, and rushed to the lounge where Qin Feiyang was at lightning speed. At the same time, in the lounge, young Master Long looked at Qin Feiyang's painful appearance at the moment, and then looked at the jade bottle in Qin Feiyang's hand. A trace of surprise crawled up in his eyes. Could it really be the venom of the blood soul spider? Impossible. He didn't know that I would poison him, let alone that I used the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion. How could he have prepared the antidote in advance? I must be thinking too much. But in order to avoid any more trouble, it's better to kill him quickly. Young Master Long muttered, killing intent flashing in his eyes, and then he slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. The poison had not been removed, so how could Qin Feiyang fight back now? He didn't even have the slightest strength to resist. Seeing that young Master Long's palm was about to land, the woman in red suddenly stood in front of him, quickly raised her hand, and slapped it. No! Qin Feiyang shouted. The woman in red was only a battle monarch, and young Master Long was a battle emperor. How could she be a match for young Master Long? She was simply courting death by doing so. And now, although he didn't have the strength to resist, it was still easy to deal with young Master Long. But it was too late. Boom! The 2 of them slapped together, and a terrifying wave of destructive air instantly spread out. The chair, tea table, study table, bookshelf, and the books on the side were all shattered in an instant. Puff! The woman in red spat out a mouthful of blood, and her arm was shattered on the spot. Her entire body was instantly sent flying, crashing into the wall behind her. With a loud bang, a large hole was made in the wall. "Young master, this really has nothing to do with me." The woman in red fell on the corridor, looked up at Qin Feiyang and said with difficulty, and then fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of her mouth, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. "What's the point of this?" Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. As soon as young Master Long appeared, he already knew that the poisoning had nothing to do with this woman in red. "Meddlesome bitch, I'll deal with you later." Young Master Long was furious. He glared at the woman in red and continued to attack Qin Feiyang. At this time, young Master Hao and Wang Yu had already rushed over, but they were still a short distance away from the lounge. Seeing Qin Feiyang's appearance, the two people's complexion changed greatly. They shouted in unison, "Stop!" At the same time, they released their holy aura and pounced towards young Master Long. But young Master Long turned a deaf ear to them, and the killing intent in his eyes was even stronger than before. "You want to kill me? Do you have the ability?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were also emitting a bone-piercing killing intent. This person had harmed him time and time again, and had already touched his bottom line. With a thought, the Spirit Snake Emperor appeared. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Cripple him." The Spirit Snake Emperor immediately looked at young Master Long. Its long and narrow snake eyes were emitting a terrifying cold light. When the Spirit Snake Emperor appeared, young Master Long also felt a strong sense of danger. Without hesitation, he turned around and began to flee. But it was too late. After all, he only had the cultivation of a war emperor. Whoosh! The Spirit Snake Emperor suddenly pierced through the air, like a sharp arrow, and instantly pierced through young Master Long's lower abdomen. Blood immediately spurted out. Young Master Long fell to the ground, clutching his lower abdomen and howling in pain. His face was distorted from the pain. "Brother, are you all right?" Young Master Hao finally ran over and squatted beside Qin Feiyang, asking with concern. "It's just the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion, I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and stood up with the help of young Master Hao. "What?" But when he heard the venom of the bloodthirsty scorpion, young Master Hao trembled and his face turned pale. Last time at the Dragon Phoenix house, he had personally experienced it. That feeling could only be described as worse than death. As for Wang Yu, her soul almost left her body. She glanced at the lady in red and young Master Hao and said in a deep voice, "Who poisoned him?" Qin Feiyang looked at young Master Long and sneered, "Who else could it be?" "You're courting death." Wang Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She stepped forward and stomped on young Master Long's head. "Don't!" Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. But it was too late. Wang Yu's foot landed, and with a crack, young Master Long's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and he died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang and young Master Hao swallowed their saliva. This woman is too cruel. She is indeed not to be trifled with. Wang Yu snorted and said, "This kind of scum should have been killed at the city gate." Young Master Hao frowned and said, "You're right, but what if Shen Feiyin causes trouble?" "So be it, do you think we're afraid of him?" Besides, it was his son who was courting death. He can only blame himself for not teaching his son well. Wang Yu said domineeringly. Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter if you kill him. Anyway, the red-clothed woman will testify for me. Go and see how she is doing." Young Master Hao nodded and walked to the red-clothed woman's side. He reached out and touched her pulse. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "Not good." Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and asked, "Is she dead?" "Not dead, but her heart is shattered. She's not far from death." Young Master Hao said. "Damned beast." Qin Feiyang was furious. He hurriedly took out a heart-protecting pill and a healing pill, both of which had 5 pill patterns, and said, "Quickly feed her." If this woman really died, he would feel guilty. First, he misunderstood this woman. Second, this woman was in danger because she wanted to save her. Young Master Hao grabbed the pill and stuffed it into the red-clothed woman's mouth. What's going on? At this moment, a middle-aged man ran over anxiously. It was the person who instigated young Master long before. He ran into the lounge and saw the scene in front of him. His expression suddenly changed. Young Master Hao raised his eyebrows and asked, "Who are you?" "I am the pavilion master of the Qinghai City Trading Pavilion." The middle-aged man replied and then said, "What happened before? Why did young Master Long die here?" Young Master Hao suddenly said, "So you are Fu Xiong?" The middle-aged man was stunned. He sized up Qin Feiyang and the other two. His body suddenly trembled as he said in shock, "You are," young Master Hao said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter who we are. What's important is, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" "What is it?" Fu Xiong looked confused. Young Master Hao said, "This young Master Long poisoned my brother's tea, and it was the venom of the blood-killing scorpion." "What?" Fu Xiong's face turned pale. Young Master Hao said, "Don't say that this has nothing to do with your trading pavilion." "What do you mean?" Fu Xiong was confused. Qin Feiyang and Wang Yu also looked at young Master Hao suspiciously. Wasn't young Master Long the one who poisoned the tea? How could it have anything to do with the trading pavilion? Young Master Hao looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Was this pot of tea personally brewed by the staff of the trading pavilion and delivered here?" "I don't know if she brewed it personally, but I can be sure that she delivered it personally." "But, she should have brewed it personally," Qin Feiyang said. "Isn't that right? She brewed it personally and delivered it personally. How could young Master Long have the chance to poison it? So, I guess that either this woman was bribed by young Master Long, or someone else colluded with young Master Long and did something to the tea," young Master Hao said. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded, "That seems to make sense." Fu Xiong panicked and hurriedly waved his hand, No, the staff of the trading pavilion would never do such a thing. There must be other reasons." Young Master Hao glanced at the woman in red and said, "Well, let's wait for her to wake up." "Okay." Fu Xiong nodded, then turned to look at the guards not far away and said, "Go and inform Shen Feiyin to come and lie down." "Yes." A guard responded respectfully and hurriedly turned around and ran away. Fu Xiong secretly wiped the cold sweat, then looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two and said with a flattering smile, "Young Master, young Miss, why don't we go to the room next door and sit for a while?" Young Master Hao said, "No need, just get someone to bring us a few chairs." "Okay." Fu Xiong hurriedly responded, then looked at the staff and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Go quickly. In addition, tell the people in the auction house that today's auction is over. Don't gather here and do what you need to do." At that moment,